Trump is going to be a nice man now. He came close to death.
One of the tragic things about life is that it ends. How often do you think about your death? Are you afraid of it?
Tick tock, tick tock. It is what it is. I mean, you know, tick tock. You're supposed to go to heaven, ideally not hell. But you're supposed to go to heaven if you're good. Ideally not hell. Let's go to heaven. Let's get into heaven. I want to try and get to heaven if possible.
You're a vessel.
You want to go to heaven.
You're a chosen vessel.
Okay? You want to go to heaven.
I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven.
If you don't have heaven, you almost say, what's the reason? Why do I have to be good? Let's not be good. What difference is it?
I think I'm not maybe heaven bound.
Make no mistake, he is heaven bound because I've seen the hand of God on him for a very long time, guiding him through the most unthinkable, and he will go to heaven.
My father's looking down, my mother and father, they're looking down because they're definitely in heaven. They made heaven.
I think my father's in heaven. He was a strong guy, but a great guy, but a strong guy. He's looking down on us right now. It's so incredible. Look at this, how this turned out. Look at that, how beautiful that is. There's no artist that can capture it as beautiful as it is today. Wow. It's amazing. But he's looking down at me right now, and he's saying, how the hell did this happen to my son? My son, my son, my son, my son.
How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No, dead. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick. Dead. Horrible word. Dead. I'm going to die. 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 I'm going to die.
I'm going to die.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
Shut up!
I'm going to die.
I'm going to die.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
I'm going to die.
I'm going to die.
I'm going to die.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. It's called, you're dead. He was dead. That was the end, right? He was dead. He died. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Bye-bye.
I can tell you, maybe the one thing he does that might have influenced heaven is, I think there's a lot less people going to heaven, meaning they're going to heaven slower because he stopped the death and destruction around the world. He slowed down the journey to heaven for a lot of people, in that they'll spend more time on this earth and they'll get there, but they won't get there for a number of years because he stopped innocent young kids from absolutely getting run through a meat grinder unnecessarily, and that in itself will get my father to heaven.
I am the chosen one.
It was a banger. I hadn't seen that one before. Wow. Also, Kara, turn me on to some of this. It's like Half-Life inspired ambient music. Good. It's good for tightening up and locking in. Freaking locking in. Take your meds. A mantra I need to tattoo into my fucking eyelids. Although, I might eventually ignore it because you get so used to seeing it. Perfection. All right. I finished up on my cottage cheese. So that's good. Got my little fruit bags, fruit and vegetable bags for some little snackages. Then there's a bunch of news today. More than normal, I just picked out a bunch of these little stories, which I'm happy because sometimes the stories are just like a headline that's interesting, and then like there's like a CNN where like they talk about the actual information for 90 seconds, and then it's just a bunch of fucking mouthpieces that just drone on and like just muddy the waters and you get away from the subject matter that actually matters, which is frustrating. So a lot of these other other places that pump out videos, they pump them out just like the actual news part. Wild to think about a news place pumping out news videos, but yeah. So should we get started by getting filled in with like a longer kind of hit everything at once kind of video, or should we just do the strump? We should probably start it off a little bit slower. Not a lot of people on the stream just yet. We can play it by ear here. But let me. Good. Bam. Buttons working. Things are set up properly. I love it. All right. Let's do our filling in.
The Stranger Things Netflix problem's killing TV shows, and why some experts argue it's actually for the best. After dominating the elections but caving on the shutdown, what's the future of the Democratic Party? And the truth about what's really happening with our kids and the news. We're talking about all of that and even more on your special Friday Philip DeFranco show, aka...
Hey, he's got the W banner style. Looks suspiciously like all the other Twitch streamers and stuff. I mean, it's not like, putting titles at the bottom it's a brand new idea, but a thing that he never used to do, as far as I could tell, not in this exact style. Maybe it's been like this for a little bit, but just noticing things.
From the Bastards, where y'all take control, where you send in questions and I do my Philip DeFranco show thing.
And then immediately my mind thinks, because I said the word noticing. Yeah. Because noticing is an anti-Semitic thing about noticing how there's Jews everywhere. So I'm happy that Phil is not Jewish, because there have been times I've watched other creators just use the word noticing the way it's supposed to be used, because you're talking about noticing. But then I have that nagging liberal brain where I'm like, sweaty, hold on. So I thought it to myself, and then I thought, oh, I'm glad he's not Jewish. That way it's not an issue. But I was like, I should just share that weird loop in my head, because hopefully by putting sunlight on it, I can scorch it out tiny bit at a time
And turn it into a show for you. And today we start with Tony from Salt Lake, who's worried about this crazy situation with the kids and the news.
I saw a good work video down there. Is crypto legal now? Love it. That's an awesome topic. It's a good video for another day or today.
Kids. I've got kids. I just want to know, like, at what age do you think it's appropriate to start talking about all this stuff that's happening in the world?
Yeah, what up, Craig? Yeah, today's one of my first earlier streams. Not quite 7 p.m. Oops. But hey, earlier than 1. Hell, when did I ever get a 1 a.m. stream when I was supposed to be streaming at 1 a.m.? So, slow start. But habits are made by keeping up with it and making slow changes. And as always, the time is utilized well. Have good conversations with Kara and stuff. So.
Or do you just shelter them until they figure it out themselves? From parent to parent, what do you do?
So to Tony and you listening right now, I will always say when it comes to kids, what I do for my kids, I'm not necessarily saying is going to work for your kids. Also, for this specific situation, it's a little bit different. I'm in the news and commentary space. My kids also think that it's cool that I'm a YouTuber, so they're interested in my job. And so they end up being kind of connected to that, and they overhear things with myself and Lindsay talking about politics. And I am going to get to my answer, but I'm also going to do my Philip DeFranco show thing and talk about the research and the data here. Because it's basically inevitable if kids are on social media platforms and streaming sites that they're going to have some kind of exposure to the news. In news exposure, it starts incredibly early, because even though, these social media sites, they have the minimum age of 13, surveys have found that almost 40% of children between the ages of 8 and 12 use social media. Right? And other research shows that 6 in 10 kids in that same age group, they use YouTube and TikTok every day, and nearly 2/3 of kids 8 to 10, they spend up to 4 hours a day on social media. And those numbers just get bigger and bigger as they get older. Right? Pew data from this year found that 9 in 10 teens aged 13 to 17 use YouTube, and around 60% use both TikTok and Instagram. And then with
I mean, yeah, I can't imagine that they wouldn't.
social media, a majority of teens say they get at least some kind of news from these platforms.
How early did he say? 13 to 17? Yeah, they're going to use YouTube. What the fuck?
From this year found that 9 in 10 teens aged.
Also, it's crazy that YouTube is actually losing ground. It used to have near 100% control, and now it's going down a bit. I mean, like, when I was a kid, I watched stuff on the internet, but it was all fractured. But if there was one place I had it all, I would definitely be on YouTube. I mean, like, it's like saying like kids watch Nickelodeon, right? Like, it's kind of just the way that the world operates currently. And even now, it's fracturing. You used to only watch the one channel or the one radio station, right? But then other options. TrakeSniffing.com download section. Yeah. So there is definitely something about, being a screenager or the developmental problems with, just sitting the kid in front of the TV. But also, there's also people that would cry that the sky is falling because kids are watching TV, but kids are listening to the radio, and then we were on the internet and other things. All the best. Let's Fighting Love. Oh man, I forgot. Yeah, because that was pre-YouTube, trying to find, like, I don't think it was Daily Motion, but there were just these weird websites where you would just find like pre-Vimeo, kind of like just alternative things to get different. Like, I remember I had to download the CCCP, not the Soviet Union, but the Combined Community Codec Pack, that had all the different video codecs for all the weird little renders people were pumping out before H.264 and H.265 were a thing.
13 to 17 use YouTube, and around 60% use both TikTok and Instagram. And then with social media, a majority of teens say they get at least some kind of news from these platforms. Because again, even if they're not explicitly looking for news, they're going to stumble across it. And, research shows that most adults, they see some kind of news on social platforms, even if they're not intentionally looking for it, like through opinion or humor-based content. Because you can say you hate politics, but politics is everything, and everything is politics. And every day you see social media surpassing mainstream news outlets. A lot of news creators, they intentionally gear their content towards younger audiences, right? They're overtaking journalists day in, day out, and the algorithms, they drive this. Right? Half of all teens who viewed news on YouTube, they say the platform itself recommended that content. This can be a good thing, but also it can be a very, very bad thing if they lack media literacy. Right? Experts say, and it feels like common sense to think, that kids are more susceptible to online misinformation. In fact, the News Literacy Project found that
Interesting. I don't know if it's that, like, life is like a circle where you start out like a baby and then you become an adult and then you become more like a baby again. Because I don't know, who's more likely to see a shrimp Jesus and think it's real, old people or babies?
that only 2 out of 10 teens correctly identified different kinds of information like news, advertisements, opinion, and entertainment. Also, you've got research showing that teens are more likely to believe conspiracy theories online.
So we talked about like ASBA Science a while back, which was like a channel that is more science focused. Phil is less science focused. He's science focused and research focused or whatever, but he's not. He will read a headline, he will see an article and run with it. Like, this is one study that shows Like it's less about a consistent scientific consensus than just a single headline. You know what I mean? He's a news guy, so the headline news stories are engaging and dragging eyes and stuff, and that's kind of what he works with. So I'm taking a lot of this with the sensationalist side of things.
than adults, and more than a quarter of kids who consume news online were fooled by fake stories. Though also, I'll say, like with the AI,
Because I don't necessarily think that kids are 80% of the time going to fall for fake stuff or can't understand the difference between what is an ad and what is not an ad. That seems a little too extreme, and I would really love to see the methodology or whatever. But then now I'm doing peer review, which is not really the point of absorbing the information here.
boom, fake content and misinformation, it's getting harder for everyone to identify. And then also I'll say, in addition to news in general, as far as like just being on social media, like adults, there are concerns that when kids are overexposed to news and they're doom scrolling, they can become anxious and depressed. But even that's different because you've got these young minds getting molded. They have fewer coping mechanisms. So, my personal belief is, yeah, I think it does make sense to talk news, but I usually let them ask me first. But again, my situation is different.
That makes sense. I mean, we talked about things that mattered to us directly. I was trying to find it off to the side here for a second. Is that when people get interested in politics, they very infrequently lose interest in politics. Like once a person becomes political, they don't become apolitical. That might have been the right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. But so getting kids interested in politics early seems like it just helps them build a lifetime of being involved in it, and it takes a little while to get used to it, the same way it takes a while to get used to walking. So the idea of talking about politics in some way to kids, because you're just going to imprint your own politics onto the kids, right? So it's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing that's going to happen to certain people. So if people are more political than before, then that's going to have a ripple effect into the next generation just because of the way it works. But I guess our family was pretty apolitical in a lot of ways, which maybe it's different than other people's experiences because we didn't really talk religion. We didn't really talk politics. We just talked Simpsons quotes and whatever it was that we were doing. My dad would bring up topics and things that happened in his life that ended up becoming very political, but it wasn't a political discussion. It's like saying that get these politics out of my video game. I just want to play Metal Gear Solid and, fight against the shadow government. And it's like, wait a second, that's politics. But specifically talking about news to kids feels odd because you just talk about whatever is in the world to kids. So phrasing it as, come on, kid, I need to tell you about what Donald Trump did today is kind of like, that's a little weird. That's a little excessive. It's kind of like not for them to worry about. That's kind of for the adults to worry about, keeping them abreast of certain things, like idea of like, ICE is going to come to your school and take your friends away. Like, okay, we should talk to you about that. Dad had a no spin zone. He wouldn't spin from where he was. He was just already turned in the direction that he needed to be in. So he wasn't going to lazy Susan and keep going around. He was fed his information.
My wife and I are constantly talking about politics. I do it for my job. She's getting into like actually running for office. And I do think that as a parent, you need to be there to have those conversations, and you can.
Where is he from? Whatever.
Make a personal judgment if you want to be the one that starts it on a certain topic. For kids these days, they're hyper connected. Something's going to be said at school and it's going to come home. And if you do not raise your kid, the school or the internet will. And so also generally with that, I think it's important to teach having a healthy skepticism, not, keeping such an open mind that your brain falls out, but a healthy skepticism. And part of that is teaching media literacy. And right now, very few states actually require schools to teach news literacy, and only 39% of teens report having had media literacy instruction. And so then
hold on, Support among teens. We found little evidence that schools were already providing media literacy instruction. Existing news literacy standards requirement. Well, that must be a new thing. Standards requirement versus teaching requirement. That I don't understand. So you have to be able to pass it, but you don't teach it? Teaching is rarer. Oh, you need to have better literacy in order to become a teacher? I'm confused.
To teach news literacy, and only 39% of teens report having had media literacy instruction. Right? And so then with all that, you have experts saying that there are a number of steps that parents could take. You know, they can discuss the news openly with kids once they're mature enough, while filtering topics or details that they might not.
I mean, that seems like the standard method. Kid says, hey, what's up with all this, wanting to legalize marijuana? I thought it was bad. Ah, yes, let's discuss prohibition and the way it works.
Not be ready for. Redirect them towards reliable sources like Elon Musk's Grokpedia. I'm joking. But yeah, direct them towards reliable sources and teach them how to determine when a source is credible. Explain how news operates differently on social media. Teach them how to have a healthy relationship with social media. I mean, if you can. I know a lot of people, myself is included in this sometimes, have a hard time breaking away from devices. So with all this, I can't speak to a specific age, but what I will say is like my oldest son, he is in 5th grade and he is constantly asking me questions based off of stuff that he's hearing at school. The walls with him, I'll say I love the conversations because it feels a little bit like an information exchange because, I'll info dump on any of the political stuff that he's asking me about, but then he info dumps about he loves the Artemis moon missions. I got a little, and I mean this with love, a little space nerd on my hands. But yeah, talk to your kids, and I don't
Interesting.
want to gender everything, but definitely talk to your young boys because if you do not raise them, someone else will. We see that fucking everywhere. We're going to dive into more in a second, but let me take a second to thank a sponsor and say your current get a note because bills don't care about your schedule. And for me, this is a safe use for $19.95. So scan that QR code or head to current.com/Phil and use code Phil for $50 on us. Terms and conditions apply.
Interesting. I mean, I watch somewhat regularly now. I have not seen this style.
For the next up, we've got Olivia, a federal employee who worked unpaid during the longest government shutdown in history, asking this.
I wanted to really ask you about what you see as the future of the Democratic Party. There's clearly been a pretty prolonged disconnect between the messaging of the Democratic Party and this kind of gravitation towards messaging towards the center, towards the moderates.
So there's a few things that we need to talk about when looking towards the future. Because this blue wave that we saw in the 2025 election cycle, it's kind of just further exacerbated divisions between the progressives and the moderate factions of the party after you got wins from both sides. Right, for many, it just kind of emboldened competing visions for the best strategies heading into the midterms. In Virginia, you had Abigail Spanberger replacing the current Republican governor, and in New Jersey, you had the governorship staying blue in a competitive race, electing Mikey Sherrill. Both Spanberger and Sherrill, they ran very middle-of-the-road campaigns. They focused on the economy, public safety, and healthcare, while then also intentionally distancing themselves from the left wing of the party. But at the same time, in the most watched race of the year, you had 34-year-old Democratic
and look at the level of support and the uphill battles that they had to go between. Which ones had a huge shift in young people and excitement versus federal workers who are being forced to work without pay.
Socialist Zoran Mamdani running on a patently progressive platform. And in addition to attracting massive national attention and winning, Mamdani spurred the biggest turnout in a New York mayoral election in more than half a century. He set a record for the highest early in-person turnout ever for a non-presidential election in New York. So you've got moderate Dems pointing to Spanberger and Sherrill's win, saying, hey, the path forward is centrist. That's how you combat Trump. That's how you win elections in 2026 outside of New York. But establishment strategists, they claim that progressives, they've made the party unpopular by pushing agendas that are just too extreme for most Americans. And with that, you had analysts noting that Spanberger and Sherrill were able to win statewide elections in 2 states that more accurately reflect the American people, arguing that Mamdani, he lost in parts of New York that more closely resemble the rest of the country. And with that, you have moderates arguing that those further left of center, they're not going to be able to win against Republicans in key swing states. Right, states that are not only for a presidential election, but, these districts that'll determine control of the House and the Senate. And some even argue against supporting even further left candidates in places where they win, like Mamdani. And that over concerns that Republicans will present progressives as far left extremists or communists, and paint them as the leaders of the party. And that's a thing that they're already trying with Mamdani. Though there, I would interject that the Republicans are going to do that no matter what. Whether it be libs at TikTok or Fox News, if they're not going to try and paint Mamdani as something, they're just going to find some fucking random person on TikTok and be like, this is all Democrats. You've got Republicans going on TV saying like they're trying.
I mean, that was the libs of TikTok angle that became mainstream in its own bizarre way. Just basically putting that hate campaign and doxing campaign as the forefront. I mean, I guess it was still technically not like the straight up congressional, but I feel like there must have been some libs of TikTok tweets fucking printed out on poster boards at the local fucking FedEx Kinkos and brought in, and as some fucking representative or senator talks about it.
To force your kids to turn trans. I mean, the president of the United States is like, the Democrats want trans for everyone. Right? And so there's all of that. But then, you have leftists arguing that Mamdani's mass appeal and the energy that he galvanized all over the country, it shows the American public's desire for more populist and progressive policies.
Yeah. Culture war, always a way to distract and to set up a division because conservative policies are not popular among people and proven not to work or whatever, but they can then work on wedge issues where just being like, look, we want to do fast and free buses because that's awesome. We want to have mental health people because everyone talks about the mental health crisis. No one ever wants to do anything about gun control, and everyone says mental health is important. And then they go, shucks, but let's never do anything about it. Someone says like, yo, does it make sense to send a guy with a club and a gun to go talk to a person who's just not in their right mind? Does that seem like the right angle? If somebody is just, so policies that people actually agree with on both economics and even just like how they want to see their society run. Policies is one of my favorite angles. One of the reasons why, even as a intellectual, free-thinking guy, I loved Bernie Sanders, whatever, because like he just talked policy and that's all he ever talked about, and he was very consistent and focused on it. It's what kept it like, none of the bullshit, none of the other things. It just felt good, and people like that. A problem that the other Democrats always just lead. Even if they try to talk on the issues, they just talk on the issues vaguely. And then you try to nail them down on specifics, and they have the worst means-tested policy possible. So that's why either they give you no policy, or, when forced to, give you some milquetoast shit that doesn't get anybody inspired.
They claim that public support for more left-leaning ideals is evidenced by other progressives like Bernie Sanders and AOC, who have toured around the country promoting their ideals to massive audiences. And with that, you've seen strategists saying, the old guard of the Democratic Party, it's become unpopular and fallen out of touch with the modern realities of what Americans need. And, with all this, as Bernie Sanders argued, New York is obviously different than Boise, Idaho, but I kind of think that with proper leadership and courage, what's happening in New York, in fact, can happen all over the country. And I suspect I'm not the only one who thinks that. I think Donald Trump understands that. I think the Democratic establishment understands that. I think that's what they're afraid of, right? And with all this, you've had the likes of AOC urging the machine to embrace progressives, right? Arguing that different factions can coexist within the party. So with all that, I'm personally of the mindset that, yeah, I think Democrats.
Also, just thinking about video editing, I like the clean style because I've usually gone with the lazier route of finding an article, finding a headline, finding a quote, and literally snipping it, and then having it float, and then getting the article title, getting the byline, getting all the different pieces, and trying to make the logos fit or whatever, but just taking the raw text, adding a consistent typeface to it that makes it look like it's an article because it has like a serif font or something, and then you have your own sort of like way to then credit exactly which place it comes from. It's clean, especially if you have a lot of different things. It makes the process streamlined. Although, maybe sometimes it's nice to say, have like the big names of the places that you're pulling the information from because those names carry weight. So having the Guardian's logo is better than some random, times of, I don't know, St. Augustine or something. And you go, huh, what is this?
Democrats should not be afraid to embrace more progressive ideals. And when I say that, a number of those ideals are actually things that I think Donald Trump falsely tried to claim. Because while a lot.
Yo, Rich, thanks for the follow.
A lot of the stuff that he's doing is really just protecting and further enriching really rich motherfuckers. A lot of the stuff that he pushed were these populist ideals. Like he pushed himself as the no more wars, peacetime, stuff's gonna be cheaper and more affordable president. Meanwhile, almost all the stuff he's done hasn't helped or actively hurts the people that are kind of average Joe Blow or vulnerable. I was talking about this on the Crashing Out podcast with myself and Alex Perlman, but like the median age for a first-time home buyer is now like 40 years old. The ladder's been pulled up on young people in this country. When you remove opportunity and or even hope for opportunity from young people, you're not going to have a great outcome, right? And so you can't just.
Don't worry, guys. We got the 50-year mortgages lined up. And yes, we did tune them so that way they barely change your monthly payments and just lock you into paying interest for like 20 years straight before you get any principal. So even the idea of like housing markets tend to go upward over time. So then as you pay off principal, you gain additional equity in the home as the value of the home increases. Even that part is fucking held out.
Say Trump bad, but you need to have policies that are like, hey, stuff's expensive. This is how we're going to try to address that. Hey, owning your own home, that appears out of reach. How are we going to address that? Uh-oh, you got sick or some horrible thing could be just around the corner. How are we going to deal with that? And, looking forward to midterms, a recent poll found that Democrats are far more enthusiastic about the midterms following the 2025 elections, where you had 47% of registered voters saying they'd vote for the Democrat in their district if the elections were held today, while 42% would vote Republican. Also, 67% of Democrat or Democratic-leaning independents said that they were extremely motivated to vote next time, much higher than the 46% of Republican-aligned voters. And notably, that's also while the Democratic Party's approval is still very, very low. I mean, it's hovering around 33%. And again, I'm not saying all Democrats everywhere need to go full Mamdani, but I mean, there was a new survey, for example, from YouGov. They found that many of Mamdani's top progressive policies are actually very popular nationwide. Most popular were his proposals on raising taxes on millionaires and corporations. Nearly seven.
Okay, I mean, I like that Phil is acting. I mean, I don't want to do the thing where it's like, what, you're just finding this out now kind of thing, because that's not helpful. And it's acting elitist because I only learned it only so long ago, right? Only a handful of years ago was these truths sort of shared with me. So acting like my shit don't stink and I'm holier than thou just makes people not want to come to the left or whatever it is. But I'm glad that he is getting into it and putting it out to his audience like this, because it'll bring in even more people. And his wife is running. I would want his wife to run from a leftist perspective and actually have the scruples to do it. I don't know if she's done community organizing and things for a long time. I'm not sure if she's running for a full-on House seat or whatever. I didn't really see remember the name at all. But I would assume, just off of my previous what I think of what Phil's politics are, it would just be kind of like traditional Democrat without too much progressive policy. But maybe, she's a whole different person. But if it's anything similar to Phil, that would be what it would be. But I'm glad that he's seeing it in this way.
7 out of 10 people, they said they supported that idea. And that including 4 out of 10 self-identified Republicans. So to kind of try to put a bow on this, I think more populist ideas are the way forward. It's why in the past you've had the same people that voted for AOC having voted for Donald Trump. And even from these last elections, the moderates, they were talking about things like affordability and healthcare. And I think it's important.
I mean, I live in Florida, so I've never talked to a person that did not know that the system is rigged or system is bad and they want something to change. That's always an angle that's going to win. And talking about the problems of regular people was how you're going to get wins. But my mind always goes back to my dad getting mad and saying that, damn it, these Democrats just go around telling people they're going to give them money. That's like buying votes. And that's what every politician does. It goes around and tells people they're going to do good things for their group. When Republicans go to big companies and say, we're going to give you tax breaks, how is that also not buying votes? What are you talking about, right? Even them saying, we're going to do good tax policy to then create jobs, so then you get money. Like, it's still all, in the end, one way or another, saying that they are going to improve their life, which is then therefore buying votes with a better life or better food or better whatever it is. That's literally what policy is made for, from start to finish.
To keep those things in mind because, well, yes, a lot of people separate themselves based off if they're a D, an I, an R. There are a lot more issues that align everyone together when it's the have-nots versus the haves, especially as the room between those who have and those who not has grown over the years more and more. But then next up, we've got Charles from Florida who said that he's been enjoying my podcast with Alex Perlman. That's right, always plug Crashing Out, go watch it. But also with that, he told us about what he's been crashing out about.
Entertainment such as television shows being only 8 to 10 episodes long and not really. Now it's just 7, 8 episodes, you're done. And if it gets a second season, it's like, 2 or 3 years later.
So this is actually interesting.
Interesting problem to have. Maybe I'm coming down on Charles too hard. It's like, come on, bro, I have a real problem. But there has been a shift. I guess it all comes down to the labor involved start to finish. So maybe he'll get to that.
Right. I see a lot of people raging about this. I have at times raged about this. But, from the 1960s into the mid 2010s, right, it was normal for TV shows to have 20 plus episodes a season. But
I mean, other shows had an obscene number of episodes, like 50 episodes sometimes.
The rise of streaming services has changed everything because shows no longer have to abide by the network TV content schedules. And so, making shows with fewer episodes, it helps save money. And for streaming services, it makes sense to invest more money in a wide variety of shorter shows than a few longer ones. We'd almost think of it as like a cheesecake factory menu. They're trying to make sure they can offer as much different varieties of slop as possible. But that also might be too critical. I'm not sure. I don't mind a cheesecake factory outing now and then. Right, give me a Skinnylicious pasta, a Skinnylicious marg.
Oh, Skinnylicious, huh? Is that like the diet menu that they have? Looks like he died here. He looks like he's all stretched and broken. I know there's some more insidious background parts because when things have a certain number of episodes, like there was like the Aqua Teen Hunger Force joke where like, keeping you out of syndication. Only so many episodes total. So that way you rebrand the show name, which then prevents you from having to pay certain residuals and these different things. Trying to think if there's other, but yeah, I mean, being able to also binge, you don't want to like invest into a show that only gets watched if people click on it, versus it just being on TV endlessly and people will watch it because it's on TV. So having fewer things to write. Dang, they're huge.
Feeling like a bad bitch. But what was I talking about? I should also know that things are constantly changing, right? Season lengths for stream shows, they've also shortened more and more over the years. And yeah.
Oh yeah, and then like the time between seasons, sorry. They can it, they throw it out there to see if people like it, and then they go, okay, we'll give you another season. And then it takes a long time to get those from start to finish. And they're also shot more movie-like than it's on a soundstage where most of the scenes are all done like this. And there's a couple of days where they shoot outside of these scenes. So it's harder to crank them out in the same way as well. It takes time to make those things. And that's annoying when you're like, oh man, I want my show. I want it now. Remember Rick and Morty was a show that I was really interested in, but there was a long wait between seasons because they wanted to do a good job writing it. And then we got, I mean, I still enjoyed it while I did, but then you end up with a lot of pickle, whatever. Mostly the fans ruined it. It was nice to have something different for sure, but things take time and giving them respect for taking their time. Because then you also end up with games, both the crunch culture, but then also, getting a broken game delivered to you. And then you have to wait for the patches to come out to fix it. And it didn't used to be that way because it used to just have the time dedicated for it to be right. And I guess they can't patch a TV show. Although they did do that one episode of Game of Thrones where they rotoscoped out the fucking coffee cup or something and then re-released it on HBO. So I guess they can.
As because everything's now become interconnected, it's even spread to broadcast TV. Data definitively shows that the number of episodes per season for scripted shows, it's shrunk in the last few years. Right from 2018 to 2023, the average number of network episodes per season fell from 15 to 10, while for streaming shows, it went from 11 to 9. And as far as like the time between seasons, I will say, yes, that has also gotten larger. Well, all the production issues and the pandemic happened, and then of course there was the strikes. Yeah, it's hard not to notice things like Squid Game and Wednesday, big Netflix headliners having nearly 3-year-long breaks between their first and second seasons. Also, of course, famously, Stranger Things, they went from just over a year between seasons 1 and 2 to then 3-year gaps in production between each of the last 2 seasons. Millie Bobby Brown
They're not even kids anymore. What the fuck?
was 12 years old when the series starts. She has a whole ass baby now. And well, Game of Thrones,
That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't know. Yeah.
they produced a new season almost every year. Now, HBO consistently runs a 2-year break between seasons to accommodate the productions like The Last of Us. Hell, Apple TV's Severance, they had a 3-year hiatus between seasons 1 and 2, and the 3rd season's not expected until 2027. And then with that, as far as like, why is it taking so long? Well, there are a number of arguments. A number of the shows are, high quality in creation and production. So when that's the case, it's more similar to producing a series of long movies rather than traditional TV. Also, a thing I'll say is that network shows, they're usually or have been more episodic. Each episode, it stands on its own in a loosely connected season. But now more often in the age of streaming, you have a kind of a more narrative-driven, overarching story over a course of a season. So, those can take longer to produce. Also, as far as production, a lot of these big budget shows, they're kind of, heavy on production, complicated sets, heavy CGI. Also, you then have to think about the talent. Shows with A-list celebrities, writers, directors, or kind of other top-tier creatives, you have to work around their schedules. But, with all of this, it's not me defending the changes, right? And while a lot of that, it maybe explains it, it doesn't mean that everyone has to be good with it. In fact, critics have been very critical of the normalization of what we've been seeing. People arguing that these big breaks, they're bad for audiences who forget what happens season to season. They lose interest in the shows. Looking
I think having enough time to make sure your art is good. No, it's bad for audiences. Deliver my slop now, damn it. You taking 48 hours to deliver my Amazon package, that's bad for audiences. We want 24-minute delivery, not even 24-hour delivery. What?
Into it, there's some data that indicates that delays lead to a falling viewership overall in certain cases. Also, separate from the viewers, the growing trend to shorter seasons with longer breaks, it harms people working in the film industry. But a lot of writers' rooms, they've been scaled down to smaller staffs or shorter periods of time. And actually,
do you think it's the episode limit that's doing that specifically? Or is it something else?
production jobs have decreased. One report found that in 2024, entertainment jobs were 25% below the level they were at in 2022. But with all that said, one of the reasons that you're probably not going to see a change here is that this trend doesn't appear to be.
Individual years, especially with the pandemic being a thing, are always a little bit weird. Like a resurgence in the industry, everyone trying to crank up production again, and then it being 25% lower than the peak of the return sounds about right, but also, I don't know, it's kind of a mix. I know that just anecdotally, some people from Cinemarxism was talking about working in LA and having a hard time finding jobs as a cinematographer and stuff. Although I don't know if he was doing show production or whatever, but just the amount of work that he had to find available, again, anecdotally, but just one experience.
Hurting the streaming platforms themselves. And in fact, some data actually shows that productions with long breaks still perform very well, with the wait driving up anticipation, which boosts viewership, right? And with that, there have been Netflix shows that take several years to produce between seasons, still breaking streaming records. And so, while a large part of this was me explaining why, I also, I really empathize with the frustration. I personally find myself bouncing.
It's just because you had an expectation before is all.
Between having two minds on this, right? A different thing that I think on and I sometimes struggle with is binging versus the weekly release. Sometimes I love when a whole season of something drops. I'm like, oh my god, thank you for making my Saturday. I wanted to have a lazy one. But then also there are times where I like the weekly release. I'm like, oh, that's my Thursday show. I got something to look forward to that night. But then I think a lot of that depends on, is it a 22-minute show or is it an hour-long show? Where as of filming this, I watched the first 2 episodes of Pluribus, and I don't mind that being a weekly release. Or with it being weekly, it feels like there's more time to dissect the episode, have conversations with other people that watch the show.
I have never even heard of that show at all. But that is a lot of the thing with streamings as well. As there's 100 different shows that exist on these platforms, and I'm like, huh?
But I also don't think I would feel that same way with a show like Loot. But hey, where I want to end this is with kind of a few things. One, if you like it in this episode on Friday,
What a wild perspective difference. Okay, let's do some of the funner, bizarre ones. We'll not do another long one. We'll do some short ones real quick. This will be a fun one. Russian AI robot falls on stage. First AI humanoid robot. We're in the build a robot stage. Bizarre.
It was one small step for a robot, followed by one giant faceplant. The much-hyped Moscow debut of Idol, billed as Russia's first AI-powered humanoid robot.
And that's gotta suck so bad, dude.
Emerging to the theme song from Rocky, it managed a small wave before tumbling over. Organizers trying to pull.
Oh, bro. Oh, bro. Oh, no.
A black curtain over the toppled Tin Man before dragging it off stage and out of sight.
It's. Oh, God, the curtain's not even like. Oh, it's all twisted and. Oh my God, dude. It reminds me of the Simpsons episode. Where they're like, oh fuck. I'm trying to think of the right way to look it up. It's like Krusty's puppet.
So, you want ventriloquism, do you? All right, watch this. Hello, Alphonse. I've got a riddle for you. Why is a raven like a writing desk? I don't know. Why is a... Hey, that dummy can't hurt you. He's not even alive. He's dead.
It's basically that. It's just like a thing that goes bad and then it gets worse and then it gets worse.
A small wave before tumbling over. Organizers trying to pull a black curtain over the toppled Tin Man.
I mean, it's not even like it's a talent show where you're like, oh, that was a disaster. All right. Here's the next thing. It's just, the entire thing is here for this. Just turn the lights off, you know?
Before dragging it off stage and out of sight. The developer responding with a statement by the banged up robot.
What is truly frightening is not to fall, but not to get back up. With love.
A theme for humanoid robots across the globe. This match in China highlighting their agility and their humility. The first human vs. robot marathon in April had no small amount of slip-ups. While there have been stumbles, the...
What the fuck? Is that one like a drone? What the fuck? It's like... There's like 4 propellers? And it's on, oh my God, dude, it's on a pallet with wheels and it's like giant. You're gonna like completely like blend somebody with those blades. Oh my God. And then like they're like steering it with 2 strings. That's crazy. It beams into like that one divider Oh my God.
While there have been stumbles, the industry at large making leaps and bounds. China's new iron robot had to be cut open at a tech demo to prove it wasn't a person in a costume. Meanwhile,
Okay. It's like, look, guys, I got nothing up my sleeves. Here's this one sleeve. See, guys, I got nothing. Nothing. Like, take all the clothes off. Why just one foot? Because, like, we have fake feet.
Tesla's Optimus robot dancing with Elon Musk, but still needing a person behind the wheel.
I see
Yeah, that's the thing. These aren't really AI robots, right?
a red apple on a plate.
OpenAI's Figure 03 robot dazzling with AI integration.
And I think that has a lot to do with the advent of
I did not realize there were so many of these weird faceless fucking robots that are supposed to be in your home to do your chores for you coming out. That must be why that one company was blitzing to be first to market with their big story. So that way they can get all of the freaks who were like, yes, I will buy it now. And then they realize, wait, there are other ones that are better? Oh, fuck. My $20,000 is already waiting on this other one.
AI, generative AI, because they're able to train them so much faster than they ever did before.
AI helping train at home.
Completely bullshit fucking tech reporter, Zoom call bullshit. Because they have not been trained at all. They are just people doing it. And they hope that that will build an AI model that'll, I don't know, I guess learn your house and learn how to fold all your very specific laundry and make sure that you keep it all fucking in the proper wash cycle and make sure you don't accidentally dry the wrong thing. Like, what the fuck? There's no fucking way.
Home robot helpers like Neo, now available for pre-order, promising to bring us a little closer to that Jetsons lifestyle, though at a hefty price and with some limits.
These ads for the Neo Beta. I mean, they're literally advertising this $20,000 robot to consumers who will, by the way, be disappointed. Somebody at the office has to make sure they can look through its eyes and do these tasks. Leaving aside all that, do you know how slow these things are?
But an old favorite, Atlas from Boston Dynamics, still reigns supreme.
The gold standard for a humanoid robot.
Atlas's dancing antics capturing hearts across the internet. With stumbles of his own. Experts say humanoid robots will help out at factories before they help us at home. But we're still
classic
a ways from that happening.
2035, 2040. That's when things really, really get interesting.
For now, idle stumble reminding us even robots can't escape growing pains. Raf Sanchez, NBC News.
You just know that you're fucked. When you're on stage and you're like, okay, we're here. We got our big day. They made us get out here and do it early. We got to do it. And then you're just standing behind the machine. And as soon as it starts to go, you're like, oh no. This is bad. This is now a bad day. Also, it's super scary to like get your hands around like a robot like that, especially depending on how it's designed. Because if it doesn't just immediately like go, okay, calm down and stop moving, because you get your hands in there and you're trying to pick it up and it's heavy, and then like the gears are moving and shit, and it's gonna pinch and like lock up and crush your fucking fingers, like, and you're in a panic because it's like, oh god, get it out, get it out. Oh my god. Gotta master the walk with it. Look, they don't have diarrhea. They do look like they are pinching their butt cheeks 100%. They do have that butt pinch going on for sure. Okay. This is good. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Doritos and Cheetos. Colorless, removal of artificial dyes.
Morgan, two iconic snacks. Getting a makeover.
We're ready. Introducing Simply Naked. PepsiCo removing the artificial dyes from Cheetos and Doritos.
Okay, the left look normal to me, as far as like red. The right do look significantly different. They don't look dangerously cheesy. They look dangerously corn. That's kind of crazy.
making them totally colorless. NBC News business and economy reporter Emily Lorsch joins us. What can we expect from this new rollout, Em?
Hey guys, the idea here from the company is that they are reinventing some of its most iconic snacks, Doritos and Cheetos, 2 types each, and they're basically removing some of those artificial dyes and flavors. They say that their expert taste testers compared them side by side with a blind taste test, couldn't taste the difference between the ones with the artificial.
It's just color, dude. It's not artificial flavor. It's artificial color. Like, it's just color. And now I guess like your eyes are a big part of how you eat.
Flavors and the ones without, but we're
So
journalists.
naked versus not naked.
Correct.
Okay, naked is no dye.
And we're journalists though, so I figured let's do it ourselves. We can't rely on anyone else. Right? So we're gonna do it.
Now, a part of this is I wonder if you eat one, okay, and you eat another one, okay, do you think one is better than the other? I don't notice a difference. That's fine. Okay, now, palate cleanser, smell some coffee, whatever, right? Get your palate cleaned. And then here, blindfold, eat a Cheeto. Okay, now take your blindfold off and look at the orange Cheeto and eat it. Is that one better because even if it was the same one back to back, is the one with the color more appetizing or seem like it tastes better? And then you have to do like a double blind and like, did they eat the first one with or without and like decide, but like I wonder if how beautifully orange they are helps it taste good.
So these glasses will tint
I'm like drooling now thinking about eating Cheetos. It's crazy.
them so that we won't be able to see the coloring that the viewers will be able to see. And so we're going to bring them out. And we have here one of the kinds that's the Dorito.
Okay. I mean, they could see. And also you can just look at the plate and you can see. And then you know which one's which already. It's ruined. Also hilarious having the guy run out.
Flavor, we have the nacho cheese, and then we also have the puffs. So let's try each.
Oh, I see. They're tinted glasses, but yeah, they've already ruined it. This should be like spinning around so you lose track of it. But even then, like you can still kind of know
Kind,
which is
and
which.
let's see if we can taste the difference, if we could taste those artificial flavors.
Okay. That's one. Tastes like a Dorito.
Okay.
Is it a Cool Ranch Dorito? Or I assume they're supposed to be Cool Ranch. Or the cheese. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess because the other one looks kind of orange. I think they're supposed to be the nacho flavor.
I'm gonna have to chew it now. Now everybody's gonna sit and listen to it, which is a little awkward. But here we are.
Eating on TV is real fun.
We're in it together. Sorry about this. I can't tell.
Can we get someone else?
Wait.
Jen, can you come and taste the chip with us?
I can't tell.
Wait, come on in.
Which one of these is?
Okay,
Is this naked?
Do you want me to take it off?
Can I try the chip or should I try the puff?
Which one do you think is naked?
This one, I think this one is naked. This one, the other one felt a little, like a little.
Allison.
I am.
You are correct.
She's correct?
Okay.
Okay, so are we going to do the puff now?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do I want snacks? Are you kidding?
Wait, I want to try a puff too, though.
That's where you like the orange. It reminds us of blocks of cheddar.
Can I try a puff?
Maybe you guys will disagree.
Okay.
Good.
Tastes like a puff.
Tastes like Cheeto.
Can we go to the other one?
And guys, what I think is the cool thing here is that, like little kids running around with the cheesy fingers,
I think that's
can't
the
wear a
naked
white
one.
shirt.
You think that's the naked one?
I think the far one is the naked
You're
one.
right.
Am I right?
Oh, look at
They didn't let the other girl guess.
Wow,
we did
this.
So if you guys want, you can take them off now.
They're
You can
really
see
good.
how they look different.
Oh, you're right.
I think a few things that are interesting here
They also just look like white cheddar.
is, you have a little kid running around, they might not have those cheesy fingers. So, having the colorless, or it's like a pale yellow, you wouldn't have the cheesy fingers.
But you would still have the pale yellow on the fingers because unless like food colors, it makes it stick to your fingers, which I don't think it is.
However, on the other side, one of the flavors they have is the Flamin' Hot Cheetos. So we don't have the Flamin' Hot Cheetos out here. We also don't have the Cool Ranch Doritos, but those are also flavors that they're rolling out. For each of those, I mean, you see Flamin' Hot Cheetos, you see the color, it's hot. So I don't know if that's gonna, make people not feel so great if they're picking up a Cheeto. They don't know if it's going to be spicy.
And don't go anywhere. I want our viewers to maybe grab a snack and stay right here where you're watching NBC News Daily.
We thank you for watching.
Very, very, very news style commentary, the banter. They had some time to fill, clearly. Okay, this is one that I wanted to watch for sure. Oh, can't move mouse with my hand while it's automating the clicking for me. I'm free. Okay. Prisoner program in Maine allows inmates to earn money working remote jobs. This could go one of two ways. Based or dystopia. It's America, so place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Preston Thorpe is a self-taught software engineer working remotely for a San Francisco-based tech company.
I guess. Oh no. Okay, so he has a Blue Yeti microphone. The classic Blue Yeti problem of pointed at my face. Point microphone, right? Negative. The pickup pattern on a Blue Yeti is a front address capsule. They're setting my boy up for failure.
I have an advantage because I have very little distractions.
Thorpe also happens to be an inmate at the Mountain View Correctional.
Is this like the monitor needs to be clear so they can see if they're like hiding a knife inside of it or something? Because that was kind of cool to have like a clear case around your monitor. That's kind of sick. Very like 2000s Y2K core.
Tech company.
I guess I have an advantage because I have very little distractions.
Thorpe also happens to be an inmate at the Mountain View Correctional Facility in Maine.
Okay, I don't like the framing of I have an advantage because I have very little distractions. I mean, should have phrased it the way around. I have very few freedoms. I mean distractions. Like, now, does the Mountain View facility get to, like, sell a service to companies that, look, we have a bunch of captive workers who are ready to work for you endlessly at machines? Or does the guy just get to just become an employee and get paid a full wage and just have the benefits of being an employee and the value that can add to his life? Or is it going to be a prorated, oh, because you're a prisoner, we only get you paid such and such amount? I'm going to guess it's the more of the latter. And I can imagine the facility, the same way that like a place would go, look, we're going to get a job with the, you know, lawn cutting places or, you know, license plate manufacturing. Those are usually more state run things. This is now a corporate job. So like imagine people who are picking crops and food or doing agricultural work as a thing like that. That's not just them opening the free labor market. That's them being sold as a cattle to a outside buyer. And I imagine that's what's happening here. Wait, why's my background removal turned on? That's weird. I was probably turning up all my frames unnecessarily. Whoops.
I have a purpose now. Like prior, you know, I had nothing going for me, and I had been a drug dealer for years.
Thorpe is one of
Why is it so quiet?
about 40 residents here working remotely for various industries. Across the country, at least 3 other states, including Kansas, Ohio, and California, allow some inmates to work remotely. Maine is at the forefront, according to the Alliance for Higher Education in Prison, requiring inmates to first complete higher education and comply with the case plan set by social workers.
We've taken it to the next level where we, you know, allow and encourage individuals access to the internet.
That work netting at least one inmate a 6-figure salary. But per state law in Maine, after taxes, 25% of the earnings are put towards paying restitution to victims.
That's not necessarily the worst way. It all depends on how it's set up. Up to 25% or 25% or more.
Work netting at least one inmate a 6-figure salary. But per state law in Maine,
That's such a funny thing to like point out specifically. If this person was particularly skilled at the job that they did, that they were able to have such a high wage, then whatever. Why is that like someone in jail was able to provide us, you know, their skills? They should be killed for it. You know, I remember conversations in the car or at the dinner table about why it doesn't seem right that prisoners even get a color TV. You know what I mean? Like, so we're coming from a world of that. But justice has had the situation and the problem of how can you adequately help the victims, and victim assistance is commonly absent. So having restitutions be a part of the process and making sure that it's in there is not the worst thing. I was thinking that was like they were taking some for their own coffers or whatever, but I wonder if more of it gets pulled out.
After taxes, 25% of the earnings are put towards paying restitution to victims. 10% is set aside for prison room and board.
See, there you go. And there you go. 10% after taxes is set aside for room and board. That's an expensive ass room and board. Also, people pay taxes to provide that room and board. They're losing their freedoms to have that room and board. So you get to just dock 10% of their post-tax pay, which is actually higher percentage than just 10% of their pay, for room and board. Oh, they're so, what a nice B&B that they're staying at.
Why should someone in the prison system be allowed to work?
That's the framing that we live in, baby. Why is someone in the prison system should be allowed to work? The idea that we like working is a privilege in their mind, and you, a disgusting criminal, should not even be given the ability to work. So like working is not even seen as a necessity. Working is not even seen as an annoyance or an issue. That's crazy. The framing of all of it.
Why should someone in the prison system be allowed to work outside the prison walls, so to speak, and make a six-figure salary?
If people really care about victims and survivors of crime that are owed money, the way that we do that is we provide meaningful work for individuals that are incarcerated so they can pay down those debts.
Thorpe earning enough.
Just straight up. The humanity is not even involved. It's just about the money.
To buy a home.
I mean, if I was not paying him market rate, I think he wouldn't be able to do that. He's doing quality work.
Whoa.
I mean, if I was not paying him market rate, I think he wouldn't be able to do that. He's doing quality work, by the way, that people with 20 years of experience can't do.
Thorpe is on the verge of finishing his prison sentence, knowing he'll...
Oh, that's a sick keyboard. Are you saying that you're not paying him market rate?
So they can pay down those debts.
Thorpe earning enough to buy a home.
I mean, if I was not paying him market rate, I think...
if I was not paying him market rate, to think...
he wouldn't be able to do that. He's doing quality...
He wouldn't be able to do that. If I was... Oh, so he's paying him market rate. So he would not be able to buy his home if you were not paying him market rate, I think is what he's saying.
Quality work, by the way, that people with 20 years of experience can't do.
Thorpe is on the verge of finishing his prison sentence, knowing he'll leave here financially stable and employed. Ryan Hopkins is about halfway through his 42-year sentence. After earning a bachelor's and master's degree behind bars, he now provides remote tech support.
I created this system with AI to create the tickets and all that. Then I report everything here.
I created this system with AI. Sure, bro. Sure. You made a form. Got it. It sounds cool, and obviously this person is getting their life back together. I don't even know what crime they did, obviously, but going sicko mode with the vertical monitor. The setups are atrocious because they're in prison.
On Slack.
Hopkins will be in his 60s by the time he's released, working now to fund that eventual future.
Now I feel like I've started my life in here.
He's like keyboard on the lap. They don't even have a drawer. The ergonomics, there's no care for that. Ass chairs they'd be sitting in all day. They don't care about that. They're not even sure these people deserve. Is that Ethernet running through the fucking wall? What is that?
The transition's going to be much softer.
Thorpe's outlook on life much different than when he first arrived.
I had pretty much like resigned myself to that I would never have like a family or, you know, like a normal kind of career and all those.
See, like allowing people into regular society. Crimes are, laws are set up to set up the structures and rules of society, the guardrails or whatever. And then when people break those rules, they're outside of society. And you want to bring them back into society. You want to make them rules followers or whatever. Like, we as a society all work together. We're all a bunch of ants. We build up the pile of food and make the tunnels, and we all live in a beautiful ant mound full of food. But if you break that system, then you currently are outside of that system. You're put into jail, in theory, the way it's supposed to work. So you want to encourage them to come back to society and show them the good side of it. If you just constantly punish them and whip them and call them a fucking cockroach, then they're just going to say, fine, I'll be a cockroach and I'm not going to live in your human society. Like, it's just the most obvious one-to-one thing. If you're trying to convince them to be a member of society, why the fuck would you not show them what being a member of society is like?
Things are like within reach now.
I want to give them opportunity to be successful and to give back to the community inside and outside of the facility.
A connection to the outside world and a window.
I knew what it would be. I was afraid that there would be more of a pay disparity, them taking 10% instead of significantly more. It seems like they, at least based off this framing, are able to just get after, obviously passing and proving that they can, they've earned degrees and they've, gone through different steps in our current sort of aggressively unhelpful system. If they're making the means of what they have, then they're able to then get clearance to have a computer or whatever it is, right? The things that they may not normally get access to. And then able to just enter the job market as an individual, which I think is good. That's a better way to do it. They still dock pay because they have to. They just have to. Permanently. Not even like, okay, we'll dock pay up to the cost of the monitor and the computer and whatever it is that you needed over a period of time. They're just 10% permanently. Oh, you're in here for 40 years? Beautiful. We'll get 10% for 40 years. That's kind of crazy, man. Kind of crazy. I mean, I kind of expected it to be like this, but I guess it's not as bad, but it's still not the best way. Okay, next one. America is toxic, and now a toxic gas leak.
This morning, the major cleanup underway after a chemical leak in Oklahoma left dozens hospitalized.
Sorry, it was a little quiet.
Major cleanup underway after a chemical leak in Oklahoma left dozens hospitalized.
We just have a huge cloud of gas coming out the west side of the Holiday Inn is all we can see.
Video shows thick clouds of what officials say is anhydrous ammonia gas, a concentrate farming fertilizer. That gas engulfing the parking lot.
Oh no, that's cancer. Concentrated aerosolized fertilizer. Oh, that's mega cancer. Oh no.
Of a Holiday Inn.
Fair. Yeah, what do you know?
Wednesday, west of Oklahoma City.
I see like an old lady coughing and everybody's coughing around us. So we just ran through that cloud of smoke. We couldn't breathe. Like I thought I'm dying. I thought I'm going to quit running and just collapse on the floor.
First responders racing to the scene, more than 70 people receiving treatment.
Oh my God, dude.
11 of them in critical condition.
There were some serious injuries, and those were meta-flighted to Oklahoma City.
My roommate, his lips were just swollen blue and crusted over, and his eyes were bloodshot.
Police going door to door in gas masks, evacuating nearly 1,000 residents in a 1.5 mile.
Whoa, how big of a fucking truck was the? Oh my God, mega cancer.
Radius, including at least 2 nursing homes. Hundreds more people told to shelter in place. Authorities say the gas came from a tanker truck carrying 25,000 pounds of ammonia.
I don't know what that means. That's a gas. Gas is weightless to me, dude. What the fuck? Oh, it's right outside of like a housing area and a fucking hotel. No wonder there were so many people impacted. What was it just doing sitting there?
The incident is believed to have been an accident as the driver had stopped at the hotel for the night.
Right now.
Duh. Okay. Duh. I'm like, why the fuck would a first? Okay. Duh. Okay.
Best what we can determine that it was either a mechanical failure on a valve or it was a faulty seal.
It's also in the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma. What the fuck? It's not like it's like some kind of like terrorist attack. It's like, huh? But yeah, I mean, some car bumps into some other car, road potholes, this thing's rattling around, getting bumped and scraped and dinged, driving for the profit motive for years, every O-ring getting slowly cracked in sun exposure. Eventually, one's going to go.
Now, that shelter-in-place order has since been lifted, but officials say it could take a number of days to clean up all that ammonia. And this morning, several people remain in critical condition.
In what way are you ever going to go like, we're good. Time to mow the lawn and kick up all this grass that was just coated in this shit? Like, I wouldn't go outside. I mean, I don't go outside that much, to be honest. But I wouldn't go outside for a month, you know. I don't know, man. That sucks. That sucks. Maybe this could help. Maybe it actually probably won't help. Actually, a different kind of cloud. We're going segues here. We got our segues. An atmospheric river taking aim at Southern California.
Out of the dangerous storm hitting California at this hour, evacuation warnings have been issued. More than 22 million Americans under alerts now. Heavy rain expected tonight right through tomorrow. Oh my God,
why is it so red? I'm sorry, it's so loud. It doesn't sound that loud.
Flash flood watches in effect from San Diego right up the coast. Winds gusting up to 45 miles per hour. Authorities now warning this could be very dangerous. Matt Gutman in the storm zone tonight.
Tonight, roadblocks are up and evacuation warnings are in place in Southern California as a powerful atmospheric river threatens to turn hillsides into mud. Our station KBC tracking road conditions in Sherman Oaks. Watch closely as this Tesla loses control, spins out, and slams
It's probably just doing self-driving. I mean, you don't know.
Into the guardrail on the 405 freeway. First responders warning residents if they don't evacuate when told, it could be too late.
There is nothing that can stop a mudslide. Once it starts, it's on its own timetable. We will come and rescue and help.
Dude, did you hear that person screaming? This is obviously footage they're just voicing over, but
it's on its own timetable. We will come and rescue and
that's crazy.
And help if something should happen. But before that, you can pay attention to the weather.
And this is what authorities are afraid of.
Oh my gosh.
Back in September, heavy rain fueled by the
wow. Oh yeah, that'll fuck you up. Good. That's fast too. That's not even like a slow moving mudslide. That was booking. Was that actually mud or not just dirty water? What the hell?
Is what authorities are afraid of.
Oh my gosh.
Back in September, heavy rain fueled.
I guess what is mud other than dirty water?
By the remnants of Tropical Storm Mario, washed away vehicles in Barstow.
Watch out! Oh my!
And brought a mountain of mud into the town of Oak Glen. Meanwhile, in the Central California mountains, the pack fire is out of control, already burning 20 structures and scorching more than 3,000 acres.
I did not realize there was so much bullshit happening in California right now.
But the storm's now giving those firefighters a hand and could possibly put an early end to fire season here.
David, we're here at the burn scars in Altadena and across Southern California. Authorities have deployed 13,000 feet of K-rail like this. You can see that green absorbent boom. Now, the worst of the rain forecast for tonight into tomorrow morning, and those evacuation warnings will remain in place through Sunday morning. David.
Matt, you and I know those burn scars can become very dangerous very quickly from this. Matt, thank you.
Okay. That makes sense. Shit gets burned up, and then heavy rain comes and then washes away that loose settlement. That makes sense. The burn scar into waterway. I assume
in Altadena and across Southern California, authorities have deployed 13,000 feet of K-rail like this. You can see.
so. That's just there to help be like a barrier and to help push or it's a just to prevent the flooding. It just sort of help direct it, I guess. But eventually it'll fail, right? If there's enough water and stuff. But then this part,
that green absorbent boom. Now, the worst of the rain.
Green absorbent boom. Having something up there that can absorb water, it's kind of like a sandbag. Although a sandbag, well, yeah, I mean, sand will absorb water and stuff, but it's just to be a barrier of some kind. I'm not sure if there's something special about the material that's inside of it. I don't really know. It's flood stuff. They must have a lot of this shit to put out. They must have been. And it'll get deployed. The best stuff will get deployed in the richest areas because that makes sense for them. Interesting. Okay, shit's fucked in California. Let's see. We'll do a couple more short ones here. Factors that could explain the rise in U.S. executions. Uh-oh. I moved my mouse. I did things wrong. I forgot. It's automated. Okay. And then
a man in South Carolina is said to
so quiet.
Be executed by firing squad today. 44.
South Carolina's crazy, dude. Firing squad? I mean, maybe that is the safe. I don't. Lethal injection just seems to be crueler and crueler the more you learn about it. Electrocution is also insane. So maybe firing squad is the fucking actual way to. I mean, you shouldn't be killing people, but.
A man in South Carolina is said to be executed by firing squad today. 44-year-old Stephen Bryant was convicted of killing 3 people in 2004. He's the 3rd person in the state to die by firing squad this year.
So somebody in Oklahoma, somebody in Florida, and then somebody. I thought this is the people that they killed or whatever. He looks evil. I mean, he must have done a bad crime to be, whatever, but or at least convicted of a bad crime. Just the framing of it, making them.
Yesterday, a Florida man was executed by injection for killing and raping a girl in 1979. And in Oklahoma, the governor granted clemency for a man who is said to be executed for his role in a 2002 lethal stabbing.
Oh, I think I saw an article or title about that one. Okay, I didn't realize they were all separate. I thought these are the 3 from firing squad.
Executions in the U.S. are increasing. The Death Penalty Information Center says there have been 42 executions this year. Robin Marr is the executive director at the Death Penalty Information Center. Thank you for being here. We know that.
Yeah, hopefully this person is a person who's there to stop death penalties, not where all systems go on death penalty, baby. I'm gonna grab another drink.
The president has encouraged states to use the death penalty. Is that why they're on the rise?
Well, it's one possible explanation, but like most things, there are lots of factors at play here. I mean, President Trump never made any secret about his enthusiasm for the death penalty when he was on the campaign trail, and that has followed through to when he's president. He issued an executive order in January directing his attorney general to use the death penalty, the federal death penalty, as often as possible and to encourage states to use the death penalty more often. And the death penalty's always been political. It's been political throughout history. So I think it's fair to say that in some states,
I want to see that graph. I mean, or that chart or whatever. Hey, crime's down across the board, right? You know, America's getting safer and safer as a whole. Let's increase death penalties, though. Awesome.
it's been political throughout history. So I think it's fair to say that in some states, elected officials there are listening to the president's invitation to use the death penalty more often and scheduling more executions. But we also need to step back because what's clear is that it's a minority of states that are using the death penalty now actively. Right now, we have 42 executions across 11 states. But if we took Florida out of the equation, which has executed 16 people this year, we'd have a year that looks like we'd have a year that looks like most other years. So Florida really is the outlier here. Florida's execution numbers, which are the highest they've ever been in history, are really the
Totally not political, though. Totally nothing to do with the Trump administration. Sure.
ones that are tipping the scale.
Why are some inmates on death row choosing firing squads?
Well, the idea that inmates are choosing any kind of execution method is a little bit of a misnomer.
Okay, I was like, oh wow, they actually get to choose themselves. That does seem like the smallest bit of like a light in this situation, because maybe they don't want to die by lethal injection because it's insane. And then they go, actually, no, you silly bitch. Of course not. You can't choose. And it's like, oh my God, never mind. Oh no.
Prisoners are given limited information about what methods of execution will be used. And in South Carolina, that information is very secretive about
what?
Lethal injection or electric chair. Those are the other two options. So Mr. Bryan has chosen the firing squad, I think very reluctantly, without really understanding meaningfully what that's going to entail.
I don't think there's much hidden about what a firing squad is. Like, if they know how many guns there are and what model of gun and how many blanks are distributed in the guns to have plausible deniability for the ones pulling the triggers. But like, no, man. I think a firing squad is probably the most known method of execution and how it will be played out.
Feel free to elaborate on that if you would like in your next answer. But also, I want to ask you, Gallup polling shows public support for the death penalty has decreased. Does that create pressure for state leaders to grant clemency like we saw in Oklahoma?
Well, it certainly should. I think what it shows is that there's a huge disconnect between what elected officials are doing and what the American public wants. I mean, we've seen the decreasing numbers trending this way for.
So I don't understand her stance on this because she's from a center about executions. I cannot imagine, even with my understanding of the American healthcare that we have, that she is a part of a team that is like just all about the facts and figures of death penalty and with no opinion on it whatsoever. I'm thinking of this if this presentation and interview was done from Democracy Now!, how it would be phrased, and the person would be like, look, I want to make this clear. These are the number of things. These are the different things that are seen to be bad. These are the individuals that have been executed despite having their innocence professed by all parties, prosecutors, judge, victims, everybody. And yet, but she's just like, nah, it's just on the rise. Who's to say, oh, public sentiment is down on it more than ever, and yet there's more that are happening more than ever. Who's to say?
Many decades now. We're down from a high of 80% down to barely a majority of people supporting use of the death.
Oh no, dude. I did not realize it was that bad. America had an over 80% approval of the death penalty, and now we're just barely at slightly a majority of 51 plus. And it's like, oh, it's still terrible.
Penalty. And when you dig into those numbers, I think they become even higher. Lots of concerns about fairness, about racism, about the errors that we're seeing in death penalty cases. So I think that elected officials that are paying attention to what the American public is saying will probably be more cautious about how they're using it in the future and may look to correct some of the injustices through commutations, as Governor Stitt did.
Robin Marr, thank you.
Pleasure.
Crazy. Mildly depressing. Now let's go with a longer one. It's not that much longer though. This is a Donny O'Sullivan video. This will be fun. Oh shit. Yeah, I thought that might happen. Because the title wasn't where I thought it was. Because white genocide has been pulled up here. So in the future, I should use my button that does not grab the title when I notice that. Case in point to myself. CNN visits whites only town in Arkansas. That's Monka. What?
You want a white nation? Build a white town.
That organized. I'm organized. Oh my god, sorry. Racism, way too dank.
You want a white nation? Build a white town.
That organized. I'm organized with like-minded people.
We're part of a living tradition that we can't lose.
We were up early this morning to go to a whites-only town.
What? 720.
In rural Arkansas. Eric, who runs the town, is all over social media. He's going on.
When you say runs the town, whites only.
YouTube and podcasts.
Oh, look. Interesting. They choose some kind of runic shape. Oh wait, hold on. That's someone was telling me that their friend or someone in their town or whatever had a tattoo with this very specific thing. Interesting. This like certain type of I forget which rune name it is, but it's like it looks like a little sperm with 2 feet. It's like a virus diamond head with 2 feet, and then they kind of fan up.
And podcasts, very prominent neo-Nazis and white supremacists.
Damn it, he's drinking White Monster. Now I feel like a white monster for enjoying a White Monster occasionally. Damn it. I mean, he also breathes air, so I can't, put myself through denying necessities.
And anti-Semites in the US, and they're letting CNN come visit them. There he is.
Donnie, I'd be worried for your life, bro. I mean, honestly.
Donny O'Sullivan, nice to meet you. And how many acres?
I don't want to get all phrenology but you see a guy that looks like this. I mean, he just looks like a white supremacist. Doesn't he just look? I mean, I don't know what the hair is there. He just has that like hooded brow with the dark eyes and the ears have an angle. He just looks evil. Also, the polo shirt. I don't like it. The vibes are fucked, unfortunately, from afar. Maybe fortunately from afar, right?
O'Sullivan, nice to meet you. And how many acres have you got here? Or
160.
Okay.
Ish.
It's pretty sizable.
Yeah. That is a pavilion, or will be a pavilion. Just a place to meet up.
That is a pavilion. Well, it will be. Just a bunch of weeds. Just a bunch of trash.
What does somebody have to do, or what does somebody have to be to come live here?
You have to be someone who identifies with your European heritage and ancestry.
So European, white.
Those are synonyms to me.
Right now, there's about 40 or so people living here, give or take. But you told me.
Okay, there's 40 people that live in this town. Okay. If somebody wants to come here, there are some classrooms that have 40 people in them. You know what I mean? Like there are like, elementary school classrooms of 40 people in them. What do you, okay. You got 140-ish acres on just your bottle. Oh my God, dude.
There's hundreds of people want to move here. Hundreds of people have applied.
Yeah, there are quite a few people waiting to be interviewed.
Wow. Are they all racist?
Well, it depends on what you mean by racist.
Oh, I mean racist. Oh, you do? Okay, then yeah, I guess you're right.
Are they racist in the sense that they hate other groups of people and want to deprive other groups of people
Finish the thought, bro.
of resources or opportunities? No.
No. No. But they wouldn't want to live next to them. They would specifically look for the only place that makes that, well, there are other places out there, but in America, on the books at least, that avoids having to live around other people. Even just, also, you're depriving those people of your wonderful community that you're trying to move into. So even if you see this as a good thing, now you're depriving somebody a good thing in your own fucking logic.
People like Eric are afraid that white Americans are being replaced, and a projection from the U.S. Census.
And that's where the white genocide theory comes down. White nationalist conspiracy theory that claims there's a deliberate plot to cause the extinction of white people through forced assimilation, mass immigration, or violent genocide. My favorite response to this now is, even if this was real, so what? Even if more white people will be outnumbered in X number of years, even tomorrow, it'll be outnumbered. So what? I thought you don't care about race. So what? Tell me why it's bad. Like, there's a lot of other ways you can look at it and tell them how not true it is, and whiteness is a fucking concept, but just be like, why the fuck do you care? Why does it matter to you so much? Because you have to then start saying racism shit, and they don't want to say racist shit. They just want to say like, well, I'm concerned about this. I think it's bad. Well, tell me why you think it's bad.
Census has them worried.
I think America is due to become a minority white country for the first time in the 2040s. Are you concerned about that?
Of course I'm concerned about that. And look at what's happened in South Africa, right? White people used to run that country.
Let's just start looking at a very specific point in time and say, wow, okay, well, white people are in charge. Okay, let's not question that at all, right? Let's just look at that as like the starting point. But then now they don't run the country anymore. Oh no, even though they own the vast majority of the land to this day still. Oh my God. Like, that's insane. Oh man, because I thought he was gonna go with the whole white genocide thing with like Elon Musk's, and oh my God.
When the tides turned and political control was given to non-white people there, people
that pause, that pregnant pause, and the like lack of eyebrows staring at you because he wanted to say it so bad, but even he doesn't want to say he's racist. He's literally from the whites only town in Arkansas, and he won't say that he wants to be racist, right? The whole reason, again, of pointing you in the face and say, tell me what's fucking wrong with whites no longer being majority. Tell me what's wrong with it, you bitch. Because they're some of them aren't pussy, and they'll just tell you the racist bullshit. And then other people hear it and they go gross, and then they walk away, right? That's the best defense against that disgustingness, right? But even this little worm won't fucking say it.
Have to live behind bars and be very cautious. There's private security everywhere.
But these fears aren't confined to rural Arkansas.
The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country.
They're everywhere.
In political terms, this policy is called the Great Replacement.
And the name of one white minority country keeps coming up.
Terrible things are happening in South Africa. The leadership is...
True. I mean, but that's the thing. That's the thing, man. Nobody wants to be racist, even in a town of 40 in a whites-only town.
Doing some terrible things, this horrible things. So,
indeed, Eric took inspiration from a white...
He's going to get canceled, man. His mutuals on Twitter, he won't be able to... You know, I mean, if anything, that's going to give him engagement on Twitter. On our new X, the Everything app, yeah, absolutely.
It's only town in South Africa for what he's building here in Arkansas.
Many of us imagine, what is this going to look like when we are actually a minority? And so we see what's happening in South Africa and we say, is that going to be us?
Trump has even claimed a so-called white genocide is happening in South Africa.
but it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about.
Welcome to the United States of America.
He's used this as a reason to open up the US refugee program to white South Africans. Something that in the US has become the butt of late-night jokes.
President Trump has signed an executive order giving refugee status to white people from South Africa. Huh. You know, I could have sworn that white people had it good in South Africa. Must be the Mandela effect.
That's hilarious.
Specifically, Trump...
I mean, that was a pretty good, you know, canned, complete joke right there. I appreciate that. That was a decent one.
Trump is giving refugee status to Afrikaners.
These are the descendants of the people who created the most diabolical system of white supremacy in human history, apartheid.
I don't know details about apartheid specifically in South Africa. I think it's wild to say that was just because I am vaguely aware of, I mean, like, chattel slavery in general was seen as particularly obscene in the grossness of what they did. Because even other Western nations that still did abhorrent slavery and stuff did not do chattel slavery specifically, creating, like, dehumanizing them to the extent that we did. And while I'm sure there was, you know, very similar things on both, you know, on all the different versions of it, but just to say it's the most disgusting form of it is whitewashing ourselves is basically what I'm getting at. But maybe, again, I'm not a fucking slavery expert. It's just one of the things that I've been, because, like, people talk about, well, there's slavery that exists in Africa. There's slavery that existed in other countries before. Why are you so mad about the South and the way that America did slavery? But there's, like, if there was particular problems with the version of slavery that we had on top of slavery just being bad on its own, right? But that also could lead into some of the reasons why the persistence of the white supremacist things being baked into America were because of how different it was.
To Alabama to meet one of the new Afrikaner refugees.
Hello, how are you? Nice to meet you.
Oh, wow. Tattoo check? Can't quite make out what it is from here, but we'll keep an eye on it. A white Afrikaner moving to middle of nowhere, 40 people, Arkansas. Dude, you're not going to be able to, like, be a separate class of individual in this place. You're not going to, there's no one to subjugate. Are you sure you want to live here, bro?
Errol Langton, who had just moved to the US with his family.
Could we get 2 of the breakfast sandwiches, please?
You seem happy.
I'm very happy. Happier than I've been in a long time.
Yeah.
Less stressed, that's all.
Anybody who knows me, the first thing that they do is, if they haven't seen me in a few months since leaving South Africa, is the first thing is go, you're looking good, you're looking healthy, you're looking like you're getting on top of things.
Where you lived in South Africa, you and your family felt unsafe?
We are very nomadic, so we've lived in multiple locations as a family, and in multiple locations I've had the same kind of sense of, I'm just waiting for something bad to happen, and I've had bad things happen.
In 2003, Errol says he was stabbed 15 times in his home. He says the intruder was black, but he doesn't know if the attack was racially motivated.
Is there a white genocide in South Africa?
South African accent is kind of weird. I'm a fucking Floridian moron, so I am not able to place anything from the accent specifically. I just know that they have a weird way of talking.
I feel that's a little bit of a loaded question because genocide, the definition of genocide is such that you can interpret it any way you want.
Wait, I want to hear the question again.
Motivated.
Is there a white genocide in South Africa?
I feel that's a little bit of a loaded question because genocide, the definition of genocide is such that you can interpret it any way you want.
I mean, that was one of the biggest talking points back whenever people would say there's genocide happening in Gaza. And people would go, well, that's not technically a genocide, a phobophilia, whatever. Even though it literally was and still is technically a genocide. But there's they would talk about how there is such a specifics and they're looking for, they're saying that they weren't meeting the markers of them, despite meeting the markers of them. But now you're like, it could mean anything, actually.
Do I believe there's a white genocide? Yes, I do.
I was gonna say, there's no way he's acting like he's gonna say no, but motherfucker moved out of there. He fled.
They want it to be a black country. And if that's not the definition of genocide, I don't know what is.
Just making sure to keep myself from saying things I shouldn't say, for one. I don't normally jump to specifically saying insane shit or whatever, but it's and also trying to make sure to collect my thoughts, because he's making a claim that they want a black country, which is never anywhere at all what they've ever said. So he's just putting words in their mouth, and it's about proper land ownership. It's about continuing to break down the problems that the apartheid had built up. And there's still a ruling class of whites that are holding on to the capital. And there's a lot of details with the way that the South Africa situation has not gone the way that they pretended it did. When Nelson Mandela and them, broke down the apartheid system, they did not turn into bedlam of killing whites in the streets or whatever. It was never like that at all. And they've had a very slow regaining of political power, comparatively to what even they were expecting. So then all of a sudden now to say that these things are happening in such a way is ridiculous. And they say that these owners that are mistreating their workers that ever have any backlash is all because of a white genocide thing is kind of disgusting. I don't know the reasoning behind his particular stabbing in 2003. It doesn't even matter if it was a unjustified, not that a stabbing is justified or whatever, but you get the idea that it wasn't it was a work dispute or something else. He just says, I don't know if it was racially motivated or not, and just leaves it at that. But he's a racist. He's just he moved to a racist town because he's a racist.
Again, it's not always just about murdering. It's the term is eradication, by whatever means.
So
who said anything about money? Now he's saying it's not about money?
Has the idea of white persecution in South Africa taken such a strong hold in the US?
I think one could say that a lot of the problems that we experience in South Africa today
might be experienced by countries like America in the future.
A lot of it.
So why are you coming here, dude? Why would you come here? Also, the insanity, just thinking back on it, to open up, to cut off and to spit on refugees of countries that we have had a hand in destabilizing, and then to open up the kind hand to white only South Africans to flee their genocide is not even The Onion could do that kind of, like, it wouldn't even be funny. It's just stupid. It's just gross. It's just so fucking apparent. It's exhausting to go to somebody who's like, what do you mean he's racist? And then you try to explain it. And these are just 1 out of 1,000 drops that are all very clear in their own. And then you try and share them all at the top of your head, and it's just falls on deaf ears. And it's insane how clear it is, and insane how little people want to listen to it. That there has to be a story set up and framed this way because of the wildness of it.
It is down to this man, Ernst Roots, an Afrikaner who's made multiple trips to Washington, D.C. and has appeared all across conservative media.
Especially farmers in South Africa, white farmers in particular, where they would be tortured to death and it would receive very little
Farmers. They're out there in the fields with the big straw hat, working their field. Oh, they're not? Oh, weird.
news coverage, and that's unfortunately.
One of the lessons from South Africa is when white people or Westerners become a minority, the threats and the targeting doesn't stop, it becomes worse.
So you view this as a fight bigger than just for South Africa. It is for Western civilization.
We do believe that Western civilization is under threat. I think America should look to South Africa and be concerned.
How important has Donald Trump been for putting the Afrikaner issue on the world stage?
So is Afrikaner a term just for white South Africans? Is that what that is?
He's been fundamental, and he's played in a very important role.
Death, 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 horrible death.
This was that one. A South African ethnic group primarily descended from Dutch, French, German settlers. Yes, okay. Afrikaner is specifically white South Africans.
Root's message has made it to the White House.
Excuse me, turn the lights down and just put this on. It's right behind you.
When President Trump showed videos of what he said was evidence of white persecution in South Africa.
Now, this is very bad. These
Why is he turning the lights off to look at a television? It's not a projector, dog.
are burial sites right here. Burial sites, over 1,000 of white farmers.
So what is the truth?
These Afrikaners are among the most privileged people on the entire continent.
Everybody got all hot and bothered about, the program being stopped, and, South Africans are now coming in, and how unfair that is, and all these whiteys getting an opportunity when there's people somewhere else that should be getting an opportunity. I think it's utter bullshit.
Do Americans need to be worried? What really is going on in South Africa? We went there to find out.
Wait, what? This is not the whole story? Where's the whole story? These whiteys. He says it. Such thumbnail styles. I'm now getting distracted by. I was talking to Kara before. Oops, about thumbnails because we were working on the video, and just like this, the word fist bump with an image, right? Boom, that's a good thumbnail. Paper with an arrow going to it, and a classic IKEA thing. The framing of it, the open space, the non-annoying arrow but still an arrow. These are the tiniest versions of what a thumbnail becomes. There's just the side panel and how good they are. I do love me. I'll take a look at this. I'll add this one to the list of things. That one seems cool. We were talking about Millennial Gray not that long ago. I guess this video will come out later. This is just like a teaser or something. Sunday, November 16th. Okay, yeah. So there you go. Well, I guess we'll have a bit of a teaser for something later, maybe. I mean, I don't really, I mean, I know the story, but I guess it'd be good to get the information specifically on it. Okay. An evergreen story of our new fucking hellscape. Waiting for the thing to finish. American Psychology Association warns against using AI as a therapy.
And speaking of all the debates,
son of a bitch,
of all the ways that AI is set to give us a hand, what about using AI as your therapist? Well, today, the American...
I just think back on my mom was talking to me about, would it be cool if there was a computer program that could just be your friend and just talk to you as like a friend? It's like an AI friend. And I was like, that's so depressing. That's a terrible idea. Now, the amount of money it would take to start up that app or whatever was now to the point that it's going to crash our entire economy with the whole AI bubble problem. So it's not like it was a realistic thing to ever fucking implement, but he was right. That's an app that would then eventually take over / ruin our society. So
American Psychology Association is out with this new advisory about using AI chatbots for therapy, warning that they cannot substitute care from a qualified human professional, even as there is this shortage of behavioral therapists nationwide, and chatbots seem more than willing to dole out advice on mental health.
They're like, oh, don't worry. We said at the beginning, hey, if you need real advice, get real advice. All right, now I'm going to be your real advisor from here on out, and I'm here to help you, bro. And then even them on the back end, the CEO OpenAI being like, yo, if people want it, we'll give it to them. You know, we'll dial it back if someone's saying something, but ultimately we're here to provide. And if you want it, baby, we'll sell it to you. Not even like we need to rein this in so we don't let people do more harm than good. It's like, oh, are you an adult? You got it.
Health. Let's bring in Dr. Judy Ho, a clinical forensic neuropsychologist and author of the new Rules of an Attachment. Great to see you, doctor. Okay, so for a lot of people, I got to be honest, like it is notoriously hard to get into therapy, and yet AI chatbots are in all of our pockets. Have you seen a lot of people just starting to turn to AI?
It's so frustrating how, like, if you, Kara, her phone is so old, she has like gotten kicked off of her work network. So she can't look at emails or answer like a Zoom call or something on her phone, which is handy because, you know, oh, you're in a work call, but then you got to take a shit. You can just keep the call going on your phone, right? Handy. You want to make breakfast in the kitchen, bring it on your phone. Easy peasy, right? But now she's got kicked off because her phone is too old. She's got like a Galaxy 20 and I have a Galaxy 21. And if I wanted to do more streaming stuff, IRL things, having an iPhone with improved cameras and the different app store versus the Android, you know, all these different things. We got AirTags on the cat's collars, and we only have like an iPad or something that's like an actual like in the mesh network. So having the proper phones could help. Lots of things that could be good about, but like you go to buy a phone. Look at any phone from all the different companies. It's all like, we got AI built in, dog. Look at this. The camera is full of AI. It's going to look at everything you're doing. It's going to say things. It's going to listen to things. Everything's powered by AI. And it's like, ugh, it's the most trendy garbage shit.
AI for help working through issues?
Oh, absolutely, Gotti. This is such a timely topic because we are talking about this so much as a field. And as you can see, APA just put out this advisory. They're literally trying to catch up to user behavior because we are seeing people across the board talking to AI as if it's their buddy. And it's so easy. AI even has a friendly voice function where you can talk to them just like you're chatting with them while you're driving in the car. So
yeah, I agree. Hating it. Also, complete non sequitur, but I can't help it because my brain. I'm thinking, I don't know if it's a combination of the makeup or the lighting in the room or the clashing of the two, but her teeth look blue, and it's kind of distracting me. Weird.
So instead of people listening to podcasts, people are chatting with their AIs in the car as they're driving, as they're in their commute, and they ask AI all kinds of questions. But of course, as you just mentioned, it comes with a lot of trepidation too, because there's this recent lawsuit against ChatGPT because it appeared that AI advised a person on how to take their life.
Not just one, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm so glad you brought that up. One of the big criticisms of chatbots has been this like sycophantic super deference, sometimes like your best friend, sometimes even flirty. And when you're asking a chatbot to give you advice on a question, they kind of make you feel like you're the center of the universe, right? Like what kind of potential harms come with that type of approach to a human being when they're trying to work through issues and trying to figure.
Yeah. That's funny that they have that protection turned on, but then they'll have the AI version of Siri instead that's ready to suck your dick at any moment. Yeah. I remember trying to use the Google ones that exist forever and being frustrated with how bad before the LLMs, the large language model versions, because you'd be like, how many cups in a gallon? And they give you an answer. And it's like, okay, but then how many in a liter? And it's like, what do you mean in a liter? Or like, I don't know what you mean. And it's like, oh, you can't even continue a follow-up conversation from one sentence to the next, right? Or they just don't understand what you're trying to ask or whatever it is. And it's really frustrating how bad they are at things in the Siri style, the Alexa styles or whatever. But these models, though they have history, they're not any better at like doing beyond a Google search. You know what I mean? Like they're just a autofill, predictive autofill. It's it. Acting like it's general intelligence or whatever. And then like all the like application based AI, so like AI background removal is just neural network learning models that utilize the data sets that they have to build a baseline and then are able to adapt to things. But it's not an intelligence. It's just a data set and a parameter for growing that data set. It's not really the same thing as an intelligence, unless you're getting like really philosophical. What does an intelligence mean, man? What is the idea of learning? Or, it's just the entire economy is all the trillions of dollars are all wrapped up in what is basically predictive text. Like the jokes of back when you used to you start off a text message with the first, like the center word in your like predictive next word thing and just letting that build out a long chain until it repeats eventually. Like that's what this is.
Figure out like what is real and what is in their head.
It's such a good point because, Gotti, when I ask questions of ChatGPT, it'll tell me that my questions are brilliant or this is perfectly laid out. Who doesn't want to hear that to some extent? But actually, I've had to give feedback to ChatGPT like, okay, now none of your compliments mean anything because you always say all my questions are.
Yes. I mean, I literally do this with Kara all the time where I'm like, Kara, I am not afraid to tell you that makes you look fat. Kara, I'm not afraid to tell you your breath stinks. So when I tell you you smell nice or that looks good on you, please believe me. My compliments are not just fucking empty air. The fact that the AI has the same problem. The AI is just, glazing nonstop. It's so gross. It's probably one of the reasons why I just got away from it.
So great. And really, it's just a basic question, right? So there's definitely some psychological impact it's going to be having if it's just telling you that everything is wonderful, everything is great, when maybe that's not really the case. And then you're interacting with people in real life and they're saying, this wasn't a brilliant question. This is a
hey, what the fuck, you fucking idiot. It just reminds me of the really sad story we watched about the kid who sat out and drove out to a place for 4 hours and talked to the AI bot about killing themselves. And it was just like, hey King, you're going out in your own way, and you did this. You didn't hold any punches, man. You've got this. And it was just the most like tech bro in a can. And it's just doing nothing but the baseless I'm just trying to get money from the fucking higher ups kind of repeating in yes men mentality. If you said, actually, I think there's something to live for, it's like, hell yeah, bro. Of course you do. You got a whole life ahead of you, dog. You're the best, King. You know, just it would say this exact. It would immediately raise you up in the opposite direction. As long as that's the path that you're going.
Basic question, that's a big disconnect, right? And that's a cognitive dissonance that you're going to have to wrestle with. But also, I think that when people feel lonely, it can feel a lot more low lift to go to a chatbot rather than to actually interact in real life, because there's some real risks with that.
The risks for sure, yeah, and also low lift. I like that. I think that's a good way to phrase it. Barrier of entry is low. You can dabble in it if you just need it a little bit. But on a macro scale, hundreds of millions of people, you're going to have problems that arise from this type of behavior, especially as it continues, especially as other conditions get worse and worse. If we had better social safety nets, if we had better outcomes for people in general, if we had better health and better economic situations for people in general, like this problem with Americans and AI is a bigger issue, not only because we have more people, but also because America is worse than a lot of other places in a lot of ways than other places, other Western nations. You don't hear about people committing suicide in the UK or in France. I'm sure there will be some if there haven't been already, but I can see how the American system is ready for a bigger negative impact from a thing like this, especially on a macro scale, because it shows that there's more going on.
Could reject you. They can say something that you don't like to hear. And sometimes people just want a yes person. And at times, chatbots can be like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many implications here. Like there's the cost factor. There's the fact that, you go to a therapist, there's a long downloading process. And if you're talking to your chatbot all the time, they already know all that stuff. And yet what you said,
they don't know all that stuff. The stuff is saved in a log, but yeah, whatever.
It rings so very true. It does feel like, I mean, we've seen the use of AI excessively can lead to some problems, and using it for things like intimate problems or social attachment. In some ways, this seems like holding an AA meeting in a bar, right?
Right, exactly. And there has been more of an addictive process that's at play in terms of how people are becoming more and more reliant on AI. Obviously, it's not the same exact thing as alcohol or substance addiction, but we're talking about more process addictions, like when people become addicted to gambling, addicted to gaming or internet use. There's a slippery slope there where you become overly reliant for all of your coping needs, and you're using it to distract yourself and escape your problems. And it's actually causing more distress, causing dysfunctions in your relationships, causing you not to be able to meet your responsibilities. And despite this being a new and emerging technology, we are already seeing those types of behaviors in some users, which means that it's raising the risk of mental health concerns among a population that might already be vulnerable to mental health symptoms.
Dr. Judy Ho, this has been so illuminating. I got to say, thank you so much. So often we wonder, like, am I crazy for feeling this way, especially for the ways that AI has made us feel, and it's not even human. And you just made me feel like we just had a therapy session. So
I don't quite get the end of that specifically. Do you think you're going crazy for thinking that it's dumb for AI to be a therapist? I don't think that you were thinking that. I don't understand what he was getting at there at the end.
Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
We thank you.
Just laugh at him. Like, point and laugh. Ha 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 ha. All right. Chimp escapes zoo. Get it. I want to believe. What is it? Is it the fucking Bigfoot just flipped into the air? What is that? It's like the pose.
This photo taken today at the Indianapolis Zoo after that female chimpanzee escaped her enclosure, prompting a lockdown.
The one on top.
Bro, chimps are terrifying. They will rip you to shreds. You know, it's funny, monkey, whatever, but oh dear God.
Chimpanzee escaped her enclosure, prompting a lockdown.
The one on top is just animated and hooting and hollering and parading around.
Visitor Tom Fyrak was walking around as it all unfolded.
And I'm like, wait a minute, this chimpanzee can just climb down here and, you know, we'll be exchanging high fives here in a second, and it may not turn out so well.
Squad 13, Ambulance 11, EMS 91, 1200 West Washington Street at Indianapolis Zoo, animal bite.
It turns out no one was...
Oh God, I thought someone was bit. Also, what the fuck? Why is there text-to-speech?
West Washington Street at Indianapolis Zoo, animal bite.
It turns out no one was bitten. The zoo says the female chimp got loose around 10 a.m., sparking that lockdown. One local school district says field trips, including a group of second graders, sheltered on their buses. It appears the chimp at times was moving on top of this trail, seen here in zoo video.
The chimpanzee was sedated and returned to her exhibit. Zoo guests were safe at all times. There were no...
Safe at all times? All times? Safe? Chimp was out and could just climb down at any moment. Guests were unharmed, but the provisions of safety that were previously there are... There's no chimp climbing the pole after Eagles win the Super Bowl. It's Philadelphia. Was it the Eagles or was it... Which is the one that person was eating horse shit? I think it was the Eagles, right? Go Birds. It wasn't the Steelers. Pittsburgh.
No injuries to guests, zoo staff, or the animal.
Fyrak says he took these photos while he was stuck in a zoo cafe for well over an hour.
You could see the chimp starting to become more lethargic.
Absolutely, yeah. She started slowing down. She started leaning on the cage up there, and then eventually she just kind of, you know, slumped over.
Thankfully, now everyone's reportedly okay after a truly wild day at the zoo.
Zoos are kind of depressing because they are ultimately kind of a weird prison. I imagine most zoos do a good job of maybe even actually being good rehabilitation centers and do their best, but it's just one of those, yeah, like, because, like, you know, they'll always be like, well, these are ones that are hurt in the wild and can't be returned, and we do our best to be as mindful of them, but they're always in a very small enclosure, you know, dance monkey dance, literally in front of the people, right? So they do their best to say that, you know, what are we supposed to do? Kill these animals? No, we'll put them here. But here is never a really good enough solution. But also, you know, obviously you can't spend $1 million on each individual chimp's habitat, right? Obviously there's limitations on it. But probably you should just send them to a place that can probably take care of them, which will not be in every single municipality. The fact that there is a zoo in basically almost every city where you can go and see an animal and point at it is one of those things where it's like a half petting zoo at the mall. Yeah. I mean, petting zoos of like goats and domesticated animals are like, okay, I guess. I mean, the goats and the cows at a petting zoo got it better than most factory farmed animals. Even the ones that are not like cut into meat, but even like the, you know, the egg factories, the milk factories, they don't have it great. You know what I mean? It's a tough world out there for fucking, you know, animal husbandry and the animal side of it, at least. But I feel bad for the zoo animals, you know. I just thinking about petting zoo makes me think of just that very specific type of miscellaneous manure and feed smell. That mixture of the pellet food with like the hay and just the open shit of like, we went to a pumpkin patch place to buy some pumpkins for Halloween. There's I don't know, famous, but there's just like a local place that does pumpkin things. They do Christmas trees and they also do pumpkins. That's like the big things for them. And they had a little petting zoo on this one side. And bro, as soon as we started walking out and getting anywhere near the front gate, it's like, there's a petting zoo. I could smell it, dude. I hate that fucking manure smell, dude. It's crazy. Yeah, how small? Yeah, exactly. Like when we went to the New York Zoo, when we were in Manhattan, Central Park Zoo, sometimes you go there and like you can't see the animal because at least they have places where they can kind of like sneak away to, even though their enclosures are also small because it's in New York. I mean, they don't have a lot of space, but you want them to, like, even aquariums, you know, like a whale. How the fuck can you ever have a whale in captivity? Are you fucking kidding me? They are the size of a goddamn bus. They're bigger than a bus. How the fuck can you ever get a tank big enough for them? They had the entire ocean at their disposal. They usually migrated more than I've ever traveled my entire life each fucking year. You know what I mean? They swim and go through open, and it's like you could never build a fucking enclosure that could ever be adequate. You could have the entire, you know, Gulf of Mexico and it wouldn't be big enough, right? You would never be able to see them and it wouldn't be big enough, right? So it's like, how you could never do it? What the fuck? So, yeah, there's no, but also people want to learn, right? It teaches them about conservation. It teaches them. At Alveus, obviously, a Twitch version of it does an amazing job by having an incredibly large facility with very few animals, and they do their best to be as empathetic and caring of those individual cases. And usually there are also cases about being either healed and or cannot be returned to natural habitats because of, you know, human interaction for too long or whatever. And I realize that not every zoo can be that. Just maybe there should be less zoos. I don't know. It's just, I'll just defer to the experts. I bow out and say, I let you guys deal with the specifics. I just say zoos kind of make me depressed. It's just one of those things. Okay, what is this one? This story. I couldn't even, when I remember reading the headline at first, I didn't understand what the hell I was reading. Family of student expelled after confronting teen over deepfake porn images plans lawsuit. And I'm like, who did the family of student expelled after confronting teen over deepfake porn images plans lawsuit. So the family is planning the lawsuit of a student who was expelled for confronting a teen over deepfake porn by confronting what? Huh?
A Louisiana family plans to file a federal lawsuit against their school district in a case involving a deep fake pornographic image. Lawyers say the family's 13-year-old daughter confronted a male classmate who created a deep fake of her and then shared it, and then she got expelled.
What? I mean, like, if she hit him, we have a zero tolerance policy for violence. But the boy also got expelled, right? I mean, like, you can't. The framing of this story is she was the only one punished with this severity of a punishment. Also, what a fucked world that they could have a 13-year-old getting deep fakes made. Oh my fucking God, bro. You know, and it's like, should we have, you know, age gating on applications? And it's like, we're in a different world now, man. I don't know. Like, this is where I'm like, I'm kind of, I don't want to be the Luddite. I don't want to be the, you know, kids these days, but I'm like, we could definitely have some sort of, you know, keeping kids off certain parts of the internet would probably be good for a lot of people.
CBS News reporter Katie Weiss is live for us in New Orleans. Katie, you talked to the father of that 13-year-old girl. What did he have to say?
I did. He says that
You said, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. Like,
She's very upset, understandably, about all of this. She has
Katie Weiss for CBS News and Barry Weiss, probably unrelated. Probably Weiss is a common name, common enough, but I just immediately made that connection.
been out of school, expelled since August, and she won't be allowed to return, has not been allowed to return until just last week. But even now, coming back to school, she's on probation until at least January, which means no school dances, no trying out for school sports or doing any kind of extracurricular or after school activity.
What a needlessly punishing restriction just to make them feel like an other.
Activities. He says his daughter tried to report these pornographic images of both her and her friends earlier in the day before the bus incident took place, but says that the teachers, school staff ignored her complaint.
How the fuck could one, if not multiple staff ignore such an obscene problem? I'm not a school person, so putting myself into the shoes of an exhausted, mid-pubescent teacher, because all the kids are all going through in the worst part of humanity, the worst part of life, and there's just constant shit and a bunch of, I don't know, boy crying wolf scenarios where it's like, teacher, he said I got boobs, he keeps looking at my boobs. Teacher, he, I don't know, kicked my dick. Teacher, and it's like just nonstop. And is it at a point where now the deaf ears are like, teacher, they're doing deep fake porns of me? And it's like, no, they're not. Like, how can you possibly ignore such a thing? How exhausted or beleaguered or just fucking misogynistic are you that you can just roll that one off out of all? Like, that one should pique your interest out of all the other ones, Teacher, so-and-so drew me in a gross way, okay, whatever, man, they can draw. But teacher, they made a deep fake. Maybe it's a super old person, doesn't know what a deep fake is. What the fuck?
And then later on the bus, she ended up taking matters into her own hands. And he says, well, he doesn't agree with her behavior of hitting the boy.
Okay, yeah, she hit him back. Yeah, like, are you kidding me, dude? I think a teenager who's even tried all the correct methods, right? Violence, riots are the voice of the unheard. It is straight up. She tried going through all the peaceful protesting methods of telling the adults in the room and doing things and rising the matters of the attention. It's this hitting, though technically the individual crime of this 13-year-old girl, should be laid more at the feet of the individuals who ignored her, right? That would be, to me, the clearer issue here.
Boy who allegedly made these photos, he understands and he believes that expulsion was really excessive. He says that his daughter's an outgoing, fun-loving girl, that together, the two of them even do martial arts together.
None of that matters. That's all perfect victim narrative kind of shit. Doesn't matter.
But she's really just been tremendously impacted by this. Take a listen.
Of course, I'm very upset. I mean, it's disturbing. Those pictures are horrible. They're extremely explicit, and they look.
Oh my God, dude. Oh no, he must have had to have seen them. Oh my God, that's gotta be the worst. To be a parent, to have your daughter go through this at such a young age, and then to end up having to see them in the matter at hand, to see deep fakes of your own 13. Oh my God. The fact that the dad's not kicking down doors and beating people up is crazy.
Look real. You cannot tell the difference.
How has your daughter been holding up over the last couple of months that she's been out of school?
Not that great, honestly. I mean, she's strong and, she's tough, but, mentally it does play on her. She did.
Mentally, a 13-year-old is never fucking doing great, right? And then you add this shit on top of it. That's insane. And also, just like with the fucking prison stuff we were looking at earlier, oh, look, you were previously expelled, previously suspended, so now you're on probation. So now you're not allowed to go to a dance or even try out for extracurricular activities. Those are very, very, very time-sensitive things generally. Like if you want to be a part of a sports team, there's only a certain enrollment period in order to get tryouts and things. So like purposely excluding these individuals from the best parts of extracurriculars and the values of those and then now keeping them on the outside of it, not allowing them to go to the dances and things, keeping them on the outside, separating them from friends groups and things. All you're doing is creating more bad kids, more bad behaviors and things. If you show them the benefits of being within, like again, the systems in place are all punitive in measure, and then not even punitive when it matters, like stopping. Like they haven't talked once about what the kid who was doing the deepfaking had happened to them. What the fuck?
Yeah, with depression, anxiety. To me, her 8th grade year was pretty much ruined, which is her last year in middle school.
What do you think accountability looks like in this case?
I mean, there's no way. I assume that it's like porn. Like whenever I think of deep fake porn, usually it's just like, maybe this is my older phrasing, because it used to be you take a porn video and then you just basically using the tools, copy someone's face and morph it onto the thing. And it uses the language models, the learning models, whatever it is, to slowly figure out which pixels should go where. And it takes a lot of effort. And now it's easier and easier to do than ever before with computing, and the system's getting better at it. But it's still pasting someone's face on top of it. That's how you get like the Bidens dancing and all the other little things. So I assume that's what it is, but maybe it's more or less just like using their face and then just creating a still image of pornography or something. But yeah, I mean, if it's not AI, then it's CSAM. Like then it's actually like even more illegal, I think. Like, because this is not considered nearly as legal as that. So how could this other 13-year-old boy, like that's a bigger scenario, right? Like, so it might be just based off the circumstances, like clear that it's a deep fake, or maybe even the kid has admitted to how he did it or whatever app they used, or weird Russian fucking side-loaded app that they had to get to do that or whatever.
To me, I would like to see, protocol changes. Let's see some staff and higher up get trained on how to handle this properly.
Yeah, how could they not have already been fucking talking about this in any? There's no fucking way this has not come up at all. And it's if it literally has not come up at all still, then they're fucking lucky. But they should still have had, like, they have fucking active shooter drills, right? I'm sure. So they should have understandings of the new fucking ways that the world shifts over time and the problems that can come of it. They have lots of probably talks about keeping the kids off texting and stuff in classrooms. But this is like, especially with the burgeoning age of individuals and the, like, oh my God.
And now the family is planning to file suit against the school district by as early as late next week. Liz?
And Katie, you spoke to the family's attorneys. What did they say about this?
Still no information about if the boys who were making these images of not only one girl, but multiple girls, or movies or whatever it was they made, if they've had any kind of like repercussions, or if that's just boys will be boys.
Sure. Well, of course, also planning a legal strategy for that lawsuit that they plan to file. But the family's attorney also claims in this case that the school staff violated mandatory reporting laws by failing to do anything about the girls' initial complaints over these AI pornographic photos that you heard the father talking about. And that's what really led to this whole incident on the bus ride. Without, taking action.
She was trying to take action the correct way. This is an insanely serious issue. It's literally faked CSAM, or it's a pseudo version of CSAM. So like it's some of the most illegal stuff to have. The fact that they even have a fucking thing with a blurred picture of it is kind of insane, because that means whoever was adding this blur has potentially CSAM related stuff on their fucking machine. Usually that's dedicated for the worst computer in the fucking FBI vault that has all of the like obscene amount of shit all fucking stuck on it permanently. So this, and it's not like two wrongs make a right, where like, okay, if they expelled the boy, then they can expel the girl, whatever. Because obviously they're just beholden to their made up rules about their zero tolerance policies, and they say, oh, sorry, your hands are tied or whatever. Obviously the exceptions can be made, especially considering their own fucking failure, but they would never want to admit their own failure, so they just say, sorry, zero tolerance, we have to expel her, shrug, That's just what these things do. And that's one of the problems with like the way that people have to apologize for things, that they see the structures of corporations and now, you know, certain officials or whatever, who would rather not take accountability and instead make it more difficult, because it's easier to just sort of push people away than to hold yourself accountable. I've always fucking talked to myself and Kara all the time about being honest with yourself first is the most important step, because that's what leads you to then be honest with others outside. I have to constantly, even when I'm thinking like, you know, there's this problem, whatever, it's like, oh, but if I emptied the dishwasher, then the sink wouldn't be so stinky, you know, because then instead of having things sitting and soaking, they could be loaded into the dishwasher. But I've been lazy. And even though I'm mad about this thing sitting stinky, I should be thinking to myself first about the thing that I did not do right. You know, like, being honest with yourself is the most important and grounding way to move forward. Getting kind of off topic here with this, but they don't want to admit that they fucked up is basically all it comes down to. And it's just like, now we don't trust you anymore because you're not willing to be fucking honest.
And she felt she had to take action herself. And now they're just hoping that this lawsuit could also bring attention to, you know, this issue across the country for other parents and school teachers all over.
True. I mean, if this is just one school, but this is kind of the way that schools work, right? About hiding their own accountability and then also, you know, not dealing with this problem appropriately, not having the training for it, not having the protocol for it, not having the immediate lockdown on, are you fucking serious? You know, get this kid out of, you know, fucking lesson 2-1 of fucking his math class, and let's get to the bottom of this very serious, literally life altering issue for this girl right now. Are you fucking kidding me?
Over the nation who are also going to be grappling with this as AI becomes more accessible to preteens and teenagers who may not fully understand the severity of their actions. Take a listen.
There's no doubt that this is going to be a growing trend, because when we live in a world where 13-year-olds can get access to this kind of software, and in a heart.
Is this the student? They wouldn't put her in this thing, right? This lady looks young. I'm not sure how old people. I mean, I'm bad at judging. I assume this is like either a different plaintiff or a mother, or I don't know, a paralegal or something. But I'm just confused.
They do this to their peers, and the public needs to be made aware of this, because it's growing and it's going to get worse and worse.
Because they should definitely not be putting the 13-year-old's face into this story. So I'm just like worried that that's what that was. That person's probably older than 13, but sometimes, you know, bad webcams and makeup, you can't tell.
Now, the school district sent us a written statement saying that this was actually handled swiftly and that it's still undergoing an investigation by the local sheriff's office. I should say the
Classic statement by a place that's trying to hold fucking their shit.
boy in that case was charged about a month after the incident took place for
They're working swiftly on it.
10 counts of distributing pornographic material. Now, the school also says to us, quote,
10 counts.
unfortunately, in this case, there's a tremendous amount of misinformation and omissions of fact that present a one-sided story. The school district went on to say that we have never and will never steer from our mission of ensuring a safe and healthy learning environment for all students. Liz?
Katie Weiss, thank you so much.
Crazy. That is a disturbing omen for the world to come. Probably obviously not the first case of it, but it's maybe extra newsworthy because they are doing a lawsuit because of the lack of action or something. That's wild. You can't add things to your. Oh, here we go. It's right here. That's a video for that's a weekend video right there. Octopus trained to play the piano. That looks good. Crazy. Yeah, but that's just a grim omen for the world to come, because oh god. Since we're on the crime aspect of the weird news, what's a weird news section without Florida man put into it? I thought this one was interesting just because yeah, a video from Boralusa Sheriff. They did the whole alligator Alcatraz thing. They still have alligator Alcatraz. And they were like, hell yeah, this swamp, it'll eat people. They can't escape our facility, which is dumb because I mean, I guess Alcatraz is like on an island. So the idea is if you escape, you freeze to death and die. And they're just doing like a cruelty is the point thing. But like the Florida Everglades, people have lived there, you know, for fucking as long as human beings have been in this area, which is a long time. So the idea that people could not be in the swamp for 36 hours is kind of like funny. And obviously the more fish out of water in that regard is going to be the fucking thumbs covered in tactical gear, sweating their balls off in the fucking murky waters.
He's got a gun. Tonight, a Florida man in custody after a wild foot chase.
Crazy to just fucking just show his face. Like even like the show cops would put a blur over him. What the fuck?
Through a gator-infested swamp.
Drop it!
The Volusia County Sheriff's Office arresting 37-year-old suspect Earl Dory after a 36-hour search.
Hey guys, keep your cover when we're moving.
We then have a massive search where we lock the park.
Okay, this is pure propaganda here, clearly.
Park down, canines are brought in, bloodhounds.
Just this red alcoholic, multi-starred up, pressed fucking office dwelling cop acting like this shit's hard.
Drones, boats.
Okay. Sheriff, let's see. Volusia County. I don't want to dox myself accidentally by pulling up Google Maps or whatever. Volusia County is the Daytona Beach County area of Florida, which is, you know, about north of Orlando, sort of in the dead zone, the central area. It is on the coastal side, technically, on the Atlantic coastal. I have to think for a second. Population is 500,000 people. Florida does have a large population, one of the more populated states. Total budget is $1.4 billion. The budget of the sheriff's office is not explained, but they just got a $10 million increase. Next year's budget for Volusia County, Florida. Budget by fund. COVID transition fund. Hilarious. Summary operating budgets by fund. Did they really not? Have law enforcement education, crime prevention, law enforcement trust. Just because this is a county with, they're just talking about all the tools that they had to search for this one guy in the swamp.
Canines are brought in, bloodhounds, drones, boats.
That began earlier this week when deputies first encountered him while tracking down a stolen car. The confrontation turning into a chase on foot, ending at the DeLeon Springs State Park.
They found him while looking for a car. They just found him. What?
Over the next several hours, deputies arrest 2 of the 3 people inside, but Dory makes a run for it. Body cam video obtained by NBC News shows canine units weaving through trees and trudging through mud. At one point,
I could not imagine many hours of them doing that, and then later on, while helicopters is ever going. I'm sure that they were doing this for a bit, but then gave up on it.
Spotting him.
Show me your fucking hands. Show me your hands, do it now.
The sheriff's department says Dory drew a gun at them, then pointed that gun at his own head. NBC News unable to verify this against the video since Dory is not visible or audible. We were unable.
Chances, even now, slowly but surely, news outlets are disbelieving the police on things. This is really the best. That's crazy. Stevie, this is NBC.
Able to reach him for comment.
He's got a gun.
Unable to reach the guy in custody for comment. Yeah, I wonder why.
Drop the f***ing gun.
The suspect disappearing deeper into the swamp.
He's in the water.
While authorities try to negotiate.
Give up, dude. We don't want to f***ing shoot you. We don't want you to hurt yourself.
But ultimately managing to evade authorities until the Fish and Wildlife team spots him.
He had exactly what we knew happened. He had lost his pants and his shoes.
The sheriff's K9 unit making the arrest and posting images.
The dog took a nice chunk out of his bicep. So if you're going to get bit by anything,
oh my God,
I'd rather be the dog than a gator. And I just amazed he was able to elude us this long without any food, without any clothing, without any water. You know, just goes to show you when you want to avoid at all costs getting caught, what you'll go to.
They went into a facility. They went to some place where they thought some car was stolen and people were like getting arrested and some guy ran away and they just diverted this many resources. It wasn't even like he was like an escaped murderer. He's just some guy that ran away when the cops showed up, and they devoted this much time and effort, and then he was willing to die, and then like they send the dogs. They don't care about the dog because like, yeah, I can shoot the dog, whatever. Oh, but then he didn't want to shoot anything, and then the dog like fucking mauled him, all because he ran away from a house that was being raided. It wasn't even like they suspected him of a crime. They just, like, I'm thinking like these are stories set up in a way that they're like the one example of a bad thing, and then they make it out like it's the normal and their jobs are hard. But they were just tracking down this guy that just ran away afraid. You know what I mean? What the fuck? And also they did a bad job because they couldn't even keep up with him.
With that, Steve Patterson joins Top Story tonight. Steve, what do we know about the charges Dory now faces?
Yeah, Tom, the criminal history here is exactly why the sheriff says he likely ran from authorities and was so willing to commit.
The criminal history. This guy has been charged with things in the past and then paid his debt to society. But now he's terrified of cops just taking him away and ruining his life. That he was willing to kill himself because of the pain and suffering that's caused through that process.
Commit to violence in the first place. 6 separate counts of grand theft auto in 6 different counties, and this confrontation and chase into that swamp, adding 2 counts of aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer.
Excuse me? You just threw 2 extra counts of aggravated assault against a law enforcement officer because the law enforcement officer fell on his face in the swamp? There was no account in this body cam footage or anything about he got bitten by a dog. The dog's teeth as an officer?
The sheriff telling me, if convicted, that he will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars.
Yeah, escape.
And Florida's the state that's fucking killing people the most, too, so.
Escaping out of a swamp, not easy. Okay. We thank you for watching.
Yeah, oh my God. Ew, gross. I don't know what I was expecting from that story, honestly. Probably shouldn't have fucking picked it out. Here's a bit more of a more traditional political one. We were talking earlier before, weeks ago, I guess at this point, Marjorie Taylor Greene was kind of like positioning herself to be a post-MAGA person. But the entire time she was always saying, I love Trump. I'm never going to go away from Trump on this. I just think that these things are important. You know, whatever these things are, like voting on the Epstein file release and also siding with the Democrats on the shutdown, because I think it's important that we give people health care because, you know, my children are going to be facing these same problems. So, like, we should do this, right? She was seeing the writing on the wall and pushing away from the others. but she would still always, if you look at just the headlines, it was always like, wow, she's like base, what the fuck? But then you listen to her, she's like not for the right reasons, and also always still being pro-Trump, because even in her shift, it is to position herself in a post-MAGA world, but still with the MAGA loyalists, right? Whether Trump decides to never run again or just passes on to the great beyond, naturally causes, there's going to be a post-MAGA world at one point or the other. But it's funny now that even he is like, that's it, fuck her, I don't like her, she wants the Epstein files released.
One thing that happened, I asked President Trump in the Oval Office about those criticisms of his administration from Marjorie Taylor Greene. We are now in the middle of witnessing a major blow up between the two of them. One that a lot of people probably predicted would or did not expect would ever happen, with the president attacking her and her now calling the president, saying that he is lying about her and that she believes this is all over him trying to bully other Republicans into not voting in favor of that discharge petition on the Epstein files this week. I wonder what you make of what's playing out.
It's like they put truth serum in the MAGA water cooler, and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump are both condemned to tell the truth about the other. Everything each says is right. They are narcissists. Marjorie Taylor Greene is right that Donald Trump has no domestic agenda except to harm ordinary people, and Donald Trump is right that Marjorie Taylor Greene is crazy. So it's useful information all around. But what I worry most about this,
I guess she made some different statements that I wasn't aware of,
and the Epstein files and all the things that Trump has tried to keep control of, escaping his control, is he has one big distraction in his hand, and I fear he may be about to deploy it. We are seeing in the Caribbean right now the largest buildup of U.S. naval forces in the region since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, that's its own crazy thing.
There's no plan. There's no authorization by Congress. There are no regional partners. It is not a war that should be fought in this way at this time. But one thing it would do is change the subject.
At this time.
So you're worried that he could take action on a foreign policy move to distract from what's happening in Washington?
Yeah, I think that explains a lot of his foreign policy operations, but the forces are there. They've been pulled away from other theaters where they might be needed. They're building up to something. Again, they have no...
Needed for what, dude? What do you mean needed? I don't know this writer for The Atlantic, but based off of what I've heard, it's kind of like, okay, buddy, neoliberal world, we should be there pointing guns at South China Sea. 800 military bases is a good thing, actually. Like
authorization, they have no allies, they have no goals. But boy, would it change the subject, and boy, does Donald Trump right now need a subject change.
Yeah, and we've seen what's been playing out. Obviously, the president was saying tonight he didn't know if he'd take that step. He wasn't sure. We know he's been briefed on options there. But on this, in and of itself, do you think that that is the reason he's criticizing Marjorie Taylor Greene, though, is because he doesn't want other Republicans coming out in what we've told could be a huge snowball effect next week when Speaker Mike Johnson actually puts this on the floor, that a lot of...
I guess there's a lot of like rules about the voting layers and how it's all supposed to pass. I, like many other people, want all the fuckers to get burned. I don't give a shit if there's Democrats on the list. Hell, I'm counting on it. You know what I mean? Like, get them out of there, dude. Make it all out in the public. I'm all about growth and rehabilitation of individuals, but it seems like these individuals weren't trying to grow as a person. As far as like crime and punishment is concerned. So like, yeah, these are the pedophile cabal ruling everything. All the conspiracies that run in the background that distract and annoy and stop information from both disseminating or being believed, depending upon the direction of where it's coming from. Then it gives life to other more insidious conspiracies. Like understanding the Israeli connection between the power and the protection provided to the Epstein operation, the leaders involved, which then requires, the allegiance to these different intelligence operations, the levers they can put over them to keep the Israeli government in power. Those are things that are technically conspiracies because they're not as 100% proven to this point, but they are backed up by other things we've seen in more traditional operations of the way that they literally run and openly operate and talk about. So getting confirmation on that would be a huge step towards deconspiracying that theory and making it more or less the fact. But then also it would help combat other things that are like popping up because people see this and see people hiding this. But then that leads to the Candace Owens that can now run an entire world, theory that there's like secret tunnels where they pop up and shoot Charlie Kirk because he just wasn't Israeli enough or whatever. And it leads it more down a dark, insidious, anti-Semitic version instead of just a political, government specific regime of belligerent, powerful individuals inside of a government structure. And this instead turns into this racist, boogeyman shit. So not only would it be good to get a bunch of disgusting pedophiles out of our public fucking life and the ones that make policies and then hide their crimes, not only would it be great to just do that, because that was always good to do, clean that shit out, but like then also it helps soothe an incredibly open wound of disinformation that exists. And it would not solve it overnight, but it would be a step in the correct direction to sort of sanity check a lot of things. Some people might say that, oh, look, you proved this one conspiracy right, therefore they're all right. But I don't think that's how that works. I think that when certain things get flushed out, then that gives us realizing to go, okay, I guess we can turn the temperature down now because we have finally been, we've been proven right here, but we don't see the same pathway for these other ones. Maybe those are more outlandish than the reality of what's here.
Republicans could end up bucking the White House and voting for this.
I think he genuinely can't help himself. I don't know that Donald Trump has fully formed strategic plans. He has a lot of impulses. He's also testing the old magic. After one of the things that has happened after the elections in New Jersey and Virginia and elsewhere, and Georgia maybe most significantly, because there was an all-state race that Republican candidates lost, is a lot of Republicans have to be thinking, what about my future? I used to think the greatest hazard to my future might be that Donald Trump would criticize me, but maybe actually now he can't help me and might even hurt me. And that's a little bit of discipline lost. And Marjorie Taylor Greene may be the test case where a lot of less inflammatory Republicans are saying, if she gets away with this, we can all get away with it.
Yeah, and she's obviously someone who has been a huge advocate of his and very loyal to the president, especially after January 6th when everything happened. And obviously, no one can forget Biden's...
She's not a good actor. I mean, she's not a hero of the Republic, but she is somebody who may be just crazy enough to actually believe the things that Donald Trump says without believing them.
So a lot has happened tonight.
I don't really understand. I guess they didn't really set up if she changed her statements. A lot of times it's annoying when the news constantly refreshes you as if you're just joining us now. Last time on Dragon Ball Z kind of thing. But this time I actually felt like, wait, I thought she was, from all the last interviews I've ever seen of her, she was only ever saying, I want to touch on the end. I love Trump, but I want to touch on the end. I love Trump, but I want the Epstein files. But I believe Trump and he's innocent. I just want the Epstein files. Like, that's always been the words that she was saying.
Buckle up. Marjorie Taylor Greene is learning what it feels like to be on Trump's bad side. She has been one of the most vocal Republicans calling for the full release of the Justice Department's investigative files on Jeffrey Epstein. And now President Trump,
Congresswoman in quotes,
tonight is unendorsing. He is withdrawing.
So there's a giant post. All I see wacky Marjorie do is complain. She told me people that don't return phone calls. Dude, what the fuck? He is crashing out. Like, if there ever was a definition of crashing out, this is it.
his endorsement of Marjorie Taylor Greene and writing on Truth Social that all I see wacky Marjorie do is complain, complain, complain. And then he added that I can't take a ranting lunatic's call every day. There was a lot there. So you can go and then talk about a lot. Then
okay, so they had a Twitter spat. Got it.
MTG fired back with screenshots of text messages that she claims where she claims that Trump is lying and that she did not call him, also saying that it is astonishing, really, how hard he is fighting to stop the Epstein files from coming out. She argued that she has been one of Trump's strongest supporters, but that she doesn't, quote, worship or serve Donald Trump. On top of unendorsed,
I worship God and Jesus.
He actually said that he would support anyone who would be primarying her in the upcoming election. Who wants to take this
Anyone, huh?
one on?
Well, I can tell you that is not unusual in politics. Political romances are often short-lived, and she has been critical.
Okay, this is where the fucking gaggle of freaks get into it that don't have anything to say, and the news is no longer newsworthy. I really don't care what all these ghouls have to say about it, drooling over the needs, or drooling over their ready to say some shit about Trump or MTG or there's a CNN panel, so like fucking 2/3 of them are going to be Republicans, and then there'll be 2 centrists and 0 progressives. So whatever. Let's get out of the politics side of things, at least for a bit. iPhone users can now add U.S. passports to their Apple wallets. Interesting. Does that just straight up work where you can like not have to hold your passport?
If you ever forget your passport or driver's license at the airport, Apple has you covered. The tech giant is rolling out a new digital ID feature that lets iPhone users carry their passport details in their back pocket just in time for busy holiday travel. Now, so far, it's not available for international trips, and so from
I was gonna say that probably so the passport for non-international, aka useless.
More on this, I want to bring in our tech reporter, Mike Dubusky, who has all the details. And Mike, it is important to note that this is specifically for domestic flights, but it's sort of like a digital passport, right?
In some ways, yeah. So the way this works, Alex, is that you get your actual physical passport, you get out your phone, you take a picture of the front little photo page, and then you also scan the chip that's in the back of the passport. And then you also have to take a selfie, so Apple can actually make sure that you're the one trying to upload this digital ID, as it's known, to the Apple Wallet app. But after that, you can basically use this as what it sounds like, a digital ID. You can check in with TSA, again, only for domestic flights, and potentially down the line, you could use this for other purposes. Things like, getting into bars or ordering, things off websites that are over 21, things like alcohol from Uber Eats, for example. So in some ways, it's like a passport. In some ways, it's like a real ID or a driver's license.
Well, and so, Mike, which airports are accepting this?
About 250 of them across the United States at this point, across 12 states and Puerto Rico. So it is pretty widespread, and you can expect those numbers to go up as Apple rolls this out more broadly. This is still in beta testing, so the idea is you walk through a TSA line and then you go up to the little ID scanner. Instead of taking out your passport, you simply hold the power button down on your phone to open the Apple Wallet app, and it will scan your digital ID. In addition to that, you can, as the individual, also choose what information you're sharing. And it is still password protected in the same way that Apple Pay is. So if you hand your phone over to a TSA agent, they can see your ID, but they can't see anything else on your phone.
Well, and Mike, look, I mean, my wallet, many of my credit cards are already stored on my phone. I've got facial recognition for security here. But are there security concerns about putting government ID info?
I've thought before about a better way to do not only this, but just all of the age verification stuff that they have, like with YouTube, other apps, even now porn apps are doing it, at least in certain states.
Into a smartphone.
I want to see what they're gonna. Well, um, the same way that when you go to buy something, a PayPal pop up can happen, or an Apple Pay, or whatever, one of these little things. When you go to check out with a store, you have the option of payment information through the site, whatever it is, or you can hit that little button, and then instead a pop up comes up. You sign in to PayPal or whatever the fucking thing is. You go through their steps. You do your two-factor verification. You do whatever, security measures you have for that thing. Then you approve whatever the purchase is inside of that thing. Then it closes out that little window. It takes you back to, or at least the other page that was there now continues to do its actual thing. And then the payment part is now closed out. And then you have the confirmation or whatever it is. It's like the website reaches out to PayPal and says, we're offering you to be able to pay for this. PayPal then pays them. Then PayPal knows to take it from your money eventually to pay themselves back or whatever. Like that's how the whole payment transactions happen. But the one site says we want verification that this is going to work. Then the other site, you do your own independent verification, has something to do with, they don't know what PayPal account it was paying it or whatever. They don't have the details about whatever specifics they give is what they are willing to give. And it keeps it separate. So instead of having a PayPal thing, I've even had to use this before for a couple of things here and there, like setting up FEMA accounts and things when I was getting hurricane relief, is a government ID-based system that you have to register and you have your shit on it. And instead of having my fucking photo ID scanned by YouTube, I have it scanned with the government that already exists. They already have my social security. I'm already on the grid. I'm on the most grid I'm integrated into is the federal government. I have a name. If I die randomly, the government is able to notice it through lack of, whatever, like all the different, it's difficult to forge. I guess technically it's possible, but it's like, I have a social security number. I am tracked. I am logged. I have taxes. I have, vaccines. I got all these different things that are already sort of like inside of this system that exists. My, licenses, photos, medical registries, all these different things. The data already exists in data servers that they already have. So the option or the problem of a data breach happening is already existent. You're not increasing a data breach issue. It's also centralized and has the protections of the only one place to secure such system, right? So you have an omega secure password with an annoying amount of two-factor or whatever that you would think would be unreasonable for daily use, but you have something set up in this way so that when you make your account and you do your things, it's as legit as it ever could be. And then instead of having to set up all these different parameters with all these different random fucking websites and things that need to have your account information, some random fucking Pornhub site is going to save your fucking information perfectly and not leak it? Hell no, they're not. And also, you're going to set up some really strong password for this thing that you use only when you're horny? Fuck no, you're not, right? So it makes way more sense that the government be the one to handle the information because they already have it in the first place. It's just sort of being a better broker of it. And then having a anonymous handshake between these two things. Okay, this website says this account is now attached to this person's ID. And now the government says this account is now registered by a person that is an adult, right? It doesn't have to say, Joe Blow made his Pornhub account or Joe Blow made his YouTube account. YouTube says, government, I want to make sure that this person is an adult person or whatever, wherever they say they are. They're old enough to buy booze. They're old enough to watch porn, whatever the fucking problem is, right? And then the government side doesn't know exactly. There was a request from a encrypted sort of person asking for whatever, and then that account was then created. Depending on the amount of back and forth, like should they know a person's name? Should they really know what website was asking? There's ways that you can make it so that way it's just a hyperlink that is, or a dedicated link that is unique, but they don't know what the fucking brand was. They just know that someone asked to get verified, right? And then they verified this information, this request is coming from an account that is actually an individual person. And even then, having them coded like that means that the Pornhub website, when Joe Johnson does this once and then they say that I'm also Joe Johnson again, they can be like, wait, this person's account already has been registered. This unique ID of this person's socials and whatever it is has been linked before. So this person's trying to make 2 accounts with the same information. That should be now blocked or kicked back and say, you already have one. Check your email or whatever instead. That would be a better system because, again, you already have it was a long-winded way and a bad way of explaining it, and I apologize. But basically, all the information is already there, and there are ways for pop-ups and encrypted back-and-forth handshakes to confirm things. So then you create a unique key that's based off that handshake, so that way the website knows that only one person is making one account, and the person is a registered adult. And then the secure place that has your information is the most secure place that already has it in the first place, and also doesn't get to know specifics about your private life, whatever. That seems like the best way for me. It working through beautiful Apple fucking UI and whatever, I don't see why it couldn't be incorporated in a way that would make sense and work within the Apple ecosystem or whatever. But seems like they're, and like them having their own chip reader for fucking whatever things, Apple Pay, it makes sense. If your NFID chip inside of a fucking credit card can get scanned, the same one on your password can get scanned, right? It's just combining the, photos of the face with the things or whatever, like making sure it's up to snuff. Like it seems pretty simple to it's basically just a photo version of a credit card with other added, features and shit. But it seems like there's a better way to handle your private information.
I think there are just inherently, every time that we upload any form of identification or any sort of financial information to our tech devices. Now, Apple, for their part, say they don't have any insight into when you're using this digital ID, what information that you're sharing. But of course, there's the security concerns, Alex. There's also the sort of just practical concerns. What if you go to the airport, you're waiting in line for too long, and your phone battery runs out, or your phone just dies, or it breaks? There's some logistical concerns here that could pose a pretty big problem if people start leaving their actual identification at home. And that's why many officials are saying in these sort of early stages of this rollout, it's best to bring your passport with you just in case.
Just in case.
Probably for the best. Yeah, this is putting your passport into your Apple Wallet digital ID thing. Fine, I guess. You can only use it for specific domestic airports, and it's only beta testing. But again, it's an NFID chip or whatever. I'm sure it's capable of doing it, and it's domestic only. You don't even need your passport. Why are you being extra? You know what I mean? So it's just an ID. It's just a nice ID. But yeah, I don't think that we're ever going to attempt to enact that, because why wouldn't they do that? Tech companies want your juicy data. They want your juicy private data. They want to scan your fucking IDs. They want you in their systems, because now that's added data they can sell to data brokers. Having to develop their own thing in-house, easy peasy. Having to make sure that their system properly works with a system they don't control, like a government system, that's not easy peasy, right? That costs a little bit more internally for them to do. And also, they don't get to sell your data. So that's why it'll never happen. But I feel like somewhere in like the EU, that shit probably already exists to some degree, just because they have better protections for digital privacy rights. Not that they have like as far as they should be or whatever, but it's just one of those, like, they've definitely been way up in front of the curve compared to America. Let's see. This is something that Kara was seeing in some of her news feeds and stuff. Stuff about THC gummies and drinks face ban under provision in government spending bill. I feel like this is only for fake THC hemp-based products, not actually like normal marijuana things or whatever, but I could be getting misinformation or whatever. I'm going to start this and get another drink.
This morning, new backlash to the spending bill that reopened the federal government. The bill is now set to shut down a key part of the booming hemp industry.
This is the problem with our government. I mean, this is ridiculous.
A last-minute provision to the bill closes a loophole that allowed manufacturers to convert hemp into high-potency THC products through chemical processing, sold with almost no federal oversight. The new provision will cap hemp products at just 0.4 milligrams of THC per serving, a fraction of what's nearly in all products on the market today. Senator Mitch McConnell has been leading the charge to close.
So crazy. I did not realize that these gas stations, I feel like this is probably them doing their bullshit. I feel like these use the traditional real hemp, or not the real THC stuff. Well, this does say Delta 8 THC.
Close the loophole.
Products more potent than marijuana can be bought off the shelf of a gas station.
More than 8,400 children were treated in U.S. emergency rooms for cannabis poisonings between 2018.
Wait, what? Oh, children treated. Okay. Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. Just because cannabis gummies weren't a thing when cannabis was like in the 70s and only in pot or whatever, like the weed. So them existing means that kids will get a hold of it and overconsume it because kids love gummies, literally, right? But I mean, I've heard bad things about synthetic weed, not just like sativa. Sativa, I think, is like the fake sweetener. Salvia, like there's all these like weird, bath salts people smoking and eating people, like that one famous Florida story. So I feel like you get around this spice, right? Yeah. I feel like you get around this by just decriminalizing weed flat out, right? Like, why have to bioengineer this weird synthetic fake version because they can just sell it openly because there's no rules against it, but just let the real natural stuff be instead of this. I've heard like it gives them weird thoughts. Now, these are also anecdotal evidence of just a few people trying it once or twice. And also they're thinking about how weird it is. And then they have weird thoughts and their paranoia, weed trip or whatever. I don't know. I assume this stuff is more expensive, at least to produce, than traditional stuff. They're just able to sell it openly on the open market. I don't know enough about the economics or whatever behind the things, but probably because it's got less regulations is why they can maybe sell it cheaper for the average customer than the real stuff. But again, seems like stopping the weird synthetic stuff is easier done if you just allow the regulations on the normal stuff to be the thing. But having a loophole where, like, if you look, this is not a tobacco product, this is now a Delta tobacco product, and now we can just sell it with no taxes on it, and it's a whole separate thing. That's not good, because you need the regulations to make sure this shit is done properly, right? So this may seem like a random story after previous weird news, but we're nearing time for Cheeto whole ass legalizing it to gain points. Oh yeah, I mean, do you think that the Cheeto lobby is there to push it? Yeah. So like having this be an unregulated thing is just kind of like dangerous for different reasons. It's, Mitch McConnell doing it because he hates THC and hates weed. That's just him being racist, and he's not. It's just him being his normal self. He's always been a racist fuck, whatever. But he's just an old man who hates weed for a lot of reasons. But he's also not here saying we should legalize cannabis or decriminalize cannabis, whatever. He's not there saying it. He just wants this off the market too. That's all, which is just a frustrating part of it.
In 2023, but some lawmakers have joined those in the hemp industry pushing for regulation.
Oh, you mean Trump want more regulations and info? Oh, yeah.
Not prohibition.
We've been fighting for actual regulation since day one at Delta.
Industry leaders say the economic impact could
listening to Delta sellers and Delta business people, probably not the best case because they're like, hi, I'm a business owner. I want my business to keep thriving. So, please let me keep selling my product is basically what they're going to say no matter what.
Be massive.
There's $28 billion in money that flows through the industry. And
So there they go. But think of the GDP. Okay, yeah, we're selling this medical product, this I don't know what you would consider a vice-based product, because like an alcohol, tobacco, it's not like an over-the-counter medicine. It's like booze is not considered a medicine. It's just considered a get you fucked up on the weekend kind of thing, right? Or after a hard day's work, get a beer and you. So it's like getting to sell that type of product with as little oversight as possible. That's not chill. But they're like, but think of the GDP. This $28 billion in profit will go away, and then what'll happen? People will spend that money on something else, dude. Like it's okay. Just because your industry happens to have it currently doesn't mean that they wouldn't spend it on legal weed when legal weed is allowed. But you've been working on creating, I guess, factories and shit that pump all this weird shit into hemp or whatever the hell it is to make this not weed. So you're like sunk cost. You want to keep this going.
over 300,000 people that are directly related to employment.
With younger customers,
like these are the people that push back against the full decriminalization, legalization stuff, because their industry is on this weird knife edge where they're between two worlds. And if either one becomes a reality, full prohibition or full legalization, they're fucked. But if they stay in this constant limbo, they're in business.
Drinking less alcohol, some breweries turn to THC beverages to keep their businesses afloat.
We would be gutted. It would be devastating to just put a prohibition on it.
And one hemp farmer who called into C-SPAN says the change could shut down her business.
I make a jar of joint and muscle salve. It has 3,000 milligrams of CBD. That product doesn't get anybody high. It's a topical product. This was a false narrative.
A bipartisan.
Wait, a CBD body oil thing? I guess technically might have some amount of THC in it by a very small degree, but maybe at a degree that would be still above this other metric that they're talking about. I understand why the THC issue would be mad, but maybe like because the hemp farm would be less profitable for other reasons is why maybe she would no longer be able to get her product to then make into the CBD product. I'm not really sure how that applies to this.
Push is underway in Congress to reverse the new limits on hemp products.
Well, that's so funny that there's a bipartisan push now, because they're like, oh, we didn't realize what we just fucking set up here. This is kind of the same story.
And for more on how this potential ban could affect business owners, I'm joined now by Jim Higdon.
Won't somebody think of the business owners? Can we talk to somebody that's like in the business side, please? We haven't heard enough about the capitalists. Let's see what they have to say. Fuck, like, people, just regular people. Fuck experts in the field. Fuck health professionals. Fuck medical professionals. Fuck any of that shit. Scientific consensus? No. What's the business owners thinking?
He is the co-founder of Cornbread Hemp, which makes a wide variety of CBD and THC infused products. Jim, it's good to have you this Friday. But I want to start. You say that this bill will definitely destroy your business. Why?
Alex, thanks for having me. This bill doesn't just restrict THC products. It restricts full spectrum CBD products. Just a quick fact check in your package.
Okay.
You said 0.4 milligrams per serving. It's actually 0.4 milligrams per package. And even these simple CBD oils that we offer at Cornbread Hemp and other companies all across the hemp industry offer They have 1 milligram of THC per serving, along with 25 milligrams of CBD. That's 30 milligrams of THC in a jar of this just little CBD oil. It's simple, it's harmless. People have come to rely and depend on this as a wellness product over the last several years.
That's kind of funny because whenever I was looking into CBD years ago, they're always like, "There's no THC. It's nothing in here. Don't worry about it." Now there's 30 milligrams in a jar of lotion. And it's like, wait. Now I don't think that topically the THC really gets into your system all that well, especially in small doses, especially whatever. But it's just kind of interesting that they're being more clear about it now.
And now, in 364 days, it's going to become a Schedule 1 narcotic. And we can't let that happen.
Well, and you mentioned that timeline. I mean, you also said that it's not feasible to fully remove THC from these products. And, there are going to be some folks that say, why is that?
Yeah, I don't know if there's no, I guess you can't put it through a filter and just catch just that part, right?
Well, it's just the natural nature of the plant. The reason why these products are effective is because they contain a little THC in them. And
whoa, that's I don't know if CBD ever wants to say that's why. They'd say no. There's cannabinoid receptors, and you see there's the different parts of it, and these other parts of it are the separate ones. The body high, you see, not the psychedelic mental high. It's the body. Hold on, no.
And we've been the victim of a smear campaign that's made THC to be the enemy when millions of Americans are finding relief from low doses of THC along with CBD in their hemp products. And now, because of a false narrative perpetrated by Senator Mitch McConnell and the bourbon industry, we're here trying to defend non-intoxicating.
Okay. Finding an enemy capitalist angle out of it, I could see that. I mean, now, if a scientist was saying this instead of a business owner, you would be a bit more veracity behind it because you are behooved to just make your business successful. Whereas a scientist is not really supposed to be behooved to say anything other than just the truth or what the research shows, right? So, again, sort of course, that's a reasonable breakdown of why you would trust one or the other, but it's just frustrating that the news always reaches out to these individuals, probably because these are ones who are begging to talk in general to get their face and their product out there in some way or another. They can provide some snappy B-roll to go along with it, as well as they're fighting and they're constantly trying to get legislation passed or unpassed, depending upon what their opinion is. So they're ready to talk versus where are you going to find some stuffy researcher who may or not even have a webcam, right?
Intoxicating CBD products from becoming Schedule 1 narcotics.
Now, I hear the complaint about the perceived smear campaign and the juxtaposition to the bourbon industry. But I mean, we do have dozens of state attorneys general who sent a letter to Congress last month arguing that 2018 farm bill that legalized hemp has been, quote, wrongly exploited by bad actors to sell recreational synthetic THC products across the country. What is your response to that?
Look, 39 attorney generals did sign that letter. I think that letter was deceptively written. The first paragraph of that letter, everyone agrees with. We want to get rid of synthetic THC in the marketplace, which is what the first paragraph of that letter says. The letter goes on to say later on a second page that they want to get rid of all THC, which is not what the first paragraph says. What's notable to me of the 39 attorneys general that signed that letter, you do not see the attorney general from Kentucky or Tennessee on that letter, two states that have had a lot of experience with hemp products. And I think those attorneys general saw through the deceptive nature of the wording of that letter. And unfortunately, many other attorneys general did not.
Jim, we heard that you're headed to Washington next week. What's your plan?
Basically, they didn't read the whole thing. It's really funny to say, considering you'd expect an attorney general to be able to do that. But oh well.
Lots to do in Washington next week. I'm attending a cannabis policy conference on Monday. That could not be better timed. And then I'm going to be spending time on the Hill, talking to legislators and staff, trying to figure out what we can do in the next 364 days to right this wrong that Congress has given us.
All right. Jim Higdon.
I haven't tried THC seltzer or drinks. I wonder how well that works. Probably expensive as hell though. I remember seeing a YouTube ad for one that said no prescription needed, whatever, because it's a Delta 8 product, basically. So I remember looking into it, but it was too expensive to buy. But I mean, I have a Florida medical marijuana card, so I wonder if there is seltzer or soda style. You know, it's like cracking a beer, but brother, but it's just because I had trouble with gummies and other edibles. Also, I think also I hate smoking. Like I own a vape, but it's like, oh my god, it's not a thing that I ever want to do. It's only ever to try to like mellow out after getting all fucked up and shit. So, but it just craters me. It just, dumpsters me. So maybe something like a liquid version that is not as difficult to digest as like in the oil, maybe, or whatever, has to go through the fats and gets into your intestines, whatever. Maybe a liquidized form could somehow get into your bloodstream better. Probably not. This is just me being a consumer and just trying to find a new product to try and then ultimately fail at having any benefit for me. But whatever. Okay. I had let's see. We could go with ICE or immigrants. I guess it's kind of the same thing. Let's go with the first one. Vance blaming. Oh, this is probably a bullshit story. Probably only the first 5 minutes or less is worth watching. But for now, let's just throw it up here. Vance blames unaffordability on undocumented immigrants.
A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who are
now it's 30 million.
Taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens, and at the same
He's definitely wearing makeup, right? I mean, it just, I mean, I've seen people with dark eyelashes. Does he dye his eyelashes? Like he's like, oh, I got gray, but I'll keep it a touch of gray, but then I dye my eyebrows and eyelashes? Why do they look? Is it the angle they grow at? Is it they happen to grow straight ahead instead of having a little bit of an upward curl or deviation? They look so weirdly dark. Like I'm expecting to see a little bit of a fucking cat eye flip at the end here. What is going on? Maybe also it's the skin detail on the camera. So it's like blurring out his skin because that's what skin detail does. That's why his face and everything looks like he's made out of plastic. But then having that harsh cutoff where the black starts makes it look like there's a clear defined line, which is similar to a makeup line, I guess. Totally unrelated to the content at hand.
time, we weren't building enough new houses to begin with.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance offering his explanation for America's current housing shortage. That, of course, is an issue at the core of the country's persistent affordability crisis. Voters in last week's elections made crystal clear that issue has been top of mind for them. Over the past week, the Trump administration has attempted to address some of those frustrations with a list of new affordability-focused proposals. They include a 50-year mortgage that even Trump's own housing secretary seems unsure of.
There's a lot of ideas that are on the table, including the 50-year mortgage, the portable mortgage. And I don't think it's a matter of if I like it or if I'm for it. What
Oh my God, that's so funny.
really matters is what makes sense for our country. What's the appropriate policy to put in place?
All right, our panel is back. And Alex.
Goodbye. That was 1 minute. I guess I didn't really, that was not much of a story, was it? Okay, well, fuck me. Ugh. I really don't care what these people have to say. I really don't care. Because they have nothing that value to add, really. According to NBC, clashes happen outside of an ICE facility, back on the immigration side of things. So multiple places covering this, so I guess it's bad or big. So let's see.
We are keeping a close eye on protests outside of Chicago, where demonstrators and authorities have been clashing in front of an ICE detention center in Broadview, Illinois. Broadview's mayor said 4 officers were injured today. 21 people have been arrested, according to law enforcement officials. It follows weeks of protests between federal agents and community members in the Chicago area who have been demonstrating against the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration. And
why is Rogue Squadron on here?
NBC News correspondent
Resist. Okay. Empire, resist, we keep us safe. Got it.
Shaquille Brewster is in Broadview, Illinois. So, Shaq, these protests, they have been going on in this area for weeks, right? Do we know what caused things to escalate today?
Well, maybe the fucking jackbooted SS thugs that come to just completely, with constitutional fucking allowance, at least in California, to target black and brown people specifically and to try to remove them from our country illegally. Maybe that's where the escalation happened from.
Yeah, I think you and I have talked about these demonstrations in recent weeks that have become these flashpoints. Today's escalation really was sparked by what was a weekly demonstration here with religious leaders who are calling for religious services for detainees in that ICE processing facility, again, here in the suburban Chicago neighborhood. And there was a clash with law enforcement that you saw.
Calling that an escalation is like, oh, look, we have community leaders asking to have prayer services. Like, there's literally biker gangs that come out to try and help people in Alligator Alcatraz in Florida. Like, you've lost the bikers in Florida. What the fuck?
On this street, and I'll let you see some of the scene behind me right now. It's
oh, this is them escalating it. Them just making their voices heard and standing there and saying, we don't stand for this. This is them becoming unruly. How dare they stand up for their community and ask for the basic rights of those who have been taken away.
What the cleared scene you see is very calm right now, but that, of course, conflicts with the images that you were just looking at. Now, what Broadview's mayor is saying right now is that there were 4 members of law enforcement who were injured in these scuffles.
Scuffles. They're scuffles now. There were clashes, but now it's a scuffle. Also, have you reported on any of the injuries of the people, the protesters? You only report on the injuries that happened to, a fucking pig falls over his own goddamn dick and smashes his face into the ground. That's an injury that's suffered by this horrible thing, but them shooting them in the fucking head with, riot munitions, that's not a problem. Them getting hit in the head with a baton, that's not a problem. What the fuck?
Including 3 who were sent to the hospital. We also know that there are about 21 protesters who were arrested. Again, many of them were members of the religious community calling for better conditions at this facility and the stop and for the halting of ICE arrest. And we have the statement from the mayor of Broadview making clear who she's blaming for these clashes that we've been seeing and that we saw today. The mayor saying the violence by out-of-town protesters is unacceptable and outrageous. I have repeatedly pleaded to protesters to raise their voices, not their fists. We will see them in.
Why would you ever believe ICE? Why would you take ICE's belief? We'll see them in court with a tone of guiltiness already laid upon them.
Court. We do not know the specific identities of those arrested. We're promised those by authorities later today, Ellison.
Oh, so we'll see the body cam footage of these escalations that happened. Let's see the unedited footage, please. Oh, you don't have that available? Already passing judgment in the public eye? Weird. Okay. Calling them out-of-towners, huh? You don't even know who these people are, but you're calling them out-of-towners, huh? Sounds like you're just like fucking ICE. What the fuck?
Shaq, all of this comes after a judge this week ordered hundreds of individuals detained by federal agents to be released. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, we know the release of about 600 people is not imminent, but it has been ordered, at least that process, to start by a federal judge.
There are 600 people who are being held for no good reason, and they're not even making it immediate and instant. There are 600 people who are kidnapped by federal agents right now, specifically over 600 people. And you frame it like the protesters, the religious leaders out there are the ones that are being the evil ones?
This goes back to a consent decree, essentially a court agreement that dates back to 2022. Essentially, you have hundreds of people who attorneys say were arrested without a warrant, and the judge saying that if they are not dangerous, then they should be released.
Yes.
Based on that agreement, we do know that there are about 13 people who were ordered to be released today by noon. At last check, some of them have been released, but we're still waiting to hear exactly how many have been let go.
What time is it, dude?
Ellison.
We thank you for watching.
Oh my God. They may not have them. They might have already deported them. They might have. Kara had seen on some of her Facebook posts, people were going like, they're discovering giant piles of ash in the deserts. That means they must be already cooking people and burning them to death. And it's like, maybe. I wouldn't put the evil past them, but like you got to have better proof. You got to be able to like DNA test the ashes or something. You can't just say these ash piles must be this, because you need better than that. Okay, this is kind of going back to the Venezuela side of things. We're going back and forth. I got through all my more non-political specific weird news.
Joining me now is Democratic Congressman Adam Smith of Washington. He's the ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, thank you for being here. As we mentioned at the top, Secretary Hegseth has announced this new Operation Southern Spear. Have you been briefed on this yet? And what's your understanding of what this mission is compared to anything else the DoD was already doing in that region?
Yeah, it's really not clear. It sounds like what Secretary Hegseth announced is what's been going on for a couple of months now, and what was first planned, I guess, or launched back in July. So it's very unclear whether or not what he's saying is anything new. He certainly does lay out all of the assets that we have moved to the region, but he didn't clearly explain how that mission differs from what they've been doing since, I guess, mid-September now.
That thing's happening. I don't know if it's like the extension that I use, the better YouTube extension, whatever. There's also the new UI that's being pushed or whatever, but there's like these little dropouts. Maybe it's just NBC, their YouTube uploads. Let's see if the same spot happens.
Of the assets that we have moved to the region, but he didn't clearly explain how that mission differs from what they've been doing since, I guess, mid-September now in terms of the boat strikes.
Okay, it might just be like a Zoom call having a problem.
So we need greater clarity from DoD on what is this mission, and crucially, something we haven't yet at any part of it is, what is it trying to accomplish exactly?
Oh, wait. Okay.
Well, and I think the other question is, are these strikes even legal? The Pentagon says it's carried out 20 strikes so far. They've killed 79 people. Do you believe what the Pentagon has been doing so far is legal?
I have not seen evidence that says that it is.
I mean, yeah, I have not seen evidence that this is legal. The action is considered legal until proven otherwise. Their aggressions are innocent until proven guilty. Well, you killed somebody, dude. That's guilty. Okay. What the fuck? What? Also, I don't trust them to even know how many people are dead. The small boats, you can probably guess how many people are on it, but bigger boats, not so much. Oh my God. Obviously, these governmental extrajudicial killings are insane. Outside of the judicial system, outside of the checks and balances of even a legislature, just straight up lasering somebody from like out of sight by a warship or drone is terrifying. But now to then push into land-based wars or bombing the land of we used to only do destabilization in our modern era. I guess even then, not even to say, because like we have been still destabilizing stuff in our own fucking hemisphere, but it's just more in the open.
Is. Based on what I've seen, I still think these strikes are illegal, and it's creating major problems for the U.S. I mean, we've seen the story that the United Kingdom has stopped sharing intel with us on drug traffickers in Latin America because they have concluded that it is illegal. It is unprecedented that one of our Five Eyes partners.
Wow, that's crazy.
Partners would bail out on us like that. So the legality of these strikes is in serious question. But again, beyond the legality, I know we want to try to reduce the drug trade in the United States of America. How blowing up some boats in the Caribbean with cocaine on them, it's not been clear to us how long is this going to take? Is it really going to be effective? So you've got both the problem that it seems to be illegal and the other problem that it doesn't necessarily seem to be effective at accomplishing what it claims to want to accomplish.
I mean, how much does the missile that blows up or the fucking munition that blows up a boat with one shot, giant fucking explosion, how much does that fucking missile cost? How much does it cost to fucking pilot the drone to track down this random boat to the fucking dickhead, kill hungry fool that's issuing the order or pulling the trigger can shoot down a fucking boat? How much does all that cost to stop what could have been maybe a few kilos of fucking cocaine or whatever? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh, you know, buses fast and free, $700 million for a year for the entirety of New York City to have free buses. Too much to spend. $700 million for one bullet to kill one boat? Oh, hell yes. Let's do that 20 times.
So far, Congressman, I've heard a not sure and a no evidence, which makes me wonder about the idea that, we reported a month ago that the Pentagon is instructing personnel they have to get approval before they can communicate with lawmakers like you. Do you feel like you're getting the most up-to-date intelligence? Can you do your job?
Yeah, that team of 40 people in Arkansas are all going to be contractors now for some sort of, depleted uranium tipped missiles or something, and they're gonna it's in a core part. You see, this is a $1 billion industry. Our GDP relies on us constantly blowing those people up and then not helping the people here. That's the beauty of a GDP. Let's not ever look into why GDP is not an accurate measurement. We love just using knowingly ineffective measures because they happen to be beneficial to us currently because we have such a huge consumer market. The roads are bad and everyone's tires get fucked up, so they constantly have to buy new tires. GDP goes up, baby. That's a sign of a good economy. It's a sign of a good system. No problems here. You have to pay obscene amount of money for life-saving care. GDP go up, baby. And the fact that it's inelastic means we can just keep it going up in perpetuity forever.
Job overseeing the Department of Defense with the information you're getting?
No, they are not providing us sufficient information. To begin with, they didn't provide us any information for.
And now that's the thing. They set up a rule that says, "Don't worry, guys. We'll give you proper information. We'll talk to you about things. If we have to do something, we'll make sure to tell you about it and to get authorization and to do these things." But ultimately, they're not doing it because there's no way to stop them. They do what they do. You can complain and raise an alarm about it, but they still do it. It's you and what army because you're not the army. The rules are there to stop the people that are willing to listen to the rules. But the ones who are willing to break the rules, even the rules that they build themselves, they're not going to follow. They're not going to stop them. This is a bit of the fecklessness. I mean, I don't know of a reasonable way to go outside of that because then it's just might makes right or whatever. But we've let ourselves slide into the situation now where we have an unruly military arm doing things. That doesn't bode well for a lot of stuff. The ICE is doing open crimes, and the news is fucking defending them. It blows my mind though, man. Just to see the local reporters standing there with human beings behind them, and then to paint the story in the way that they do. It's just nuts.
About a month and a half. And then 2 weeks ago now, I think we had a brief from Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and the top lawyer at the Justice Department on this that attempted to lay out that explanation, at least the legal justification for it. I don't buy it. I don't agree with the legal analysis that they used, but crucially, they also did not provide us the intel.
This guy's title said Ranking Member Armed Services Committee in Washington. Did you just lose the vote? What do you mean? What is the point if you're not doing anything?
And on the DoD side, we have jurisdiction, obviously, over the Defense Intelligence Agency and some of that. But on the intel side, the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence in the House and the Senate, they have not been given the details on what is the intelligence that led you to believe that these boats were part of this larger operation. So there's been no brief for the intel committees, and that's really the crucial information. They sort of gave us their conclusions. Here's who we believe these people are and what they're doing. They didn't show their
dickheads playing COD in the desert. I mean, that definitely was around during the 20 years. I mean, I guess we still have. The war is over. The 20-year war is over, but motherfuckers are still deployed, right? In some degree. Which is why I think it was during the Harris campaign, they were like, look, we don't want to say that they said nobody's deployed, and someone's like, motherfucker, where are we right now? Because that's America in a nutshell. They're always deployed, whether you're at war or not. 800 military bases. You got to have them somewhere. You got to have them stacked up, either in our allies' areas or right next to our unallied areas, and keeping those allied areas maybe a bit more in line to be allies when they have a giant military base right there in their own fucking country. But then going home to Vegas, it's like, yeah, I don't know if there's maybe there's like the border patrol fuckers, right? That's always going to be a thing. But these are dudes in fucking the Navy obliterating people in the fucking Gulf. But maybe that's stationed out of somewhere in the Texas side or whatever.
Work, if you will. What's the connection? And this is different. I mean, back, and we're still doing this, but in the global war on terror, when we were targeting people in Iraq and Afghanistan and Somalia, I routinely got very detailed briefs on who these.
Oh, we got some great briefs on all the fucking brown people that we were killing, and that was chill. That's what I'm saying. Like, you were bad at your job when it was before, which is what let things slide to where they are now. The lack of humanity in the system has now rotted it deep, deep, deep.
Organizations are, who the key players were, and why Department of Defense felt that these were key players to target.
That's crazy that we were able to well, look, we're going to tell this guy who doesn't know shit, we're going to make him feel pretty good about us going to Somalia and killing somebody. Just straight up killing them. That's crazy to me. Oh, it's cool because Congress is cool with it. But now Congress is not cool with it, and we're still doing it. So what was the point of asking this motherfucker? What was the point of fucking telling him why it was good? If you're just going to do it anyway. We're down to a fucking coup where like the military is actually in control of the government, because the military is the one that ultimately has the final say on the violence. And the government is set up all because it's a hierarchy of who gets to do the violence. And eventually the facade slips away, and who you are and who you think you are And the power you think you had doesn't matter anymore because you say, but I say no. Wait, I thought I was supposed to have a say in this. You know, the people have lost control a long time ago, but now even the fucking ghouls are losing control.
That level of intel has still not been made available to the relevant committees in Congress, or frankly, the argument hasn't been made publicly either.
Are you hearing concern from your Republican colleagues about this? I mean, on the accountability side, I know how difficult it is for you as a Democrat to do much of anything to hold the administration accountable in the House minority. What sense are you getting from Republicans about any desire for more accountability or even just more information here?
More information, absolutely. And I've seen been bipartisan concern. We did have a classified brief about 3 weeks ago now on the Armed Services Committee where they brought in the operators. They didn't sort of give us the legal justification or the intel, but they sort of walked us through, here's what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Check it out. Here's my school project on us bombing fucking random people, us blowing up random boats because we feel like it. Here's our school project and how sick this is. Here's our compilation footage of us doing it. Oh, did you want me to tell you why we were killing these people? Did you want me to tell me? Do you want me to tell you what led us to believe this and what evidence we be able to prove? Sorry, here's just the fucking Linkin Park anime music video edit of it instead. I feel like if we went to a real war, we would be fucking pathetic. We're not good at doing real war. We haven't been good at doing real war in forever. Although, whatever they're going to do in Venezuela is not going to be a real war. It's going to be ridiculous bombing and then saying, okay, we're done, bye. So it's just going to cause tremendous harm. And the fact that we're so inept, it's not even going to come close to being even targeted in the way that they think they're doing. If they are like, yes, we are targeting cartels, they're not even going to be targeting what they consider to be cartels.
There were a lot of Republicans on that committee who were upset about the lack of transparency. Senator Cotton was very aggressive in his questioning of a witness, I think this week, on that same issue. So to the extent that Republicans in Congress are aware,
I guess the Republicans gave them a bad report card, but still voted on it. I don't even know if there's a vote in this committee. It's just about them being briefed on it.
Of the fact that Congress should exist, and given that Mike Johnson just dissolved us for like 8 weeks and didn't do anything, I'm happy there's at least a couple of Republicans who don't want to turn everything over to a totalitarian executive branch, but they're not doing.
Good luck, buddy. Yeah, you're way behind the curve on this one.
Doing anything substantively about it. They're not demanding these witnesses come in, calling hearings, subpoenaing them. There's things the majority can do if they feel like they are being stonewalled. So I have heard some rhetoric. I've heard some complaints from Republicans being completely sidelined on this, but following it up with forcing mechanisms to get the executive branch to change, that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, this feels like kind of a preserve all your documents moment for Democrats because there's not much else you can do unless you take back control in the midterms. Based on what we do know publicly, I mean, the Pentagon has confirmed they sent all these assets to the region, including the USS Gerald Ford, the carrier.
Classic of just like, guys, we can't do anything. Aw, shucks. We don't have the power right now. Aw, shucks, you guys. Kind of hand-wringing bullshit. Even this is not calling them murderers. This is just like politely saying that you wish they'd listen to you a little bit more.
Group there. There are reports that senior military officials have presented President Trump with options for operations inside Venezuela, meaning strikes on land. I mean, based on what you do know, are there any kind of operations of that sort inside Venezuela that you would support?
Yeah, that's a big concern. First of all, one thing Democrats can do, and what I've done and others, we can speak out publicly and aggressively about it.
Yeah, aggressively. I was saying, like, this is not doing a good enough job. guess you're 800 years old or something and you just don't know how to reach people.
Try to get more people in the public to put pressure on Republicans and on the administration. So there are things we can do. Yeah, you raised the big question here. So right now we are targeting boats with drugs on them in international waters. We have not hit the sovereign territory of another nation. So the two big escalations.
We're just blowing up human beings. That boat across an imaginary line. Not even into our space, just into international space. I don't think you can just straight up murder somebody because they're in international waters. Like, it's not like you can get on a boat and now you can, like, gamble on a sports game or something. Now I guess nowadays you can just do that whenever. Like, you're talking about fucking doing a government mandated straight up murdering, obliterating these individuals.
In this that could happen are, number one, you start hitting the sovereign territory because the drug dealers will undoubtedly adjust. If they know these routes are now being targeted, the demand is still.
That's it's buying into their bullshit, dude. That's just, oh my God.
Present in the U.S. They're going to find other ways. So does that take you to doing land strikes? And then second, does this bleed over into a regime change operation in Venezuela? The president has said publicly on a couple of occasions that both of those things are absolutely on the table and being considered. The administration, for the most part, Secretary Rubio, certainly during our briefing, denied that there was any plans to do that. But certainly from what the president has said, there is cause for concern that they might do, rather dramatic mission creep here.
That was the whole fucking clickbait of the title of the article of this thing, all down to the end here.
That's interesting about Secretary Rubio, given his past history being very aggressive.
No, for sure.
On Venezuela. Congressman, I've got less than a minute left. I want to ask you, the Trump administration's rebrand of the Department of Defense, we've been calling it DOD in this interview, to the Department of War. Officials tell NBC News it could cost as much as $2 billion with a B to.
That's crazy that it costs that much. I guess it's a lot of placards to change. I mean, what the fuck? Huh? That's kind of weird to say that it costs that much. I wonder where that cost is hidden in. A bunch of new business cards getting printed. Like, what? That seems strangely high cost. Because, like, when new guys come into the office, they got to get new business cards too. So why does that cost different? Or is it just the cost that normally happens and all these bullshit, letterheads changing, but now they're making it out to be something different? Because, like, to me, I don't mind them calling it the Department of War, because calling it the Department of Defense is always a way to, like, sneak in support. Because, like, oh, we got to have a good defense. We got to have a good defense. It makes sense to have a good defense. I don't want to have less defense because I don't want things to go bad. So defense sounds good. But, like, oh, let's fund the War Department. And it's like, well, I don't want to do wars. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like supporting and funding the War Department. I don't necessarily feel great about all the war stuff that we're doing. So, to me, I thought it was an optic good thing to change it. It makes them look more fucking deranged and evil. It makes it seem like a thing that we should not be funding but more. But costing $2 billion to rename it, I don't get that.
Complete that name change would require congressional action. Have you heard from Chairman Rogers if that's something he wants to take up? Do you think that will happen?
They have not pressed that issue. I think, well, first of all,
I guess it's not happened because I guess they're in the Chiron, they're not even calling it Department of War. I guess it's not a real thing. I guess, they were like faking it till they made it long enough that I was believing that it had been done, like the Gulf of America share. They go, okay, look, we did it. And I'm like, okay, I guess you did it, right? I'm still calling it Gulf of Mexico without even thinking about it. Pete Hegseth's out there doing all his insane fucking speeches, and he's calling it Department of War and stuff, making a big deal about it, but I guess it's not officially done yet.
The law says it's the Secretary of Defense. And you're talking about illegal action in Venezuela. The entire Department of Defense under Secretary Hegseth has acted like the law doesn't apply to them, which of course is what the Trump administration is doing. He's asking the Justice Department to specifically target Democrats. I mean, the entire Trump administration is purely partisan and not paying attention to the law. They're running around calling it him the Secretary of War and the Department of War. The law is clear. It is the Secretary of Defense. That law has not been changed. And so it is a violation of the law to do that. And certainly it's incredibly expensive, and all for the most petty of reasons. So, yeah, there is concern about it. You know, we got a lot of issues. I haven't seen.
Yeah, whoever this guy is, I think he's a big war lover just because the way he's framing this whole thing. And he just wants to get back to business as usual. He wants to go back to brunch about his wars. You know, he loved all the fucking updates he got about the killings in Sudan that we would do. That was fine. But this one, this is too far because now you're being mean to me when you do it. Dumb. Oh, this was, I guess I'd hate to go back and forth like this, but I forgot that I had a secondary one for that ICE thing. I guess I got mad. But they're talking about the police being hospitalized, which I'm really curious about.
Tonight, clashes and arrests outside the...
Also, classic tactic to show the middle or the end of a situation, right? They don't show the cop running up and pepper spraying a child in the face or doing something insane, and then people saying, yo, what the fuck, man? And then like rushing up to help the kid, and then they edit it. You know, it's like the classic image of it's trying to think the right way to Google this without getting actual fucking gore porn. I don't really know the right way to do that. This is one of those things where like I have a perfect picture of it in my head. It's like silhouette of, you can see like inside of the camera lens, and it looks like a person getting stabbed, but actually it's a person running away, and the way the foot is up, whatever. You get the idea. All these ridiculous political cartoons I'm seeing are not the thing I'm looking for. So the classic bad journalism move to just get the thing and then frame it in the incorrect way of framing.
Broadview ICE detention facility near Chicago. Broadview's mayor saying 4 officers
But all I see here is a bunch of fucking cops brutalizing people for no reason.
were injured, 3 of them hospitalized, saying violence by protesters was, quote, outrageous. 21 people were arrested at this facility, which has become a flashpoint for demonstrations against President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration. Today's protest planned by a group of religious leaders, calling on detainees to receive spiritual care.
Those people need to be released and recognized and given their rights back.
You're here because of the detainees in that facility.
Oh, yeah. I'm here for them.
All of it after a federal judge spent more than 4 hours inspecting the same ICE facility, part of a lawsuit filed by attorneys for migrants. Another judge ordering the federal government to make improvements, calling the conditions unnecessarily cruel. DHS
All of our systems clearly say this shit is disgusting and gross.
says detainees are adequately provided with food, clothing, shelter, and medical care. And now, new ICE enforcement operations in Florida. DHS saying over a period of 10 days, they've arrested 230 undocumented immigrants, many with criminal convictions, including
Yeah, sure.
for sexual assault of children, rape, and attempted murder.
Why do they listen to what ICE says? When you show the numbers of how often they arrest people with literally no criminal things, and whatever crimes they might have are just like traffic violations, and the majority are not even fucking criminals at all. Criminals, and then also in the American way of calling someone a criminal is like they deserve death now. Ridiculous on top of ridiculous. Oy. NBC is so gross.
These heinous criminals have gone and attacked children at their most vulnerable state, and law enforcement has stepped up to the plate to remove them from the communities.
Meanwhile, a senior DHS official
Oh, it's the same guy from before.
telling NBC News that Border Patrol agents are expected to begin immigration enforcement operations in Charlotte.
Dude, he had to hit it twice? They didn't even say what the injuries were. I was hoping they'd learn about the injuries. I wanted to know what they were injured with, because I imagine it was just them falling over themselves. Literally. Gross. That made me more mad. I was hoping to get a good thing out of that. Oh, shit. God. Okay, I don't think I fucked it up. All right. This is, I guess, a bit of a palate cleanser, positive hope thing. This is going to be more of an actual how they won. Field director on grassroots organizing. Are you sure it's not because he's hot? Are you sure it's not because he had a particularly good social media game? Are you sure it's not because of this? I know. Yes, exactly. They're like, well, you know, these things happened and our poor cops were hurt. But did you hear that Florida says that they did things with no double checking? We didn't even double check their numbers. They just said it to us. And we're going to highlight. It's like, oh, to be a reporter and to just go, okay, I'm going to follow along with this stuff. And I'm just going to do the easy thing. I don't know, man. It's just like the same way I could never make AI slop and bad stolen meme, accounts to get like engagement bait or whatever. I could never sell my soul and be a fucking fake journalist, whatever. I just don't get it. Yeah, the trust them, they won't lie. But this is interesting to me just because next week or in a few days, whatever, we're relaunching our re-election or launching the re-election campaign for our DSA member who is now a city council member. So, DSA member for a while, ran for city council, won, has been our city councilor for, the number of years that I think it's 2 years. I forget the total number. I don't think it's 4. I think it's 2. But now it's time for the re-election. So I was there to try to get a different person elected in the DSA, but that we just lost a primary because there were 3 Democrats and 1 Republican, and it ended up being, or 2 Republicans, and it ended up being 2 Republicans instead. So I would say they split the vote because they joined much later than us, and also they had way less support than we did. But whatever. That's just Democrats being Democrats. Because it's technically a nonpartisan race, but let's be real, it's how it always breaks down. Be curious to see what they say, just if I can glean any information about how to, because I am the video producer guy for our guy, or our DSA in general. So not that this is going to be about videos, but I don't know. We'll see what they have to say. Maybe it can help us. Also, we have a re-election campaign, so it's different than what they were doing for a lot of reasons, but whatever.
We end today's show here in New York City, where Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani is less than 2 months away from taking office.
There are no good billionaires. I think you've seen this shirt before. Got the little skeleton guy hanging out in like a retro wave, silly style.
The Democratic Socialist will make history as the city's first South Asian and first Muslim mayor, and will be the youngest mayor of New York in more than a century. We end today's show looking at the history-making campaign grounded in community organizing that propelled the little-known state assembly member to victory. Mamdani famously began the campaign.
I don't really know what an assembly member is. What is an assembly member? The legislative body, the state or national legislature. What is a New York assembly member? Lower house of the state legislature. He members assemblies. Ah, perfect. Thank you. Represents a district, part of the legislature, working alongside the Senate. So is it a state representative? I guess that's what you would call it. I see. So it is so there's a state senator, but then there's also a state house, right? But when you say a house representative, that makes it sound like you are an AOC or you're in the DC Congress. But there is, just like there's a Senate, there is a lower legislature than the Senate. So I guess that makes sense. That you're representing a specific district. So he's just a House of Representatives for New York State only, like within the state, which is why instead of having, it's so difficult to have to, re-clarify the same exact words. They just call it an assemblyman because it's different than representative. So got it.
Polling at just 1% and went on to defeat the disgraced former governor.
Hey, this is the guy that was on a sound stream a couple of times. Crazy. Just like interviewed like randomly on the street and shit. Sick. To see people who are straight up in it to be still in it,
Andrew Cuomo twice. First in the Democratic primary and then again in the general election. By election day, more than 2 million New Yorkers had cast their ballots, a level of turnout that hadn't been reached in more than half a century.
It is pretty depressing that 2 million out of like over 4 point something, a little under 5 active. So like in 2020, there was like 4 million point something active registered members, but including non-active members of the voting base, there's like 5 point something million registered voters inside of the New York City area. And that's in 2020's numbers. So then to get 2 million people to vote on an election day 5 years after that was been, literally half a census later, it's like, that's less than 50% by a margin for sure. That's pretty bad turnout. That sucks. And apparently it's one of the first few elections they even had early voting that was not a COVID situation. And it's like, why the fuck don't they have early voting? Why is that so weird about it? They love making it difficult to vote in America. They love making it non-democratic. Yeah, people are lazy. It's crazy to me to think about how there's people in New York who are like, wait, there was an election today? Like, there's people who are like, huh? Who's running? I never heard of the Zoran guy before. It's just crazy that that's the case because it's like, I'm plugged in. I'm paying attention to some of this stuff. So it's impossible for me not to know about it, to hear about it. But people just go to their job and they come home and they don't watch TV. And then it's like, they have their own life, they have their own situation.
The campaign was fueled by more than 104,000 volunteers. This is Mayor-elect Mamdani on election night.
This victory is for all of them.
Like, they could literally have had, 1.5 million people in there. They had 100,000 people working for them, I think they said, the volunteers. And then 2 million people voted. That's like a strong percentage of the actual voter base was people who were actively organizing to some degree, which is kind of like, damn, like that's a mandate of the people straight up. You know what I'm saying? Like, to get a sizable percentage to actually be the ones that go out and door knock and shit for you is like very much so impressive. That shows the amount of effort that was put in to stop them, to try to stop them. Just people at work who've never heard of ChatGPT. That's extra interesting because that's very normie penetrating. It was like a couple of years ago that people were like, hey man, you heard about this AI stuff? You've got to get on this. You're smart, you can change your whole life and have it do all these things for you. It's great, people talking about it, and I'm like, oh, and I look into it, and I'm like, oh, this shit sucks. Especially because it was like the earlier models, ChatGPT 2 or whatever, maybe 3 was at the point. I forget, but yeah. So it's crazy that it had not penetrated even the normie sphere like that.
And it's for all of you, the more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door,
I say I feel like we've heard this enough, but
every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics.
oh, this must be them that got up there and
The
started to talk.
person who introduced Mayor-elect Mamdani that night and led the organizing operation was the campaign field director, Tasha Van Auken. She spoke before the mayor-elect at his election rally.
A lot of respect for the organizers involved in the process. Even seeing the few volunteers at the DSA that set up at the canvases and stuff, and the information they have to pre-gather, materials they get ready, and rubber bands and stapling, and but then also the paperwork, marking down all the different districts and how many places, plotting out the different routes specifically. They plot out all the different routes by hand, basically. It's kind of crazy. And that's just our small little, like, city council race stuff. So, mad respect to, obviously, the giant ones where you need to, I don't know if you need, like, a degree or something, but the amount of on-the-job training you must have in order to run something this big is insane.
104,000 volunteers. We love numbers, we love metrics, but I want to talk first about what's behind those numbers. Every number is, in a way, an act of bravery. Door knocking is not the easiest thing. For many, including myself, it takes a moment of bravery at the beginning, asking a stranger something about their lives and sharing something about yours. Sharing what you want to see in the world, it can be daunting. Thousands of people did it. And every time, every volunteer went to a door and talked to a stranger, they offered their vision to that stranger and invited that stranger to be a part of shaping their vision. We love strangers. Every door knock and every phone call is a statement of belief that politics is for all of us.
Are you saying that because of the blue light that's hitting her? Or because of her organizing and or back, her previous work? Because I feel like that's why you're saying it, is the blue light.
This campaign and this city is all of ours to shape.
That's Tasha Van Auken, and she joins us now in our New York studio. Welcome to Democracy Now! I mean, this election rocked the country and definitely sent a message to the Democrats.
Oh, really? It's actually her previous role? Okay, interesting. Unless it's in a certain part of the business, I guess it doesn't necessarily apply.
Democratic establishment. You are at the center of it. I mean, how often is the field director the person who introduces the winning candidate? But that's how important you were in this campaign.
Oh, I guess I thought it would be kind of normal, but I guess there might not even really be a field director for Andrew Cuomo in the same way, because they just paid people to do it, to stand on the corners and hand out shit. I feel like that's one of those things that's probably worth sharing more as an outsider to the organizing world. When I thought about it, I always assumed people were paid, right? I always thought at least they're putting in some work to go out there and do these things for people, not because they're doing it, because that's just something that they want to see. And sometimes the people are paid. In our stupid city council race, Democrats who were fighting against the DSA's candidates were paying people to go out and to door knock, which is insane to me. What a weird job. How do you even sign up for such a thing? That's crazy. I guess there's a Craigslist ad or something. A WeWork, Upwork ad. And then maybe it should be a bigger part of the process to be like, look, we're all volunteers. We're all just people who live here who are tired of it being bad and want something better. We're all dedicating our personal time. That should show how that should add so much reality to it. Because it's not just like, look, I'm just getting paid to be here, man. Don't listen to me, or you have no reason to. Like, this is all fucking pro bono, man. Like, I don't want to do this. I wish I didn't have to do this, but I do.
Talk about your strategy and your experience, how you organized a campaign with Zoran Mandani that started with 1% name recognition against almost 100% for Andrew Cuomo to this massive win.
Thank you, Amy. It is very exciting. And I keep saying to people that I really feel the history in this election and all that has happened that has led to this campaign being possible. The years of organizing that thousands and thousands of people have done that led to this place. I think when we started the field operation in December, we knew that we wanted it to be very big. We had a goal of 1 million doors. And so what we did was we prioritized developing leadership and bringing in as many volunteers as possible. And so the first thing we did was we launched a canvas in about 8 locations across the city in December. Those canvases were anchored by members of Democratic Socialists of America who had been an early endorser of the campaign and had worked on campaigns prior. So we were able to get a big scale right at the beginning to demonstrate what we wanted to do. And honestly, I mean, from the first canvas that we did, we had folks coming back from doors. We were talking about the 3 planks, the affordability agenda. So it was fast and free buses, universal childcare, and freezing the rent. And we had such a positive reception from day one when we went to people's doors. We had canvassers coming back who had never done it before, who were quite nervous to do it, who were just excited. And they were like, I had so many amazing conversations. And so that's where we started concretely, was just talking to voters.
And where were you physically in the city? Where were you coordinating all of this?
In my apartment. In December, I was in my apartment. Materials were delivered to my apartment. It was before we had an office. It was. I was the only person on the field team at that point. We were a very small team. There were just a small handful of us. Volunteers came to.
Huh. Interesting. That not only would the team exist as one person to start, but then it would grow as it grows, which I imagine is another part of the complications, is like creating the business structure, the management, sort of like when you have 100,000 people, obviously a certain percentage are going to be one-timers and go out, but also there's just a lot of information to scan and to learn and to orchestrate, communicate, text message. So there's like layers of administration basically having to be done. And it was built from the start of just being one person to eventually being what I assume would be a bit of a full team, if not even more. And like, that's like growing a business in a sense, or a department, in 1 year from start to finish. What a transformation. And knowing when you go, okay, we have bitten off more than we could chew, time to grow or die at this point, or stagnate. And they just kept growing, and they're able to grow. So interesting, because I would always be afraid of ever trying to grow, because you can't dedicate the funds to it or whatever it is. You know what I mean? I've never really seen bad actor volunteers in any of the theft stuff that I've been to, but I guess it's only so much. It's pretty easy to vibe check, I guess. At one point, we had a corporate spy show up to our at the beginning of a Dump Duke canvas for the dropping of the energy company. They kind of showed up, asked some questions, and then left. And then we were like, "Oh shit, that person was like connected to the Duke thing or whatever," which was a little weird. People were like, "Wait, did you see that person?" It happened before I was there, but people were talking about it specifically. Um, yeah, they're just kind of seeing how serious the opposition was or whatever, which is kind of funny. Because I remember also at one point I would go to doors and then for Nick Carey's campaign and talk about the thing. And then when I came back for another canvas, I was like, sometimes I get a door and the people are like, "Is he a Republican?" And they want him to be a Republican. And I'm like, I could just lie and be like, "Yeah, man, sure. He is. He hates wokes and he loves Trump. Are you going to vote for him?" Because it's like, I'm just some guy. Like, I could go to any door and knock on it and just say I'm with so-and-so. No one even knows if I'm technically am or am not. There's not really a paper trail. I mean, I guess in some ways there is, but also in some ways there isn't. And also, I mean, I guess maybe there's a Ring camera footage. You can compare it and then double check, like, the fucking apps we use to get our lists or something. But even then, like, and also, like, you say the guy said this and you voted for him and now you're mad. Like, wow, it's one random door knock into what is probably not even a vote. So it's one of those, like, technically you can't weed it out because what are you going to do? Babysit every single person that goes out to make sure they're saying the right thing? No, you have to just kind of assume that it's going to be fine. And that the people aren't going to just say some weird shit. That's just volunteering, I guess, overall.
My apartment, helped bundle things. We got them out to multiple locations, and we launched a canvas and demonstrated what we.
But there definitely would be, both with the size of the net and also with the growing negative attention pointed at their group, I could definitely see them being some weird plants. Like, how weird it is to see people get paid to canvas for others. Someone could be paid to, sandbag the other, right? Theoretically, in some way or another, which is kind of weird. And I guess if you have some sort of, I'm trying to think of a way to, like, really get people in on it in a way that's reasonable, but I don't know what, you take a look at their social media or you ask them to post something on their social media in order to prove that they're a real one, because what if they don't use Facebook or whatever, Twitter, tell them that they have to post that they're a socialist and that these people wouldn't do it if they were a bad actor. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those. But then also it's off-putting when you say, okay, you have to do this thing, prove that you're a real one. Like, I never did this before. I don't know what this is. You're mean. I'm out of here. Like, you wouldn't want to scare people away either. So
we wanted to do at a massive scale for the rest of the campaign.
And could you talk about also some of your beginnings?
Oh, wow. Candidates, because that's true that the candidates, especially in small races, will canvass themselves, obviously, because they're direct constituents, and also they want to talk about things, and then them just lying blatantly about what they want to do or what they can do. I guess it's, in order to be a blatant lie, it'd be like they'd have to know that, like, oh yeah, I know you're really afraid of immigration right now, and I can definitely shut down ICE as a city councilman. And it's like, you can't do that. You have no power to do that. You should know better than that. And that's a lie. And you're just, doing it. Or they just say that, yes, I am pro taxes. Oh, next door, I'm actually very anti-tax. Like, okay, clearly you're saying whatever you think they want to hear. And that's kind of gross. I could see that, I guess. I wonder how successful of a strategy that actually is. Because I feel like when it comes down to some stupid things like city council, there's not really a large presence, so most people don't talk about it. There's not a lot of coverage of it. There's no debate that's televised, at least not in our current ones, in our local ones that I'm aware of. So it's not like when you get up on the podium and you start talking about your policy, they don't go, "Hey, that's different than what that came to my door and talked to me about." Even if they would watch it, if there was one, right? Because the random person you knock on is probably not turning on whatever local fucking news station has that being covered. So there's no way to catch you doing it other than, I guess, they come to the fucking city council meeting and say, "Hey, you scumbag, you fucking came to my door and looked me in the eye and told me a lie. I fucking hate you." And then that might get news coverage, and then all of a sudden you're a piece of shit and your name is mud and you don't get reelected. And now your burgeoning political career is dead at city council person, you know?
Tasha, you started back in 2008 with the Obama campaign in Pennsylvania. Now, Obama was certainly a candidate of hope and change, but certainly not a democratic socialist. And could you talk about this, the impact of the ideology of DSA on the organizing that you did and the differences between this campaign and others you've run?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so she had experience. That makes sense in order to be able to properly do such a big thing. It makes sense that she would have had experience doing this for a while. So
yes, the Obama campaign, I credit that field operation for really setting the bar for me. So I wasn't politically organized before that. I had political leanings. I wanted to participate. I wanted to do something. I didn't know where to go. I think a lot of people feel that way, and so I think about that point in my life a lot. And when Obama won the primary, there was this amazing movement around him, and that is what pulled me into that campaign. And I was lucky enough to get a job in a field office for the last couple months of the general. And when I walked into that, I became part of this incredible organizing operation on his field campaign. The architect of that is Marshall Gans, incredible longtime organizer. And a lot of the sort of organizing theories that he had put into that field operation really stayed with me through the years. And it's
which sounds like a bad thing, but his ground game was good. He just gave up on it after getting into office, is what I've heard from critiques. Is he let it sort of get cobwebbed, because once he was in power, he's like, okay, cool, we no longer need to organize anymore, which is not the correct mindset to be in.
It's all about leadership development. It's all about this idea that anybody who wants to can learn leadership skills and step into roles of responsibility and learn how to build power with other people.
And he was at the victory party.
Yes.
I was just starting to interview him when you started talking.
Yes, he was there. It was incredible. It's been incredible to meet him and get to know him through this campaign. So I think that's what I really took from the Obama campaign, were those organizing philosophies, as well as just like an A+ field operation technically. And so I think it was many years before.
I mean, just that little nugget of wisdom of anyone can be this thing is kind of how I've thought about a lot of different things. Sounds vague, but I would have a job that's super technical, but I'm like, it's not that hard. This position I'm doing in the control room, it looks scary, but it's not that hard, I promise. Anyone can do it. I can train my grandma to do it. Then when I'm video editing, I'm like, it looks crazy that I'm doing all these things, but you pick it up as you go, and it's really not that difficult. There's not much to it. It looks scary to do it first, but there are ways to tiptoe your way in. Just do the simple parts and then add a little bit more each time you do it. The best thing you can do is have fun with it, because that way it encourages you to keep getting at it and making these little jokes and things. Nothing is hard. We're all just human beings. I become an engineer thinking that I don't have the fucking mental skills possible to do the job, and all these old bastards are just, pretending that they know more than they do, keeping what they do know close to their chest to keep it safe, and then Googling everything else, basically 95% of everything. So it's like, you fuckers, you liars, you charlatans, you're acting like you have something that's like better than others, when really anyone can do this. I've always been a overshare. I share, my poops, not like physically, but I talk about them. I got nothing. Nothing is so sacred that I wouldn't want to share it out loud. I talk about, stupid, embarrassing things. I'm an open book, and that includes my technical knowledge. If someone has an interest in it, I'd be more than happy to walk them through it and have them do it themselves. So that idea of everyone can be a leader, and it's not something to say, sorry, you don't have the right stuff and you're out of here, or I'm better because I'm the leader and you're the bad one. It's a good ethos to come in, or whatever. I don't know if that's the right term, but it's a good mindset to have overall, especially as somebody who is a leader. We're not special. We just have been practiced. And you could be good too if you put your mind to it. You could be too if you dedicate the things to it.
I joined Democratic Socialists of America, and Bernie ran for president. And I think what changed for me at that point was really understanding how important organization long-term.
From New York to L.A., Kyle will be free. That's sweet. Although I think that's reference to Shocktober 7 stuff, which is very out of the loop and just kind of old news, but got it.
Organization is for building long-term power. You can't house everything in a single campaign. You have to have some place people get activated through these moments of change where they feel like something else is possible, and then they need some place to go to continue having a political home and learning and organizing and experimenting and trying things. And I think that DSA was that for me in, right around when Bernie ran.
I guess you do, because like I've got 5, 6 viewers, and you're searching their name and finding someone with the tag or anything vaguely related to Hassan to then come into the Twitch chat to just say you don't like him. Like that's like I would just look in the mirror. Like there's people that I hate. There's people that I have like deep ideological differences with, right? Like there's like human beings that I see have done horrible things. The weird Nazis in power and shit, the fuckers being racist and xenophobic. But like I'm not like finding people that support those people and then randomly going into their nobody chat rooms and saying, I hate this person. Like that's just a level of unhingement, you know what I mean? You know it's not about animal abuse because you made it into a fucking joke. Also, it's a nod towards Palestine, right? Like you're specifically bringing in another thing and downplaying an actual genocide that's happening. So it's not about it. Also, you are sitting here looking for this one guy's name and then finding a random person to talk about it with. Go outside. Look in the mirror. Call your mother. I know she wants to hear from you. She's probably very worried about you. Get a life. I don't know. Like I'm an I organize in my local area. I have a wife. I do something. What the fuck? How is it possible? Is it because he's attractive? Thankfully, I'm ugly, so I don't have that issue. Are you threatening me? I have not said a threatening thing to you whatsoever. You've come into my chat specifically to talk about Hassan. You're searching this person's name and looking for dead streams to come in and talk about it with. You have a problem. I'm telling you to go outside, which is not a threat. I'm telling you to touch some grass and to look in the mirror because I search just chatting. Oh, you search just chatting, and I'm I am this 4 viewer stream is the person that showed up when you search just chatting. The most popular topic on Twitch right now. And that's you also just so happened to hate Hassan, and you also first chat message talked about Hassan and also pointed out the Gaza genocide specifically with your from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and you twisted it into the Shocktober fucking thing, right? But you just searched just chatting, it has nothing to do with anything actually. And I wasn't looking for this thing. I'm telling you to get help, to like try not to like live your life with this very specific and like misplaced hatred of one individual out of all things. Oy. It's depressing to see it. It's bro use brain. I mean, I searched just you are trying to act like you're not guilty of this. Bro, I got a great life, not like dumb Americans. Do you have a great life? You are searching for nobody streamers to go talk to about this thing that does not even exist to then make into a thing about how much you don't like this one streamer. It's kind of insane. It's actually like straight up a problem. It is like, I don't know which type of insanity it is, but it is not a healthy way to live your life. Can't you see that? Can't you see that? That's crazy. What's the problem talking about him? Do you not think that it's odd to find a random community, specifically, with almost nobody in it, you're just searching by yourself, alone in a room, to go type into this room about this thing? We're not talking about him at all, in any way whatsoever. You bring him up specifically, just out of the blue, to do this. You don't think that's a problem? You don't think that's a derangement? You don't think that that's like the only thing that you're thinking about, that you're constantly going to all these chat rooms and typing this shit in? Do you want viewers that what you weren't searching sniffing, you weren't searching anything, you were searching Hassan specifically to come in and to talk about this and to talk about how much you hate him, right? So it's like, oh look, if I wanted to bring in haters of Hassan, that'd be the easiest thing in the world to do, right? That'd be the easiest thing to do. It was to bring in a bunch of bad smelling losers, right? I search just chatting. I'm on the front page of just chatting. Am I on the front page of just chatting? It's my bet. I'm in luck, dude. I'm about to break into it as a non-partnered streamer. Oh my god, I'm about to make it. I can't fucking wait, dude. Today's my day. Today is my day. I'm gonna be rich. Finally. Let's see, just chatting. #1 category on Twitch. Weird. Yeah, lots and lots of people that exist with, what is it? That's the following category. Let's see. Yeah, 167,000 viewers right now, with the total of how many people on stream. I guess they didn't tell you how many total there are right now, because there's just fucking an obscene number of them. Sort by viewers high to low. Yeah, people with 17,000 viewers on the #1 streaming category, but you find me somehow by searching, by just searching, just chatting. Yeah, I don't believe you. And you don't believe yourself. I mean, I know you're trying to convince yourself, but I know you don't believe it, and you feel a bit ashamed, and you're trying to make it like it's not the case, but it's okay. Whatever. Just sort of like take a moment and reflect, I guess. You probably already left. I don't know. Get help. Why are you so annoyed I find you? It's not that you found me. It's that you came in the first message out of nowhere with no context about that. I just said I don't like Hassan. You just came in to derail the conversation, bringing up a month-old fucking controversy that was astroturf as fuck out of the blue, and you're like, oh no, I'm just here for just chatting. Oh wait, but it's actually, I have this unhinged derangement of one human being. I just need to talk to you about it and stop everything that you're doing about it. Oh, what's the deal? What's the big deal? Why do you think I'm the one that's weird? I'm just walking around with this guy's face on my shirt, constantly shitting on people's tables. What? Hey, you know, don't you want people to come to your business? Why are you mad that I'm here, guys? Whoa, what's going on? Why are you making it out like I'm the weirdo?
And of course, we have the.
I was trying to be fucking nice to you and tell you, like, take care of yourself. Look in the mirror. Go outside. Talk to your mother. Get some help. You know, meet with other fellow human beings. Try to be normal, man. Like, Jesus Christ. But then you keep fucking going on it again.
The news that just came out of another victory of an insurgent mayoral candidate, Katie Wilson, in Seattle, also a community organizer, also someone who wasn't expected initially to have a chance. Your sense of how this insurgent progressive movement is taking shape across the country?
Yeah, very exciting. I have a...
Dude, what? Help. At least I don't kill people like Charlie Kirk and do crazy stuff. You say you don't do crazy stuff, but you bring up the killing of Charlie Kirk. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Do you think Hassan killed Charlie Kirk? I don't think you actually believe that. Also, you don't even live in America. Why the fuck do you know about Charlie Kirk? What the fuck? You're being weird for the sake of being weird, which is annoying. You're being a troll. Leftist it was not a leftist. I mean, I guess the court case is coming out. I guess we'll find more information over time, but like, don't be ridiculous. Also, do you care about which of the two sides do weird individual acts of terrorism specifically? Do you care? Because if you did care, the data shows that right wing do significantly more acts of domestic terrorism by a long shot in America, but you don't care about that, so it doesn't matter. Also, individual extremists are freaks, right? It's whatever. But also, if you think that one ideology is the one that makes people do it more than the other, despite right-wing being a smaller subset of the population, they have a significantly disproportionate amount of the domestic terrorists. But whatever, you know, I agree that one individual bad actor does not necessarily represent the group at large, but that's something that you want to bring up and say, and you're just randomly attaching what might have been a leftist person killing Charlie Kirk to somehow attaching that to Hassan Piker of all things. It's the Gish Gallop where you're just saying as many disassociated, unhinged things, and I have to sit here fucking breaking it all down, you know, lies about who, if the person was leftist, and then also making it out that that's actually doing more crimes, and then also bringing up the Charlie Kirk thing, bringing up a song, bringing up none of that stuff happened in my stream whatsoever. What the fuck? It's just 100 things, and it's just like, oh, I'm not being a fucking, you know, pants shitting loser. Everyone pointing and laughing at me. It's you that have the problem. You know, I'm living rent free in their head. It's not that I'm constantly thinking about Hassan and everything and hating him and then trying to get attention in communities. You're annoying. You're just kind of pathetic. And you have no personality. You are just like every other one of these fucking bot-like people that come in to talk about this one thing and say the same, 10 different individual things whatsoever. It's just kind of sad. Anything leftists don't agree with is annoying. No, it's not that you have you don't have a ideological idea that you are pitching here. You're just saying that it's not like, oh, look, I actually think that trickle down economics is a factor that'll actually help more people in America versus the idea of providing things to people without barriers to entry. You know, no, it's not a thing based off of policy or based off of examples. It's saying I don't like Hassan because Charlie Kirk was killed, and it's just like, what? Huh? That's not that is you are coming in here shitting up the chat with a bunch of messages that have nothing to do with anything we're talking about, and you're saying, why do people think I'm annoying? Why do people think I'm annoying? I keep constantly attaching things that have nothing to do with each other to the topic that is not nothing to do with relation to it. But everyone's calling me annoying. Why is this the case?
My brother lives in Seattle, and his partner sent me that information yesterday. I think that, yeah, moments like this feel very important because they really, the zeitgeist shifts. People start to understand that other things are possible, and it's been overwhelming to hear from folks across the country, all over the place, who are inspired by this campaign and are organizing to change things.
So, Tasha Van Auken, you are still the field director, but the campaign is over. But actually, is it? Because, I mean, you have President Trump threatening to take billions from the city. He even threatened to detain and deport Zohran Mamdani, clearly going to target him. The response, it seems, is the same as the response in the campaign, is people rising up across the city. You have 104,000 volunteers. Are you keeping them organized? And what exactly would they do? How do you carry out this campaign, from free buses to childcare to city-run grocery stores?
It is a very good question. It is the question, in my opinion. I think from the very first training that we did in January, we've said from the beginning, it is very important for people to see this as one step towards more organizing, and that it is incredibly important to continue organizing after the campaign.
Which is the one thing that, one of the many criticisms of the Obama campaign was not keeping out the momentum that they had, because they were, depending upon which part of it you're looking at, once in a generation charisma and getting people all to believe in hope and change, but then boom, immediately brunch mode after that. Don't look at what I'm actually doing. Just pretend that it's going to be good. And then people realize that, wait, we voted for the change, but then nothing happened. Why didn't anything happen? Wait, we voted in massive numbers, whatever it was. I think you know the answer to that, right, buddy? I'm not a person that like reads a bunch of theory, but I just want the government to do good stuff for its people, right? That's what sounds good to me. If we want to buy Coca-Cola while we do it, that sounds cool. I got no problem with that. It doesn't have to be this whole like, these are the three different economic leanings that exist. But I'm sick of the government working for the corporations. I'd rather have the corporations work for the government. You know what I mean? And not even like a public partnership or whatever it is, but like, I want the corporations to be afraid of what the people want. And if they go against it, then the government can stop them. I want well-regulated shit. I don't want them being able to do whatever the fuck they want. I'm sick of them getting found for doing insider trading and then getting a slap on the wrist. And then they have a bunch of fucking lawyers that then allow them to say there was no wrongdoing. And then they could walk away and they can, fix fucking pork prices, like Hormel was fixing pork prices for even years before the pandemic. Found to have a whole ring with Tyson Foods and all these other places. And then getting caught doing a cartel of illegal price fixing, then have them pay like $11 million in fines, despite all the profits that they made along the way. And they get to say no wrongdoing in the settlement. And they end it there. They got caught red-handed, and instead they can just get away scot-free, probably still making more money than they've been paid in fines. And that's only if they get caught. They're incentivized to break the fucking rules. They're incentivized to be belligerent. It's how this fucking place is falling apart. But you don't even live here, so I guess I'm not sure why you're super interested, but oh, geez. Now I gotta find my tab again. Oh, geez. Oh, here we go.
campaign is over. I think we're in this exciting moment in terms of infrastructure, organized infrastructure that can help move this agenda, as well as help, I think, respond to what might happen. It is also a very scary moment for all the reasons you listed. I think we have this moment where we have organizations, progressive and left organizations in New York City who are organized and have been building, like I said, like a lot of them building towards this campaign being possible. And they will all be organizing. And then I think we also have this exciting opportunity to vision out what the government looks like and to demystify the government and access to the government, access to politics for people. And that to me has been at the centerpiece of all of this work, is really like opening up a lane of access for folks so that anybody can consider themselves political, understand and learn what they can do that can actually change and move the needle in our world.
About 30 seconds left, but how do you guard against the movement to demobilize, in essence, that has happened with many progressive movements once they come into power? Even under Obama, the Obama campaign
they're talking about
was forced often to contend with those on the ground who were still demanding more change.
15 seconds.
I think it's good for there to be organizing outside of the administration. I think that is good. So I think that Zoran and everyone from the campaign is very excited for there to be lots of levels and tiers of organizing.
Tasha.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that organizing is what got them there, and just because they're now back in the official office, and that only has a limited number of slots, and all the organizers, 100,000 people aren't going to get a job in the administration. Not that they would all want one, but there's going to be continued organizing outside. And even there could be things that are outside of their control. Like, Zoran can't change a war because he's just the mayor of New York City, but there could still be organizing around that war, or there could be organizing around the things that he's not doing right in New York as well. And it was important to have it before him, and it was important to have it during him, and it's important to have it after him, which is a good mindset for the people to have, because it's not just tied to one person. It's not just tied to one race. It's tied to a continued push to have things to be more equitable and have things be more in line with what they want to see. So it just makes sense no matter what, really. Because when people aren't organized and it's just the corporate packed money, it's just the the big parties that put up a random schlub or a shill for the party in the spot, then you end up with the crap with what we have, which sucks. It's kind of cool that New York has some fun batching stuff or whatever, but I would love to see campaign reform, the fact that outside money can come in. Like, there's rules about what can be donated and how much can be and all these different things, but then there's this big, like, well, but then you can have an outside PAC come in, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want. And it's just like, we've seen it fail now a couple of times in a few different ways, but we've also seen it succeed and get close. And I don't like how effective it is at changing the temperature or shifting the overall vote, because you got X number of million people, and then you make an ad saying sniffing feet smell like cream cheese. Ew, it's gross. There's a certain number of people that will believe it, whether or not it's true or anything, right? It's just the numbers. And the fact that can be swayed by just throwing more money at it, as obviously a silly example, but the idea is there that misinformation, and now it's a PAC that has this statement that's saying it. Yeah. I don't even know if cream cheese really smells like anything. I was just think of the word cheese, and then cream cheese came up, and I'm like, well, that's neither here nor there. But if that's found to be a lie, or kind of, if it's using an AI video with racist undertones and bad facts and just blatant lies, then the PAC is what's in trouble, not the other thing. Now it's funny that the Cuomo campaign literally actually put their name on it and put them out, which is like obscene. But that was just the last couple of days of the campaign. We're going to see a lot more of that shit in the future for sure, because it's out there now. Like, all the Sora stuff is going to be making a bunch of complete garbage, and I am not looking forward to. Although maybe the other teams won't be as fucking desperate as the Cuomo team was. It's really funny that the Cuomo team was also bringing up Hassan, of all things, which is just kind of crazy to think about. Pictures of him in Central Park. This is crazy. Well, this video was sitting on this thing, but you know what? Might as well. Also featuring CoffeeZilla. Whoa. I love me some good work, and it's a new one. I'll grab another soda and let this video go.
For a long time, cryptocurrency was something that only mattered to smelly men who are also probably criminals. To many normal people who do things like go outside, it seemed like this incel dweeb money would never become anything more than a niche interest or a means of exchange between perverts and the Taliban. But despite all of that, today, the United
We're a little behind on our shipment of Mountain Lightning, so it's just cans of Sun-Kissed Diet. One of the only orange ones that has a little bit of caffeine in it. So that's why Kara likes it.
States government and many mainstream financial institutions are embracing crypto with open arms and huge boners, leading me to
And I can drink some water too.
ask the question, all right, everybody, sit down, open your ears, and close your legs, because I'm about to read an explainer on cryptocurrency. If we get through this, you have permission to stop this video and get a healthy snack. Investopedia defines cryptocurrency as a digital or virtual currency that exists on a decentralized network of computers and is not issued by a central authority like a government. The first cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, was invented by an anonymous person or group named Satoshi Nakamoto after they published a paper in 2008 describing their vision for a purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash that would allow online payments to be sent directly from one party to another without going through a financial institution. Bitcoin remains the most
Whoops. That's not what it is anymore at all, is it?
famous and by far
Not that it was that perfect to begin with, but
the largest cryptocurrency today. In the simplest terms, Bitcoin is a huge spreadsheet in which column A is the anonymized names of Bitcoin owners and column B is how many they have. The innovation of Bitcoin is that it distributes the record keeping of that spreadsheet to a network of computers across the world called the blockchain. Bitcoin's proponents say that that feature makes it a superior form of money to government-issued or fiat currency because it doesn't rely on a central banking system. In your opinion, as an investigative reporter who's covered crypto extensively, in the year 2025, in God's year 2025, is crypto legit now?
You know, it's like medium legit. I think even crypto people would admit that if you were to just pick a cryptocurrency at random, the odds are like very good that it's a scam.
Zeke Fox is a veteran, investigative reporter for Bloomberg who has covered the crypto industry extensively. So extensively that he even wrote a book called Number Go Up, Crypto's Wild Rise and Staggering Fall. In it, Zeke describes his time reporting on Sam Bankman-Fried's now infamous cryptocurrency company.
who's also trying to get a pardon and get to be freed and saying that actually I did nothing wrong and actually I'm anti-woke now. Will you give me a pardon, Mr. Trump?
FTX, which surfed the industry's initial wave of mainstream popularity in the late 2010s to become the era's blue-chip institution for trading digital currencies. Before it was revealed in 2022 that what FTX meant by trading digital currencies was give us your money so we can steal it.
I was down in the Bahamas at the kind of peak of the mania, just after the Super Bowl, where FTX had aired that ad with Larry David, and we'd seen a lot of other ads for crypto companies. And what it seemed like to me, I mean, we're in the Bahamas because they're trying to get around US regulations. It seemed like they basically created this giant
semi-unregulated offshore casino where people could go and bet on the prices of all these different dumb coins, and that it was kind of bad because most people would probably lose money. But what I did not suspect at all was that
it's not just a casino, it's a poorly made casino. That's a Ponzi scheme.
he had taken all the money that people had deposited at his casino and stolen it. That thought never crossed my mind, honestly.
FTX collapsed in 2022, bringing crypto prices down with it, creating a bloodbath to rival history's bloodiest of baths. It was precisely like the Battle of the Bulge, except instead of hundreds of thousands of human casualties, what was lost was tens of billions of dollars that people had voluntarily chosen to invest in computer money that is famous for its volatility. I asked Zeke to think back to the aftermath of those harrowing days.
Almost all cryptocurrencies were down, 70, 90%. It looked terrible for the industry. And it was kind of hard to imagine that there'd be this mass of people who'd be like, hey, let's give that another shot. The one exception I would have made at the time is Bitcoin. It's developed this huge cult around it.
It's just good because people believe it's good, which is funny because that's how fiat currencies work in a sense. But they're supposed to be different, but they're not. And also, it's fucking dumb bullshit. It's not actually based in a country. It's not actually based in anything.
People who think that Bitcoin is the solution for every problem in the world and who are just so committed to it that they kind of put a floor on the price. Think about like the Insane Clown Posse.
I often do.
Is their music good?
Art is subjective.
Fair. Okay. I'm gonna say it's bad. But like, am I gonna bet that no one's gonna come to the gathering of the Juggalos next year? Like, no. That's sort of like Bitcoin. These guys are Juggalos.
Despite whatever we might think about Insane Clown Posse, the Juggalos will be there every year.
Yes. Now, will the Juggalos take over the world? I would argue that in the end, the Juggalos have kind of a limited appeal. The Bitcoiners would say, no, like, we're gonna take over the world. Because, okay, they have one thing that the Juggalos don't have, which is like, what if...
Why are they calling out that one Juggalo? Who's like...
By recruiting more Juggalos, you would get rich. Maybe that would make you work harder to recruit Juggalos.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden the music starts to sound a little bit better.
Yeah.
When you can make money off of doing it.
What if you could just donate a lot of money to the president and then he would become a Juggalo? Then like all the people who like him might be Juggalos too.
Indeed, over the first year of the current Trump administration,
I had a friend who, definitely would consider themselves to be progressive minded or just a Democrat, but was like, damn, dude, my Bitcoin portfolio is not doing so hot. And I know Trump is supposed to be the crypto president. So part of me wants him to be elected just so my Trump Bitcoin will go up. That's what I just feel that. I'm just like, I think that at the time I was like, I don't know that he's supposed to be anything special for it because he goes and talks to everybody and tells them something. But I didn't realize that there was some specific things that he was supposed to be doing for the markets or whatever. And then obviously he leaned into it with the scams right before fucking getting sworn in. So that way he didn't technically scam while president. He was just president-elect when he scammed, when he did his fucking rug pull.
the long arm of the federal government has reached out its hot iron and stamped the underside of our great nation with the glowing brand of Bitcoin. If you can't tell from literally everything about me, I very much enjoy caffeine, specifically coffee. More specifically, Cometeer. If you don't know what Cometeer is, it's time to sit your tush down and get learning. Cometeer has changed my coffee routine for the better, and it can change yours too, bucko. Right now you can get $30 off, that's 15 free cups.
Wow.
Creation of a strategic Bitcoin reserve and a digital asset drinking, folks. The President Executive Order, the creation of a strategic Bitcoin reserve and a digital asset stockpile. Congress passed the bill.
Now, what we know about the strategic reserves is he will not release it to feed starving children and Americans. He will actually go to the Supreme Court to try to stop it from being released. Fucking Bitcoins, how do they work? I could see the Juggalos being into Bitcoin. You give them one fucking pitch about the blockchain and they're like, what? Dude, I'm all in. I don't know what you said, but I feel like you know what you said. Therefore, I'm all in.
With flying bipartisan support to legalize stablecoins, which are cryptocurrencies whose value is tied to the US dollar. So basically, crypto dollars.
Oh, I worked with a guy who was telling me about how, you know, he's sad by a lot of the things in life and how work is kind of bullshit and he wants to have, you know, get set up. Everybody wants to win the lottery, right? Everybody wants to get rich. Regular method of life has not been working out. You know, he's married, he's got kids, but he's keep getting laid off by these jobs that keep shutting down in a field that's dying, broadcast television. And he's just kind of looking for a way out because there's no pensions, there's no fucking you got to hope that the stock market's doing well when you randomly retire. So that's not a very good system. And he was getting his buddies talking to him about all these Bitcoin things. And I'm just like, bro, I don't know, man. That shit's all dumb. And then a week later, he's talking to me like, yeah, well, I had a friend telling me about it. And I don't know. I kind of agree with you. It's dumb. But then, you know, another week goes by. He's like, well, this guy's telling me that like he's going to like Tesla dealerships and buying the Tesla flat with cash instantly. He's so rich from all this stuff. And I'm like, do you know this person? Because it's probably not. Like, this is probably a bunch of like either lies or scammers, you know. And then he got wrangled up into this. He was a skeptic or a non-believer, but then he got swept up into the idea that he could buy this Bitcoin thing and be told when markets would go up and then sell it. And they give you like, you put money into this thing, they give you a rate of return on the US dollar coin and whatever. Like, he had this obscene fucking too good to be true fake thing. And I was like, there's no way that shit is real, bro. They're not just giving away money for free over there. It's just not going to happen. The money got to come from somebody. Got to come from somebody. So I tried like looking up his fucking system, but it was like going through some like, it was on an official app, but in the official app, you have to use the official app's browser to go into a separate network, which is like, sus, this is fucking a scam. And he's like, well, maybe, but I don't know. It's working for me. I'm like, no, it's not. Like, unless you can get the money out and put it into your fucking hand, it's not working for you. So I went through the motions to like set up an account to show him. And I'm like, look, bro, my wallet has the same exact number that your wallet has. This is not a real wallet. Like, wallets don't have the same fucking numbers. That's not how this shit works. And he's like, well, maybe. I don't know. Like, he just didn't want to believe it. He just could not listen to the fucking words. And he ended up losing an obscene amount of money. Like, he, like, pre-emptied his fucking 401k and put it into it, you know? And it's just like, fuck. You know? I think he got, I can't confirm it, but there's this one random person he's talking to on like Telegram or something. And it's this lady friend of his. And I'm pretty sure he was just getting catfished or he was getting faked because he, you know, was being said how pretty and handsome he is or something. And it's like some like e-dating thing or whatever. Because I'm like, how did you meet this friend? Are you willing to tell me how you met this friend? And he's like, no. And I'm like, do you really think this friend is that trustworthy if you've only met them somewhat recently through the online stuff? Like, is this really a friend of yours? Because you say a friend is setting you up with this stuff, but is it really a friend or just a scammer who's trying to scam you? Like, why do you think this person's your friend? Why do you think this person's your friend? Do you even know this person? You know, and it's just like, it's sad because, you know, he's a middle-aged plus older guy. He wasn't looking the best. And he's feeling good for once, but it's also like there's a bit of shame involved, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It could have been something unrelated to what I thought, but like I get text messages all the time with random bullshit about like people, you know, texting like, hey, and they have like a profile picture of like a lady and I'm like, block, because it's obviously a fucking catfish thing. But I wonder if he like hello, and just wanted to talk to a pretty lady for once. And then, now he's getting roped into this fucking Bitcoin scam. Like, what an idiot. And he didn't want to believe it. It was just so depressing that he acted like a normal skeptic at first. Maybe it was all just a front because he was embarrassed and then suddenly wanted to share it with me. And I was even trying to show him in his face that you should get out and, prove it to yourself by getting all your money out right now. If you can't get it all out, it's not your money, is it? It's just, I'm just going through all the fucking, I have this thing where like, when I talk to people, I have a desperate need to be understood. And when I'm trying to explain to this guy that he's being scammed out of his fucking savings, that he won't even just believe me, and I get it. It's embarrassing to think that you're getting scammed. But like, I was walking through with him and I was like trying not to scare him off, sort of being a bit more of like, well, maybe, I would like to not have to work ever again. Let's see if this works. I don't really believe it. Like, it does sound too good to be true, right? Too good to be true. But then, can you pretend to be my dad and ground me for selling Netanyahu some cash app? What? No. That's not totally and I'm not sure if that's just its own separate thing or if that's related to the thing that I was talking about. But I could see how it could be related. It's just, it felt so bad to be willingly misunderstood because I know that he was hearing what I'm saying. And I know it made sense to him. It was just, he couldn't believe. Like, if he actually believed that I was saying the truth, then he made the biggest mistake of his entire life. And he would rather just not believe me than actually have that be a reality.
Then the House passed a different bill, again with flying bipartisan support, which would establish a very friendly regulatory framework for all cryptocurrencies, not just stablecoins, and that is currently going through that dang old Senate.
How is this different than what we saw from the Biden administration?
It's dramatically different.
Eleanor Mueller is a reporter for Semaphore covering Congress, and this year, covering Congress means covering crypto.
There's a Republican president who's called himself, the most pro-crypto president. There's a House and a Senate controlled by Republicans in part because the crypto super PAC spent so much money to make sure that happened. There's a lot of momentum for legislation. I think a lot of it is lobbying. I think that...
there's also this untraceable or difficult to trace amount of money from crypto, buying into the Trump coin, buying into the Melania coin, that is very difficult to understand and very difficult to really trace back to certain things, with the element of the wallets being this sort of untraceable or anonymous style system. The fact that people like CoffeeZilla, who I guess is in this video, are able to trace it so well when tracking down all the scams, it must be a concerted effort. And that's what the scammers like about it.
After FTX, the industry has since established itself as a Washington powerhouse.
Folks, it's safe to say that the crypto industry is lobbying like the bottom floor of a fucking hotel. This year, the industry has already raised $263 million to go to work sucking off Capitol Hill, which means that when it comes to sucking off Capitol Hill, they're now at the same level as Big Oil. And folks, if you're sucking off Capitol Hill like Big Oil sucks off Capitol Hill, well, quite frankly, you should be given the Pulitzer Prize for sucking off Capitol Hill, because no one sucks off Capitol Hill quite like how Big Oil sucks off Capitol Hill. Until now.
On the behalf of the...
That's some of the different coins. The whole purpose was to be anonymous. That's kind of crazy. 'Cause I'm thinking, like, let's do a transaction. I would like a soda. Let's transact. You anonymously got money. That was me. Give me my soda, please. It's like, what? Obviously, you can't be that anonymous if you. But maybe it's a transaction thing. Obviously, maybe that's a bad example because there's ways that they could make sure that it's done in a certain way, but. It's just now you open up the idea that, oh, look, we have this totally untraceable form of currency. Sure hope corruption doesn't happen. And it's like, well, now, hold on. I guess cash is kind of a version of that, but then you eventually deposit cash somewhere, or you spend an obscene amount of cash and then that's tracked via your taxes. So even that can kind of show up in some way or another. Also, the whole idea of a blockchain being an incredibly tedious and time-consuming and also energy-consuming element to. If I ever owned any crypto, technically I owned crypto of like crumbs here and there. When my buddy was trying to like talk about it, never like an investment amount or anything like that. Never really bought or sold it in any way. Like technically the card company that we had a very small amount of crypto before getting out and barely making. I don't remember if it might have made, but you also you lose out on fees, gas fees, whatever, all this weird shit. I don't remember being anything of value, but it was just like a dumb like, look, let's spend a little bit on Bitcoin as whenever we buy cards or something as a way to maybe see this thing build. But then ultimately he decided to take that money back out again and put it in something else. And it's like, okay, so I technically own some Bitcoin there, but like that was like, I don't know, $1,000 at most. Again, in a shared fake company between the two of us. So technically, yes, but no.
President is a little more personal. He was kind of drawn to the industry because they both felt discriminated against by traditional finance.
When I was showing my friend or my coworker that he should not be doing the thing, I had to like open up an account on not Robinhood, but on one of those like not Coinbase, but something like Coinbase, basically. And like put in some US dollar coin, but you have to buy a Bitcoin first, or you have to buy Ethereum first because that's on the Ethereum marketplace. And you can't just get a US dollar coin. You got to buy Ethereum and then make it and then convert it into US dollar coin. But then like you can only do that up to a $5 limit, or there was some weird thing. So I think I may have had like some amount, like $100 or something or less. I forget the totals. Just to show him that like this shit is fake. And I was able to get all my money back out of it, minus whatever the few percentage points you lose. But he was not able to get his money out. Poor guy. I feel bad for him, but he bought off Silk Road, which I guess is like maybe a marketplace or something. Got to be angry they spent like their 5 Bitcoins on an eighth of wheat. Oh no, this is some early shit. Oh, also thanks for the follow, by the way, Blood. Yeah. I've heard about some stories about like someone's like, yeah, I got like a flash drive somewhere that has 5 Bitcoin on it, and that's $500,000. What are you talking about? That's crazy, bro. You gotta find that. I'll be searching everywhere for that. Or like, oh, like, I have this account, I just don't remember the password, and it's like I don't know. I don't care how long it takes for the lockout. I'd be sitting there spamming I'd be putting a fucking generator and throwing it at it. You know what I mean? No, it's fine.
Trump, in the instance of January 6th, after he left his first administration, he's alleged that he could not open accounts at certain banks. And then on the campaign trail, this most recent presidential election,
I guess it's historic to call it Silk Road, but I wonder if that's just because it's exotic. It's different. Let's call it the Silk Road because it might as well be in the middle of the Orient or whatever.
was something that a lot of crypto folks came to him and said, we've had the same issue because of who we are and what people think about us. We haven't been able to open banks. And so it kind of became this, oh, we're in this together and we're going to screw over the people that did this to us.
The banks discriminated against me.
The reason we got into crypto and we're all
just screaming into the void at this, the most petulant, worthless crybaby. Like, does he even believe it? Or does he just think that he can just...
in on crypto and we're doing American Bitcoin and we have World Liberty Finance and USD1 was because there was a time, and probably I'd been on this show, where there was I could call any single banker in New York City. They'd pick up the phone. I'd be able to get a loan for whatever real estate project I was doing across the street. Then we got into politics, and all of a sudden, they wouldn't take your call. Right. You couldn't get financing. We were debanked.
The Trumps claim there's a bias against conservatives in the mainstream financial system. Techno-conservative Silicon Valley types claim there's a bias against crypto.
just one of Andreessen, I think his name is, or something. He's just got one of the most fascinating skulls I've ever seen. One that I feel like is not natural. Not saying that he's an alien, but like, did bro try to do like some like brain surgery or try to do some kind of like head technique or something? I just don't think I've seen such a conehead ever before. Yeah. I mean, Pin from Spider-Man. Oh, I typed in Spider-Man pin, and now I get a bunch of small pins. Not getting any better. Like Kingpin? Oh, you said Kingpin. You said Kingpin. I don't know why I didn't read the beginning part. But yes. I'm used to Kingpin being from Daredevil now, but you're right. Kingpin was first introduced to me from Spider-Man from the cartoon show. I feel like Kingpin had more normal look to him. Slash, this is the this is the cartoon version. Open image in new tab. There he is. This was the Kingpin for me. And he's a big rich guy, right? But there's a definite conehead thing going on. To me, he looks more like the coneheads than he looks like... Maybe he's just not big and fat enough. But there's something spectacular.
In the mainstream financial system, the solution? KISS.
Hello, Bitcoiners. As we implement these reforms, Bitcoin and crypto will grow our economy, cement American financial dominance, and strengthen our entire country.
He has such a weird... He has a weird cadence whenever he's just not giving a fuck and just reading his teleprompter. But then he gets all animated when he goes off script.
Long into the future.
Reports say that in the first half of 2025, the Trump family made more than $800 million in sales of crypto assets, on top of potentially billions more in unrealized gains from their new crypto business, World Liberty Financial. On top of that, they've made hundreds of millions more selling their meme coin. This is all burning the path to create a more crypto-friendly America. A future that many crypto enthusiasts are absolutely cheesing to see. What do you make of the Trump administration's steady adoption of crypto? I mean, clearly they have personal interest in it as well.
Yeah, I'll leave the personal involvement aside. I'm not a government ethics lawyer, and I think that's sort of a separate question. But the administration itself, these are people who understand Bitcoin and care about Bitcoin, and it has actually definitely been a boon to see policy being taken very seriously.
Zach Shapiro is a lawyer with a practice dedicated to helping Bitcoin-focused ventures grow their business and navigate regulatory hurdles.
I don't think this is, an explicitly left-right thing, but I think it's no secret that the previous administration took a pretty outwardly hostile approach to the entire sector, and so we did not have a lot of regulatory clarity either from the agencies or from Congress about what...
Is bro out here trying to get regulation, but in a good way for crypto? Because they don't want regulation. What little regulation there is about the money that goes between the two, because you need to then dump fiat into it in order to properly buy into it. But the whole point is to be unregulated, right? They don't want a central banking system despite having only a few centralized hubs for all of the different things, the different trading networks. I'll wait. I mean, CoffeeZilla is coming on, so despite being, from what I've heard, a crypto hope, he believes in it to some degree. He's constantly out there pointing out all the fucking flaws and all the crazy scams.
The ground rules are, if you don't provide clear rules, it is really, really hard to legally build valuable things. So what is
a great reason to have the regulations that exist? it's so fun watching them speed run every one of the different major regulations that we have for stock trading, which is, heavily regulated, but obviously there's still problems involved. But the unregulated market was just running through all the old scams all over again, just naturally finding them, almost like, putting fungus in a maze where it'll slowly finds its path to the least resistance to get to the nugget of moisture or, bread in the center of the fucking maze. It's just finding its way again without really being guided, but just fucking getting there again. Ponzi scheme 2.0, Bernie Madoff 2.0, all these different fucking versions of it, on top of a bunch of brand new, innovative, fucking insane, Hawk Tua coins and shit.
This is the thing that's left that's legal to do. Meme coins, right? Those are not regulated. Those are jokes. Those are gambling vehicles. And that's what we saw, right? The previous administration did not pave the way for the crypto industry to be able to build a lot of...
Okay, Mr. Dead skin on your lips, making a weird string sometimes that makes me grossed out, but I can't stop looking at it. You think it's unregulated because the meme coins, these are the only things that are unregulated. But the Bitcoin itself, haha, now that's not a joke. That's a serious venture. Bro, that's a gambling venture as well, based off of the speculative market of the vibes of Bitcoin. It's just, there's not even a product like NVIDIA's vibes when they have a big release of a graphics card, their sales go up. That's vibes. Stock markets are always, an emotional market. But at least there's a fucking graphics card that they're saying they're going to release. And they've released a lot of graphics cards over the years, so people believe them. There is a product being developed. There is a thing that exists, unlike random fucking vibes of Bitcoin. Oh, the blockchain, this very long ledger of all these transactions. This is what we got. It takes more energy than ever before to look at it and to recreate it for the next fucking batch of transactions logged. Come on in, guys. This is a real serious fucking thing that's useful
stuff. And so we built a lot of frivolous stuff that got a lot of people hurt.
Now, what the Oklahoma City Thunder's Alex Caruso is referring to here are all those meme coins that had a buzzy rise and a spectacular fall. Doge, Shib, Fartcoin, Hawk Tua, Bonk, Mog, Giga, and plenty more that make an 11-year-old boy shart his basketball shorts with laughter. He believes that meme coins like these have no institutional use, unlike Bitcoin.
The biggest misconception I hear is a misunderstanding, I think specifically of what Bitcoin is.
Oh, give it to me, bro. This is me misconceiving.
What Bitcoin is, and a lot of crypto sort of on the back of Bitcoin, is a return to a form of money more like gold. It's like a type of gold that's engineered for the internet age.
When Bitcoiners say the dollar is backed by nothing, what they mean is that it's only valuable because we trust the government that issues the dollar bill. They contrast this with gold, which is valuable not because it was issued by...
I have not heard that before. It sounds like this is a common thing. Trying to say Bitcoin is like gold is like yelling at the gold and saying we lost the gold standard, yelling at the dollar saying we lost the gold standard. That's an argument I've heard before in different ways. But then saying that Bitcoin is valuable, is that supposed to be off of the only being 1 million Bitcoins ever? And that's supposed to then create this scarcity market that gives it value? Is that what that what they're getting at?
A government authority, but because it's a rare commodity. It's long been common practice for mainstream investors to hedge against economic downturns by investing in gold because its value theoretically won't drop if a certain country or region hits hard times. When Bitcoin was created, it was modeled after gold. By design, there's only 21 million Bitcoin that will ever...
Or 21, I guess.
...be in existence. And because of this, crypto enthusiasts argue that in the digital age, Bitcoin makes way more sense than physical gold bars as a hedge against the value of government-backed currencies declining over time, which is basically another way of saying a hedge against inflation. Now, in case you didn't realize, I just spoke a lot of letters out of my mouth. And I'm quite thirsty. What does a journalist have to do to get a Guinness in here?
Would you like a Guinness right now?
That would be fantastic.
We can do that. Hey, Sydney?
He's a soldier for the Bitcoin army. Let's see.
That's Thomas Pacquiao. Thomas is the owner of PubKey, the world's first Bitcoin-themed dive bar / podcast studio. Ladies.
Thomas, in your opinion, is crypto legit now?
Crypto? No, Bitcoin is. There's a big difference between Bitcoin and crypto.
A former employee on the digital assets team at Fidelity, Thomas opened PubKey to serve as a much-needed physical space for crypto fans to peel themselves off their gamer chairs and exchange ideas IRL. One of those crypto fans? President Donald John Trump.
Oh my God. I was just looking at the real-life NFT that they made here. The little napkin drawing. Did not expect Donald Trump to walk into this bar
and exchange ideas IRL. One of those crypto fans? President Donald John Trump, who visited back in 2024, immediately becoming the first president to ever pay for burgers with Bitcoin. Suck it, Eisenhower.
We were not the first person, or the first company to accept Bitcoin, but you're starting to see more use as it continues to gain relevance, legitimacy, people understand it better, become more comfortable with it, then more of the attributes of broader currency are realized.
Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Just the more it gets used, the better it'll be. Don't worry. People will use this. It will be seen. Thoughts on Punch Up? Is that a coin? I don't think I have many thoughts on it. Because I don't know what it is. I guess there's 0 thoughts.
Through the hardened blue eyes of my investigative face, I could tell that the opinions of Thomas and Zach were crossing streams. Both gentlemen see the mainstream financial system as a hodgepodge of inefficiencies that have been slapped together haphazardly over decades, where you need a broker to do investments, a huge company to handle your financial transactions, another team to fund.
Are you asking me to look it up?
Raise your business, and a whole band of Korean gangsters to kill your co-founder. And they see the best tools crypto has to offer as a way out of that status quo.
You can really democratize access to financial assets that right now it's pretty easy to do if you have a private banker, but otherwise there are sort of a lot of hurdles and a lot of friction in getting the most out.
There's a lot of things I'm seeing from the word punch up, all one word. The guy from Dispatch who punches people in the dick was named Punch Up. There's also a platform that empowers comedians to directly with their fans. Oh, he seems, I mean, they were all kind of silly little characters. It was funny that he was punching people in the dick. It was a nice moment of levity. He seemed nice. His stats and his skills were kind of he wasn't my favorite to use to send on dispatches because he had speech leveled first, and also like he was like very spiky in his little graph, and it was difficult to really spread it out. He's goated. I mean, I think I ended up using him a lot, and there was one of the episodes I ended up using him the most in things. He's cool.
Out of your assets. I think the only 2 types of assets that are ready for...
You know, that's why other animals, they learn to keep the dicks and even sometimes testicles in the body. Humans, we actually watched the whole thing about the ball size and how humans are different for that, but
prime time are Bitcoin and stablecoins.
Now, again, for clarity, stablecoins are crypto coins that are pegged to the dollar. I am a journalist that is pegged buy the dollar. Zach and many of the most bullish people in crypto see a future where stablecoins are used as a means of exchange, basically to manage transactions instead of relying on big merchants like Visa. They also envision a time where stocks and bonds will be secured on that sweet blockchain spreadsheet instead of having to be managed by bankers who charge hefty fees. And these are both things that big companies are already starting to do.
I think in the next 5 years, you will see maybe the vast majority of payment systems in the US basically convert to stablecoin payment systems, whether or not you even know it, right? The back end transfers are going to probably be stablecoins.
Alex Thorne is the head of research at Galaxy Digital, a digital assets platform and data center developer.
There are tools in decentralized finance, particularly the trading and lending of assets without the use of an intermediary, that have proven themselves as uses. And I think one of the big issues there is that we actually want more high quality assets that you can use in those things. The idea that you could use these blockchains, integrate them with traditional assets and traditional.
Is he just saying nothing in circles?
In the next 5 years, you will see maybe the vast majority of payment systems in the US basically convert to stablecoin payment systems.
So like he's saying in the back end, instead of using Visa, they'll use this. But in the stablecoin, it's so funny because they're backing it off of legitimate currencies because they want to keep the price consistent, stable. Funny because they're just labeling it. I don't think he does. It doesn't seem anywhere close to what he's looking for, which is usually a fun fight or food or drink. You know what I mean? That's the vibes I got off him after their Taco Bell, but wasn't Taco Bell, and the bar fights, and then yeah, just. So they're saying that they're going to use stable coins in the back end, which is still just based on the US or whatever the currency is, you know, euros, whatever, the sake of it, because they want to like get away from the Visa payment companies. But the amount of transactions that happen through Visa currently are an obscenely high number that happen every day, every minute, whatever it is. The number of transactions are obscene. And to convert that over to a blockchain style system, which requires way more overhead to do, to end up with what? The same functionality? I don't understand the benefits versus the obscene costs and going up. Now, do people want to get away from giving 3% to Visa for the end, now until the end of time? I can see people wanting to get away from that. I can see people trying to find something different. But if you're trying to create an infrastructure of transactions being done securely through the entire world 1 million times a minute or something, I don't think having the would Shroud invest, the streamer Shroud, possibly. I don't know what the real Shroud from the game, I guess, is what you're referring to. Just because it didn't get a lot of screen time. There was the past interactions, and then the bar. Oh, streamer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would.
Whether or not you even know it, right? The back end.
Just because he seems to be like, hey man, whatever makes me money kind of guy. Haven't really watched too much about him. I've seen him. I've watched his streams a few times for sure. But he's playing the game. He's not really talking about big picture stuff. So I assume he's kind of just like, I don't know, whatever. I guess I'll put some things into it, but it seems risky. It's kind of like what it is. But if it became whatever, then I'm sure they would do whatever. Maybe he has a more opinionated stance on it, but I doubt he cares, is what I'm getting at.
Transfers are going to probably be stable coins.
Alex Thorne is the head of research at Galaxy Digital, a digital assets platform and data center developer.
There are tools in decentralized finance, particularly the trading and lending of assets without the
trend
in decentralized finance, particularly the trading and lending of assets without the use of an intermediary, that have
trading and lending assets without an intermediary
proven themselves as uses. And I think
they've proven themselves as uses. Tell me the use. Tell me this proven use.
one of the big issues there is that we actually want more high quality assets that you can use in those things.
High quality assets. So there's currently dog shit assets that you can use in these proven things, but we just need high quality assets to use in this proven thing. No examples of assets that are good or bad in what this proven thing is.
The idea that you could use these blockchains, integrate them with traditional assets and traditional systems, and they could bring massive efficiency gains to what is really like, I mean, you need an archaeological degree just to unpack and figure out how the finance and payment system even works in this country.
And I won't lie, folks. After all these conversations and the 14 Guinnesses I had off camera, I must admit that I was starting to warm up to all this crypto business. So I decided to climb YouTube Mount Olympus and talk to the absolute king of well-dressed crypto.
Middlemen take away quality. But the blockchain is a middle human centipede. Had to punch 2 dicks. I mean, that might be seen as a positive, but depends.
Skeptics.
I want to be clear that there is some real technology there. It's just, I don't believe it.
He's a Bitcoin believer, like I said.
It's as big as some people are saying.
CoffeeZilla is an independent journalist famous on the internet for exposing crypto scams, from Andrew Tate's meme coin pumping to Logan Paul's blockchain video game.
There are some real innovations, like, you know, if I want to wire some money to a, you know, an employee who's overseas, that might cost me like $10 wire fee. Bringing that down to pennies is actually an innovation.
But it's not pennies, because you have to convert your US dollar to Bitcoin and then trade that Bitcoin on whatever market to get added into the blockchain to log your thing. And then they have to then remove that Bitcoin into US dollar, and to say that's pennies because of the gas fees, and you have to spend a certain amount of money. Depends what money you're trying to send, right? And it's this specifically this overseas thing where there's like weird banks when it's like you can just PayPal your friend, you know, you can just PayPal them straight up. You can Cash App them instantaneously, or to the point that it's not like, you know, instantly in their bank, but it's like given to them, and like within 1 to 2 days it goes in naturally, whatever. Like it's this like very specific, oh, I need to wire money to a person who's overseas so they can spend it instantly without a wire fee. And it's just like, this is an example where it works perfectly, but also you're both already pre-invested into this system, and you have money that's willing to be taken out and money that's already put in, and you don't factor that into this model at all, because that's not what a wire fee would be considered in this. Not at all.
Being able to pay them directly, you know, I know some people in like Ukraine, and maybe their banks weren't working too well, or they wanted to be paid in US dollars. Being able to do that instantly is good, but I really think that we're kind of bear hugging crypto and embracing it, bringing it into mainstream payment rails in a way that's probably faster than we have answers. I don't want to just make everything about all of crypto is all a scam all the time, but without taking away from that, it's obvious to anyone who actually looks at the technology and the amount of scams who are cropping up in this, that if you want to actually plug it into finance, you have to be responsible and treat it like an adult and realize the downsides.
So, is crypto legit now? Well, if you're talking about Bitcoin, which could be used as a sort of digital gold, stable coins, which could be used as a faster way of moving dollars around, or blockchain technology.
Sometimes I appreciate the framing and the styling of some of the good work stuff, but sometimes they drop the ball on certain aspects of things. But it's also expecting too much out of a couple of goobers, right? To unpack the entirety. Like they're out to like, create a folding ideas video, you know, like a 3-hour fucking movie. Exactly. Now everyone's punch up, yeah.
Which could be used to make our financial system more efficient and accessible. And the answer could be yes. The level of enthusiasm around that yes depends on how revolutionary you think this stuff will be. But if you're talking about the rest of the crypto landscape, like meme coins and NFTs, well, not even the people staking their careers on this stuff will go to bat for that shit. And when it comes to whether or not you should invest in this stuff,
Pretty sure my friend bought of Gary V friend. V friend? I forget what it's called. Crypto is not good. Like a lot of speculative market, like the AI bubble exists. If you look at the leverage versus the value and all these different things, everyone says this is a bad thing. Is a good. But they continue to gain in value because people believe there's value in it. That's the value is the value of their market share. That's it. There's no actual value in like tangible infrastructure or ability to produce something. It's just the playing cards. Yes, exactly. Magic the Gathering cards are worth money because Magic the Gathering game is a game that people play. Pokemon cards are worth money because there's a Pokemon card game that people collect. I guess some people play it. I don't know if there's as many playing communities of Pokemon as there is just Pokemon enjoyers. Like people play the video games and then people see the new card set come out, but I don't know that they really play the Pokemon game. I mean, my same buddy that was all into the crypto stuff was like, I'm very good at trading Magic the Gathering cards. He would like use some of his student loan money to buy a bunch of Magic the Gathering cards, trade, play, keep trading, and then eventually sell his collection. And he would say that he would make money off of it. And I'm like, you can't know that, bro, unless you've made a spreadsheet and really blanked out all the money you spent in, all the card purchases you made along the way, and then everything you sold. You know, it's just a money in, money out system. Obviously, when you make a trade, you're not going to log a trade. They're like, oh, look, I traded a Charizard for a Blastoise. You just log, I bought packs, and then I sold cards. You know, everything you buy, you log. Everything you sell, you log. And you in and out it. And then that turned into making a business with him after a while of trying to help him build out this stuff because he needed logistics and math done. And oh my God, was that a long-term project that ultimately made nothing, which is frustrating. I mean, I think it may have technically made some very small amounts of money depending upon certain things. And we made a lot of our money, our money back, but like the money was not invested for 5 years or whatever. So it's like, what a waste of time. I made a simple pasta. Thyme, marjoram, olive oil. Even the burps taste good. That's kind of that kind of gross. Character from Dispatch, the game where you're kind of like, I don't know, The Boys, but like a Telltale game. Kind of like that. Not exactly, but kind of. There's actually like a game built into it because a lot of those like Telltale games, you know, The Wolf Among Us, whatever, there's not really a game involved. But this one made a dispatch game where you're kind of like a 911 call operator sending teams to the correct things. But then also this like story and like you choose a couple of important decisions and then there's something to it. So that one was a little different. Ow. Did I get like sunburned or something? What the? There's like a scratch down my face. Maybe I scratched my face when I was yawning. My nails aren't long or anything. What the fuck? I fucked myself up. Yeah, because we were Punch Up came up and I was like, who? What? I was told to educate myself. So I Googled, right? That's doing your own research. I don't think that he would be super in love with it. I'm getting some nice, maybe it's because I haven't been scrolling my YouTube as much, but I'm seeing a couple of banger videos on the side here. Let's do a Fern video. Need to scroll, please. Let me scroll. Wait, is that really the top of the frame? No way. What the fuck? This video is like a spaghetti western? Why is it? The hell? Hold on, let me. Why is it so high up? Oh, I shouldn't have done this one. Yeah, it didn't grab it. The aspect ratio is crazy. Watch a punch up edit. Is there fan cams of punch up? It's nice that you have a really good appreciation for the one character. I'm trying to think of who's my favorite character out of all the heroes. Definitely not the flame guy, because he's just a jerk. Malevola is kind of... I feel like she's supposed to be chaos or magic, sorry, from like Marvel Rivals, the comics, but then also mixed with the tiefling person from Baldur's Gate 3, kind of mixing those two. But she didn't really have a lot to say. She had some cute, funny little jokes, but they didn't really match some of like the punishment personality things. The illusion lady was kind of like a very in your face, almost overly intense individual. Didn't like... Now I sound like I just hate everybody. Sonic, the bat person, was just kind of weird and like had like weird creepy lines mixed with aloof lines, which was kind of like off-putting. Punch Up, I think, did have, out of all their lines, also Golem I thought was decent. Man of few words is kind of a fun aspect because things feel like they have more weight when you don't say a lot. I forget. There's probably a couple more heroes I forget. Whatever. Probably Punch Up would be my favorite, I guess. Just thinking about it. You got to give it to a short king every now and then.
If there's any snitches in the group, we kill the snitches and they fire shots out of a gun. Boom, boom, and everybody's kind of getting scared.
April 21, 2017. A group of men stand in a remote field in the middle of Alabama.
It was nighttime, and I am blindfolded. I've been instructed to place my right hand.
Our animations are made by humans. Oh, that's nice. I just don't know why. I guess it's just widescreen. It just is. I just want it to be more centered. I guess I could full screen. It's just different. If I do this, I think this works. This works.
And on the right shoulder of the person in front of me in line, because that signifies brotherhood.
That's crazy. Just talk to. Oops, forgot. He probably does. I hope they all would hate racists. Uh-oh, this messes with all the controls. I just wanted to turn the closed captioning on. I have to refresh. It's a weird extension to do this. I keep trying to scroll up, but like I can't even see the top of the fucking thing. That's why I thought I wasn't scrolled up enough, but anyway, closed captioning turned on. Thank you. Brotherhood.
2017.
Kind of getting scared.
I mean, did you have a punch up edit specifically? I guess I can look for more. I mean, no, that's crazy. That's crazy.
April 21, 2017. A group of men stand in a remote field in the middle of Alabama.
Wait, where's
It was nighttime, and I am blindfolded. I've been instructed to place my right hand on the right shoulder of the person in front of me in line because that signifies brotherhood.
The Brotherhood is the Ku Klux Klan, the United States' oldest, most notorious white supremacist hate group.
I wonder if oldest is correct. But an FBI agent in a hate group? I can't believe it. Wait, do you mean just naturally joining on their own in their personal life, or do you mean leading the organization as a member of the government to direct them, or do you mean there to try to like get them all in trouble? Like what version of this do you mean?
This is one of their ceremonies. What they don't know, one of them is an FBI undercover agent, and he's no lightweight, 6'4", 260 pounds, covered in tattoos. His nickname, Hillbilly Donnie Brasco. He's gone undercover as a contract killer, a contraband smuggler, an arms dealer. He's put dozens of people behind bars, from drug dealers to violent motorcycle gangs to pedophiles. He's befriended and brought down biker gangs and neo-Nazis, people who are planning kidnappings, murders, and the overall downfall of society.
And when he was saying we're going on a camping trip, what he was saying is we're going to kill somebody. And everybody's screaming death to your, F your Jewish God, death to America. And then somebody says, if there's any snitches in the group, we kill the snitches, and they fire shots out of a gun. Boom, boom.
We drove all the way over to his ranch in Tennessee, and he told us everything. This is the story of Scott Payne, the redneck turned FBI agent who infiltrated America's underbelly.
Interesting. It's a pro-op version of, and what is clearly a story and a true story, whatever. But I wonder if it's going to be critical of law enforcement's role in these organizations, like literally ops started as a slave patrol, for example.
The majority of this video is based on Scott Payne's book and podcast. Find the links in the description.
Makes sense.
What I saw was a watery image. It was completely red, and there was a demon looking at me in that watery kind of ripple image with a grin and long crooked finger looking at me saying, "Come here," smiling.
Scott is 14 years old, and he's just seen a demon. The year before, his parents divorced, and Scott went down a dark path, consulting spirits, watching diabolical horror movies, satanic rituals, deals with the devil. That's what brought him here, a friend's house, spending the night. They've had a small amount of alcohol, but no drugs, no hallucinogens.
I would do like these little vignettes where I would pretend I was being possessed by a demon or I was the devil or whatever. I was on the couch and I was doing this scene from a movie where somebody is like being possessed by a demon. And so I'm fighting in my voice, and then the demon voice comes in, and there's this battle. And at the end, the demon wins and possesses the person. So that's what I act like happened. And I'm laughing like the demon, and I rolled over.
It all started as a mock demonic possession, but then he actually saw a demonic figure. And this was...
You can't just say he saw a demonic figure. That's not the beginning of the story I thought we were going to get.
His breaking point.
So let's just say
I saw movies and I was acting it out in a jubilation prepubescent thing. And then I got very into it. And then I was very convinced that I saw something. Which is like, okay, I believe that you were convinced you saw something.
After the demon scare, I got Jesus scared back into me, and that was it. Not that the devil was done with me, but I was done with him.
Halloween night 2019. This is Scott on his final major undercover mission. And this is a goat. It was stolen and is now at the center of a pagan ritual. It's been nearly 35 years since Scott's first encounter with the devil, but on this night, the devil is all around him. And he's definitely not done with Scott.
Now we're all in a circle around the goat, Somehow I ended up at the back
Is Fern a religious YouTuber?
of it. I don't know how. It's bad luck on my part, I guess, but I'm holding the legs of the goat. He's got this blade and he's bringing it up and bringing it down in a practice swing, practice swing, practice swing. And finally somebody says, just do it. Eisen comes down with every bit of force he's got and hits the back strap of the goat. And I don't even know if it broke a hair. I don't know if it's because the back strap's too thick, the blade was too dull, but he hit it and all you heard the goat was just go bah. And I'm like, oh man, this is gonna get bloody and bad real fast.
The man swings again. Again. Nothing. Finally, the blade is replaced with a gun.
I said, whoa, whoa, whoa. And he's like, what? I'm like, man, look at what you're shooting at. We're all in a circle around this thing. And then he looks.
Trigger discipline.
Puts a round right in the head of the goat and it hits the ground.
White supremacists, fucking losers. Just.
So you think you're done? No, you're not done. Now they slice the throat of the goat and they fill up a cup full of blood.
One of them pulls out a sheet of LSD. He approaches each man one by one.
Basically, they would take the hit of acid under their tongue, chase it with the blood of the goat to signify the sacrifice or solidify the sacrifice.
Scott is one of the few who decline.
So when it gets around to me at the end, I'm looking at the blood and it's already coagulated. It's all chunky and clotty, and I'm looking at it going, man, I really don't want to turn this up and drink it. I mean, this is disgusting. So I dipped my fingers deep into the blood, pulled them out, and then sucked all the blood off my fingers.
This is not the Ku Klux Klan. This group is younger, better equipped, and preparing for a bloodbath. And not only animal blood, but the blood of any human who isn't one of them. Jewish and Black Americans, and anyone they consider traitors to the white race. They're by far the most dangerous group Scott will ever infiltrate. Unfortunately for these tripping blood-drinking white supremacists, Scott Payne has other plans. It's exactly the kind of thing he spent the last 17 years working to prevent.
Wait, so he didn't infiltrate the KKK, but I guess they're like, it's close enough.
I became an FBI agent in 1998, and by 2002, I'd already done some undercovers for the FBI, but I wasn't yet certified through the FBI undercover school. So I finally got a slot.
September 2002, Quantico, Virginia. This is the FBI Academy. If you make it through the year-long application process, if you pass the physical and psychological assessments, the tests, the polygraphs, the interviews, the background checks, if you make it through all that, you end up here, in a 20-week training program. If you get through the 20 weeks, you become an FBI agent. Scott's been here before. Now he's back, about to start the training program for undercover agents. Getting admission to the program is hard enough. Graduating is even harder. Only about half the admittees make it through.
It's a 2-week school with no days off. We're very big on sleep deprivation.
2-week school? That's it?
You're going through multiple scenarios of all shapes and sizes. And there's only 20 slots for the class.
Others break down. They make missteps during the high-pressure scenarios. They grow delirious and erratic from the lack of sleep. But Scott thrives. The sleep deprivation, the relentless roleplay, the grueling exercise. If anything, he feeds on it. Meanwhile, he's learning from his idols, legendary FBI agents like Joe Pistone, who spent 6 years undercover with the Bono crime family. But they don't always notice him.
So I remember Joe Pistone coming to speak, and I was like a kid in a candy store, man. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is Donnie Brasco. This dude did 6 years undercover in the mafia. And he's teaching, but he has this thing where he keeps kind of wanting to walk right up to the desk. So he kept stepping on my feet. And, I was trying to get out of his way. And then finally, as he's teaching, he just looks down at me and he says, Jesus, kid, either you got the biggest feet I've ever seen, or I can't see. And he throws a couple of bucks on the desk because he's like still in mafia mode. He throws a couple, he goes, hey, go get yourself a shine on me. And I just took my feet and shoved them under the seat, man.
Joe Pistone may have scuffed up Scott's shoes. What neither of them could have known at the time is that Scott would go on to fill Joe's. The FBI Academy trains agents to take down bad actors. More and more of these criminals operate online. Scammers, identity thieves, fraudsters. The list goes on.
Delete me ad time.
Such criminals rely on your personal data, your name, your phone number, your email address, sometimes even health-related information. Most people aren't aware that their data has already been exposed and is
Incognito. We were making some joke versions of these.
you share online.
So once I was certified as an undercover in the FBI, if you're looking on paper, I really didn't jump out.
Scott doesn't have a fancy degree. He doesn't speak any foreign languages. His nickname is Big Country, for obvious reasons. So he begins to work as an instructor at the school he just graduated from. Unorthodox, but it got him noticed by the right people.
I'm role-playing in these scenarios, and people that are there who are senior undercovers are watching because they're trying to recruit for other cases, and that's how my name started getting out there.
So after months, there's finally a possible assignment, one that Scott is perfect for. Sure, he's a redneck with almost no foreign language skills, not suitable for many undercovers, but he has something most other agents don't. He doesn't need to pretend to be a hard-living misfit. He is one. He knows he'll feel at home where he's about to go, but he has no idea how close he'll grow to the criminals he's been assigned to infiltrate and how hard it will be to turn on them.
People
kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy.
Always have their own opinion of what undercover work is. Some people say it's acting, some people say it's lying. Essentially, this is the definition of undercover work. You are building relationships that you're going to betray.
These are just gone honest racists. Ugh, these murderers want to be murderers. They're just. I just don't want to turn on them. Like, it's not even like I don't want them to like have the death sentence put on them or whatever. It's like I don't want them to get caught. What the fuck? Maybe it's not quite that bad.
Scott is on a mission, and his targets, these men, have just arrived. They're members of the Outlaws Motorcycle Club, the main rivals of the Hells Angels. They've been...
I mean, it's kind of crazy if undercover work, like if you were like, oh, you got to kill somebody to get into the gang, and like, okay, FBI agent undercover just murder somebody. Like, but this was done to get into the gang. And it's like, that's crazy. Like, maybe that's not how that works. I mean, that's too much like the movies or whatever, but it's just, they are obviously selling drugs and doing things, but they're a Fed. It's almost like a Fed can, but a lot of times those are people who are already involved in things and they get caught and then they get turned into a Fed in order to give them immunity so then they can then, turn eventually on some bigger criminals in an organization. But
implicated in drug trafficking, prostitution rings, money laundering, the list goes on. And they're notorious for violence against rival gangs. Infiltrating them is exceedingly difficult. Scott Payne is here to do just that. But there's a problem. Part of the intelligence Scott was given is wrong. He was told they wouldn't be wearing their colors. Obviously they are. Scott has hoped to strike up a casual conversation, letting the topic of motorcycles arise naturally. But these guys are advertising their gang affiliation. He can't just go up and say, hey, you guys ride. His only choice is to make them come to him. Luckily, another part of the intelligence is right. This guy, road named Spanky, loves to be the center of attention. So Scott steals it. He works the crowd. He tells jokes. He talks loudly. He draws attention to himself, making Spanky want to steal it back. Soon enough, Spanky asks where Scott is from and sends him a drink.
Spanky's called me over. He's introducing me to other people. And of course, I'm getting more scrutiny. The more people I meet, the more scrutinized I am.
Everything seems to be going well, but the real scrutiny happens somewhere else.
So I walk into the bathroom, and as I'm at the urinal, in a lot of bars, there's like a little box in front of the urinal, plexiglass. It might be flyers for a band coming up or a stripper coming to town or something like that. So I can see a little bit of a reflection. And I see this jacked, big dude come walking in. And I see him looking at each stall, and he's like, okay, that's empty. I see him looking under the stalls to make sure nobody's in there. And I'm watching this from a reflection. And then he comes walking up right beside me, and for a split second, I thought, oh, I'm getting jumped. I'm getting jacked right here. And that didn't happen. He says, so what brings you to Massachusetts?
All undercover FBI agents have a legend, a detailed made-up backstory that they have to commit to memory. He's from deep South Texas, up in Massachusetts for work. He loves Harleys and whiskey, and his name is Scott Calloway. As it so happens, the guy grilling him in the bathroom is also named Scott. Scott Town.
A lot of undercovers, you bond with people, especially deep undercover long term, but there's never been another person I bonded with closer than Scott Town.
For a year and a half, Scott gets to know the outlaws. He drinks with them, rides with them, fights alongside them. He gains their trust. He becomes their friend. They call him Tex. Scott's legend may be a lie, but the friendships are real. Scott Town becomes like a brother.
He likes to drink, I like to drink. He likes to fight, I like to fight. He likes to ride and lift, I like to ride and lift. We completed each other's sentences. We were just kind of cut from the same cloth.
They even both have a daughter who's the exact same age. Scott Town is kind of a doppelganger, the person Scott Payne might have become had he not gone into law enforcement. Another gang member, Brian De La Vaga, aka Clothesline, also becomes a close friend of Scott's.
He said, and these guys are my brothers, and I grew up around them. He said, but I really don't have that many friends. Somebody that I know would take a bullet for me and that I would take a bullet for. And in my mind, I'm looking at his face and I'm going, oh no, man, don't say it. And he looks at me and says, you're one of those guys.
But also, case in point, guys are just lost souls, lost in the system. Not everything has to be a fucking leftist message or whatever, but that guy looks like he's hurting. Doesn't have any other options. Does he need to turn to fucking this specifically? No, but if life was better with other ways, maybe he wouldn't have done this. Then not, oh, you can't always say that or whatever, but it's like these people are just like different criminals trying to find their place in a place that doesn't have a place for them. You know what I mean?
Tomorrow is the big day. Over the course,
I just think that if the gang had 100 members, but America was a better society, they would have a certain percentage of less members. And there's a critical mass when, you know, if they go from 100 to 99, well, they're probably still in existence. If they go from 100 to 50, they might be a different version of themselves. If they go from 100 to fucking 10, they're just a fucking club. They're just a card night. They're not an organization trying to kill people or, you know, whatever it is these people are doing.
Course of last year, Scott has convinced the outlaws that he's a high-ranking member of an international theft ring. They begin running jobs together. It begins small, with insurance fraud and vehicle trafficking. An outlaw reports a motorcycle as stolen. He then files an insurance claim, while Scott sells the motorcycle across the border. A double win. Money from the insurance company, money from the sale. They do this again and again, with motorcycles and other vehicles. But tomorrow's job is different. Some of the outlaws will be serving as security during a major drug deal, a gig arranged by Scott himself. He's revealed that he has connections with a Mexican drug cartel. No surprise, considering his line of work and his proximity to the Mexican border. The stakes are high. If they get caught, they'll be looking at serious jail time. And if something goes wrong during the deal, the bullets will start flying. So when Scott is told to meet the outlaws at their clubhouse, he's not surprised. They probably want to go over the plan one last time. Scott arrives. The place is familiar. He's been here countless times. He knows what's behind every door in the building, except one. Clothesline leads him to that very door. Now he realizes that something is wrong. Scott is told to strip. They need to check him for a wire.
Because of the stress of this happening, I forget my middle name. I'm having an adrenaline dump. And for anybody who's ever had it, it can be any traumatic experience, but I'm having auditory exclusion. So what I hear sounds like I'm underwater. It's going whoosh, whoosh. So it's slow.
Oh, that's interesting. Because of the blood rushing around or whatever, he can't hear. Right?
Oh, I need you to take all your clothes off. It's slowing down. I'm getting time dilation in my eyes. Everything I see is in string grabs. Click, click, click. I can feel my heart beating through my entire body. My hamstrings get rubbery. Now, clothesline has instructed me to take all my clothes off. Here's what I'll tell you. If I'm not wired, it's just an embarrassing moment. I'm naked in a small crawl space with two guys with pistols. Problem is, I'm wired to the hilt.
But they don't find anything. Scott's recording equipment is not taped to his chest, but in his clothing.
So my adrenaline starts settling, and I'm starting to come.
Yeah, they're looking for a wire on him. But that's funny that they're expecting to be like in the movies where it's taped to your chest, but instead it's sewn into his clothes, which is a smart way to do it.
Back to normal, and I think I'm done. And I get my pants back up. I don't know if I have my boots on yet or not. And then clothesline grabs a piece of clothing that I was wearing. And that piece of clothing has a recording device in it. And I'm watching him, and he starts grabbing the clothing, and he's going through it nice and slow with his fingers. And I don't realize I do it, but there's an audible sigh. You can hear me go, because I don't even know. I don't even know I'm doing it. And he looks right at it and misses it. And I live to fight another day.
That's crazy. They're so incompetent.
I live to fight another day.
Two moving trucks enter the parking lot.
It's funny that they have a special room that they only use for that. Also, their scams are, well, maybe in the book and also in this, they're trying to highlight the non-negative ones, the non-violent ones, the non-drug life-ruining ones. It's just an insurance claim. It's just a little white-collar crime, right? Oh, gee whiz. But if they're just a ring of insurance scammers, then they wouldn't have this murder thing going on, right? So also it's funny that they just fucking missed it because they don't know what they're looking for and they don't really know. And hell, maybe the guy, because he liked him so much, just didn't want us to think of anything. You never know.
Of the Brockton Holiday Inn. One is filled with drugs.
Also, it could just be a fucking lie told by a guy to make a book.
The other is filled with money. A Mexican drug cartel is selling 40 kilograms of cocaine and 1,000 pounds of marijuana to Canadian buyers. The Mexicans aren't taking any risks. They've arranged an American security detail, the Outlaws. Surveillance at every entrance. 4 men in the parking lot there to provide protection, unload the drugs, and count the money. Everyone is armed and antsy. One false move and all hell could break loose. The deal is wrapped up quickly. The transfer is complete. All the money's there. The Outlaws are particularly relieved. They may be tough, but this is their first time working with a cartel. Now they'll get paid $15,000 for their services. Scott counts out the cash. He did it. He successfully tricked them. The cartel? FBI agents. The Canadians? Also FBI agents. 8 months later,
Is there any actual crime? Is it just a bunch of fucking FBI agents?
a hotel in Nevada. Scott's been laying low, coordinating his undercovers from afar. His outlaw friends think he's going through a divorce. In reality, he's been diagnosed as overassigned after experiencing a severe stress-related panic attack. He's been ordered to take a 6-month timeout. He's been teaching during this time. His current class, ironically enough, is called Undercover Stressors. All the students have gone to bed, but Scott's only just returned to his hotel room. It's early 4 or 5 a.m. The drug deal back in November gave the FBI all the evidence necessary to arrest and imprison multiple outlaw members, but the operation has continued. Until today, the day of the takedown. Scott doesn't think he'll hear from any of them again, but then his phone rings. It's Scott Town, and he's concerned. He's heard some arrests were made, and he wanted his friend to know about it. He says he's going to take a shower and gather more information. He'll report back.
And the last words we spoke to each other were, he said, "I love you, brother." And I said, "I love you too." And that was the last words I spoke to him, and probably about 45 minutes after that, a SWAT team hit his house and he went to jail.
In the end, 15 outlaws were arrested as a result of Operation Roadkill. One of them was sentenced to 21 years in prison. Clothesline got 12.5 years. Scott Town, 7. The outlaws never saw their friend Scott Calloway again.
Wait, what year? There was... It didn't say the year number. Or if it did, it must have been lost in the... Because like they'd be out of jail by now. That was a long time ago.
Ku Klux Klan emerged.
That's crazy. I don't know. Bugs in the house are one of the things that we always made exceptions for.
In the wake of the American Civil War. From the very beginning, they were racist to the core, raining terror and death on Black Americans. In the late 19th century, they flogged, tortured, and lynched politically active Black men, raped their wives, shot their children, and burned their schools. Historians consider them to be America's first terrorist movement. Today, the KKK remains active, but only as a shadow of its former self. Fewer members, less influence. However, burning crosses is still one of their favorite things to do, and they've stayed true to their roots. Naturally, as a terrorist organization, they have to act in secrecy. You might assume that infiltrating them as an FBI agent is not the easiest feat.
So you may ask yourself, how do you contact the United Klans of America? Well, it turns out the group I was looking at had a hotline.
Oh, so that was just like the prep, the precursor.
Scott starts talking to a guy named John Jack, a Klansman whose passion for Jack Daniels earned him this nickname. Scott tells him he's got the number from a group of bikers he met at a gas station. It's a plausible story. Scott looks the part, and his time with the Outlaws taught him how to play it. Biker gangs and white supremacists often run in the same circles. Jack starts talking about this rally that's coming up. Vendors, burning crosses, country music, the usual. But there's a problem.
He said, I'm not gonna lie to you, Scott. I had a band lined up, but the singer just got locked up, and I really don't know what the hell I'm gonna do about music. And I thought, this could be my end. And I said, did I happen to mention that I'm a musician and a singer? I said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll bring my acoustic and my PA system. When I get there, you can come meet me by the car. I'll strum a couple of tunes for you if you think I suck. And he's like, oh, hell, this is gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Scott doesn't know that he just signed up for something far more sinister. April 21st, 2017. It's the day of the Ku Klux Klan rally.
I got lost multiple times until I finally drove up on this empty, I don't know, lot fenced in the middle of nowhere, but it wasn't hard to spot because the Nighthawks, which would be the Klan members in all black, who were the security force, are all standing at the gate with guns. And a lot of these people were felons.
Scott's ready for an interesting time. He's been to plenty of biker gatherings, and perhaps this will be similar. During his mission, Scott will be taught the KKK's constitution and bylaws, studying the Black Klansman Handbook, which he'll learn to refer to as the Cloran. He'll become familiar with the original mystic insignia.
Cloran? It was the Black Klansman Handbook? They mean like the black robed ones?
Of the Klansmen. He'll learn this all in class with a K, so that he can pass the K-Uno test, a prerequisite to getting fitted for a robe. K-Uno stands for character, honor, duty. It's getting dark, and he's been invited to participate in a naturalization ceremony. He has no idea what this means, but all the newbies are doing it. He'd stick out if he didn't. And that's how he finds himself in the middle of a field, blindfolded, holding the shoulder of the man in front of him, a gesture meant to signify brotherhood. They are told to raise their right hands and repeat an oath.
I do swear from this moment forward.
And then they tell us to get down on our knees.
To fostering the welfare of the white race.
So I'm on my knees, blindfolded.
And further the work of...
Interesting to have the AI voices do the racist parts, just to like avoid having to say the racist parts. Interesting.
Of America's greatest movement.
They take my blindfold off, and there's a Ku Klux Klan member in a green robe, and he has this sword, and he kind of knights me.
The United Klans of America.
And then we all hug, and there's like a little bit of a celebration, and I'm not sure what happened. And then it hits me as I'm walking to my truck. I'm like, I think I just joined the damn Klan. Yep, that's what that was. So
After getting knighted by the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, did I just join the Klan? What was your first hint?
I got naturalized in the Ku Klux Klan that night.
Scott's time at the KKK will end up being relatively short-lived. The case isn't really going anywhere. And there's another group coming into focus, a far more...
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, they didn't bust anybody in the Klan? I'm confused. Wait, what?
Dangerous one.
In the FBI, we started encountering more violent type extremism, not the KKK types. We're talking advanced neo-Nazism. And it led me to an accelerationist group called the Base.
The Base mission will provide to be far more extreme than anything Scott has ever seen.
The network of violent white supremacists. An extremist group known as the Base.
Violent neo-Nazi terrorist.
Paramilitary group called the Base.
On August 11th, 2017, crowds of people marched through the campus of the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, chanting racist and anti-Semitic slogans. They were protesting the removal of a statue of Robert E. Lee, the famous Confederate general. The next day...
Ooh, but when was that statue erected? Ooh, quick question.
They were met by counter-protesters, and things quickly turned violent. Then they turned deadly. A white supremacist drove his car into a crowd of counter-protesters, injuring 35 people and killing Heather Heyer. For some, the Unite the Right rally was a wake-up call, surprising proof that white supremacy persists in America. To others, it was a grim reminder, and frightening evidence that white supremacists were feeling emboldened enough to come out of the shadows. The first accelerationist group emerged in 2015. They called themselves Atomwaffen Division. They'd been inspired by the writings of the neo-Nazi James Mason, whose book Siege had become a sort of Bible for accelerationists. The book denies the Holocaust and attacks homosexuals and Jewish people. It also calls for organized violence, specifically for the formation of terror cells prepared to wage war against the system. Initially regarded as fringe or even cringe, accelerationism steadily gained traction. By 2021, roughly 90% of...
That's not my understanding of what accelerationism is, just because I'm thinking of people that want the government to get worse, so that way people can then look to then do a bigger swing back to make it better or whatever. But I'm sure this is a reasonable definition. That's fucked that it's on the rise in Oz, too.
Of white nationalist groups identified as accelerationist. That same year, the U.S. Director of National Intelligence identified racially motivated violent extremists as the most lethal domestic terrorism threat. More than other white supremacist ideologies, accelerationism insists on the importance of direct violent action, the kind of action taken by the people they call saints. Like St. Tarrant, for Brenton Tarrant, the Australian white supremacist who attacked 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand. He killed 51 people. Or St. Rue.
Okay, relax with the fucking showing their faces and names and shit. You're supposed to, like, not, like, venerate them because this is what they want. Like...
For Dylan Roof, who killed 9 people, all black, during a church service in Charleston, South Carolina. This is the kind of action accelerationists believe in. Action that will further destabilize society, that might finally lead to societal chaos. They are explicit about this. Roof, for example, said he'd hoped to ignite a race war. Failing that, though, the purpose is to inspire more violence, which is exactly what such attacks have done. Scott Payne just signed up on Facebook. He's about to publish another racist post. His goal is to get...
Welcome to Facebook. Man,
banned. But nothing happens. A fellow agent...
I'm here to get... This is going to get me banned.
Points out that he doesn't have any friends. He adds a few people, and that does it. He's promptly kicked off. Okay, well done. Next up is Gab, a social networking site well known for its tolerant stance towards far-right users. He participates in forums with names like Whites Only. This will further elevate his credentials. On July 15th, 2019, he writes an email.
I've been seeing your stuff, and I'm definitely interested. Survival and self-defense. I like it.
The next day, a ping.
Thanks for contacting the base.
You can learn more about us on our official Gab account at the base. If you're interested in joining, please provide the following info to begin the vetting process.
The base is a white supremacist neo-Nazi group. They were just founded a year ago, and they are accelerationists through and through. Their plan entails assassinations, sabotage, and acts of terrorism.
No, I don't think I've heard of orange people before.
Their targets are black people, Jewish people, and anyone they consider traitors to the white race.
They want to do guerrilla warfare tactics, so it's murdering people and disappearing. It's poisoning a water system, taking down a power grid, derailing the train, anything to cause chaos.
The idea is that after the collapse, the group's cells scattered across the world will form white ethno-states led by white supremacists. This event, total societal...
Yes, we will annoy some municipal water supplies or rural water supplies and derail some busted ass old trains. Then society collapse. Like, okay, well, there's a lot between those couple of nuisances and then that. And you think the OBSEC of your groups is good? Like, sure, bros. Weird.
Collapse has a special name, the Boogaloo. Now, Scott is trying to join them. They ask for his name.
Hey, the Boogaloo boys, the same ones that Wendigoon started, apparently. But he got out before it got too ideological, but...
White Warrior 88, and his age, 44. Scott Payne is actually 48, but he knows most base members are between 18 and 25. He wants to seem as young as possible. Sex, race, location, military experience, fitness level, special training, and organization affiliations. Here, his past undercover experiences pay off. He mentions the Klan and biker gangs.
So here I am, approximately for a week or more.
You would actually mention the outlaw biker gang? Because that was the one that got caught because of a Fed infiltrated it and all of them were arrested.
Emailing back and forth to somebody with a Proton email account. And they're asking me all kinds of questions about my ethnicity, what I can bring to the table, what is my history. And I laid out a story that I was a old biker, shocker, and a former skinhead from South Carolina.
As Scott would find out later, the owner of that email account was none other than the founder of the base himself. Online, he's known as Norman Spear and Roman Wolf. He's been on the public's radar since 2018, but his true identity is unknown. That is, unless you're in the FBI. Ronaldo Nazaro is 45, American, born in New Jersey. He'd worked as a contractor in Iraq for the Department of Justice. Now he's in Russia.
Contractor, huh?
But it's 2019. You can organize neo-Nazis into a network of accelerationist insurgents from just about anywhere. The email exchange continues for less than a week. Then, Scott is invited for a phone interview. It's supposed to take 30 minutes, but ends up lasting an hour. Now, both Scott and the base have a 24-hour grace period. After that, Scott will need to make the decision. Does he truly want to join?
I passed the test, and they bring me in. And they asked me, hey, where are you located? And I said, in East Tennessee. And they said the closest cell to you is in North Georgia.
That's where Scott will have to pass one final test, an in-person vetting session. August 2, 2019, Rome, Georgia. To Scott, the men look more like boys. He knows that one of them is the leader of the base's Rome cell, but that's it. They tell him to step out of his truck. Scott isn't wearing a wire. He knows they'll check. But hidden in his truck is a tracking device, put there by his case team. As long as Scott is near his truck, his team will be able to find him.
I step out, shake hands or whatever, and he says, hey, I need you to put your phone in airplane mode. And I said, okay. He pulls out this wand thing that I'd never seen before. It looked like a Geiger counter. It had a big triangle card in it, lights all over it. He wands me, and I pass because I'm fine, I don't have anything. Then he starts wanding my truck. No big deal. Until he starts going to the back driver's side of my truck, which is where the case team placed my tracker. That thing he's holding in his hand starts going crazy. The closer he gets to the back of the truck, it starts beeping beeping, 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 beeping. I see colors going on it. I'm like, oh no, man, it's picking up the tracker.
Scott braces for a fight. He's alone. His team knows where he is, but they have no idea something is wrong. But he gets lucky. The other guy,
they're like, oh, I don't know. It's weird.
Guy wonders if the device is picking up the power lines.
And he walks over and it goes crazy. And he's like, damn it, yeah, whatever he says. Yeah, it's the power lines. Hey, follow us to another location.
Scott has to act fast. He has to get the tracker deactivated.
And I'm calling the case team and I'm like, hey, you need to shut that tracker off. And at first they're like, well, we can't shut it off. And I'm like, you have to shut it off. And they're like, well, if we shut it off, we're not sure. What if we can't get it back on and we lose you? I said, here's what I'm telling you. Whatever they have is picking up the tracker. If you don't shut it off, this is going to be...
Also hilarious that they're like, duh, we don't want to. Like, what a weird whore they have.
A very fast undercover, because it's going to be over as soon as we get to where we're going.
They arrive at an abandoned concrete plant.
And I'm thinking to myself, oh, this is great. How many movies have I seen where somebody's killed in an abandoned concrete plant? I hope they got the tracker off. They pull out the wand, they wand me, and I passed.
Why would they have to drive so far away? Why couldn't they just go like in the other direction of the power lines real fast?
Scott is in. By this point, Scott's been around the block. The outlaws, the Ku Klux Klan. But nothing could prepare him for what comes next.
Also, it's weird that there's like commercial breaks paused out in here. And it's 41 minutes exactly, which is time for like television movies. Or like, you know, TV 1 hour special. Also, like, this is weird. Also, like a Ford truck commercial there. Which is weird.
Scott has been with the base for over 2 months now. As a boy, he loved camping with his parents and friends. He'd explore the woods, go fishing. But the camping trip he's just been invited to isn't like the ones he used to go on.
I guess it's a good sign, yeah.
The list of things to bring contains some unusual items. Weapons, ammunition, and the same kind of camouflage. Flecktarn, worn by the German military. This is no ordinary camping trip. This is a hate camp, an extended training session to prepare members for the Boogaloo. Hand-to-hand combat, weapons drills, grappling. By now, Scott has attended a number of similar training sessions, but this one is different. It's longer, 3 to 4 days, and it's bigger, with base members coming in from around the country: Texas, Alabama, Michigan, Delaware. He's familiar with many of the men he'll be camping with. At least he knows most of their online pseudonyms. Can't Go Back, Ison, Punish Snake, Dima, Big Siege, Zoomnat. All from out of state. And of course he knows his fellow Georgia cell members, Helter Skelter and Pestilence, who vetted Scott back in August with the cell leader himself. TMB, the militant Buddhist. Everyone knows Scott by his code name, Pale Horse. When you're an undercover agent, some cliches are true. Scott has learned to expect the unexpected, yet he fails to expect what would happen at the Halloween hate camp.
I wake up to pounding on my window. Pale horse, you gotta wake up, you gotta wake up. I'm like, what's up, man, what's going on? They're like, hey, you gotta get out here and see this. I've been doing undercover since 1996 at this point. And I have never been with a group of people where I had to burn Bibles, burn American flags. I damn sure wasn't part of a group that went out and stole a goat and we sacrificed it at a pagan ritual and drank its blood. And I did all that in 3 days with these guys.
After they decapitated the goat, the group comes together for a barbecue. They roast the goat over an open fire and have it for dinner. All of this, of course, while tripping balls. It's impossible to know what blossomed in their brains that night, what hallucinatory horrors they saw. If their drug-fueled fantasies were anything like their sober ones, then they dreamed of death and destruction, of killing Black Americans, Jews, anti-fascists, and communists, of the Boogaloo. Scott has become upsettingly familiar with these fantasies, and with the beliefs that produce them. Behind each pseudonym is a young man, and within each young man is a darkness.
They're pushed. They have grievances with the world because of their shit sucks. It is possible to still be racist and a shithead if your life is better and good, but these are mostly fucked up people from a fucked up situation. Again, not trying to run defense for some of the most hateful individuals out there, but just want a better world so that way these people are more rare. These people are saved before they fall.
Militant Buddhist's real name is Luke Lane. If the Boogaloo requires it, he says he could kill his dad. Pestilence is Jacob Cotterly. He believes Hitler is still alive. Michael Helterbrand, aka Helter Skelter, says he'd have no problem killing a commie kid. Punish Snake, a former Canadian soldier who'd been doxxed by an undercover journalist, gets emotional talking about it, but he knows he'll have to kill his ex-fiancée when the Boogaloo kicks off. She's half black. Scott Payne records all of this, and as he earns their trust, he records more.
And we did more and more trainings through that Saturday, but by that Saturday night, we went back down to the holy site and had a bonfire. And that's where the American flags were burned. That's where holy Bibles were set on fire. And everybody's screaming, death to your, F your Jewish God, death to America. And when that training camp ended, that's when I advanced even more in them trusting me. And that's when TMB and Pestilence started bringing me in on murder plots that they had.
It's more than 2 months later, and Scott is back at TMB's farm, the 100-acre property where the Halloween hate camp took place. For the last few weeks, TMB has been talking about another camping trip, but he's been cagey. He doesn't want to share information via chat. Scott has convinced him to meet. He wants details. It turns out the camping trip isn't a camping trip. It's a hit job.
TMB creates a separate chat room called the camping trip. And when he was saying we're going on a camping trip, what he was saying is we're going to kill somebody.
Their target is an active Antifa couple in the Georgia area.
It was going to be me, TMB, Pestilence, and Helter Skelter. And we were all going to make entry into the house. TMB wanted me to go with him to kill everybody, while Helter Skelter would be covering out the window to make sure no cops were coming and stuff like that, or help. And then Pestilence was going to set the house on fire. But in the planning of everything, at one point, Helter Skelter says, hey, if you don't mind, I'd like to pop my cherry on this one. That confused me because it means something completely different to me. And I'm like, what?
Bro, this is 2019. The idea of using that terminology to be like, I want to do my first thing here, not that bizarre.
What do you mean? And he said, I would like to actually put a bullet in somebody's head as well.
After casing the house, they begin the next phase of the murder plot, planning.
It was pretty extensive. Like, you go to a camping site, we leave everything digital, everything phones, everything there. We go scrub ourselves at a pay-by-the-hour motel. We tape our pants to our shoes, our gloves to our shirts, Vaseline on eyebrows and facial hair. See, this is all to avoid leaving DNA for law enforcement. At one point, TMB had done research, and he said that he read that the first time somebody kills somebody, they lose control of their bowels. So he was suggesting that we all wear adult diapers. I didn't tell him that I'd killed somebody before, but I told him I think I'm okay. I don't need any.
Either he did not read the right, like when you die, you lose control of your bowels, not when you kill somebody, you lose control of your bowels. These are not people in their right minds.
Diapers. I was just as shocked when I got brought in on this murder.
He's killed people before? He's with the FBI. Who has he killed? They didn't talk about any deals gone wrong where you had to shoot people.
Plot, as most people were. But while this is going on, the Baltimore cell, which is Can't Go Back, and Eisen and Punish Snake, are planning to go to this Second Amendment gun rights rally in Virginia that they thought was going to be the kickoff of the Boogaloo and the D-Day, the race war. Their idea was they knew you're going to have a bunch of Second Amendment people there, militias, 3%ers.
Wait, did he?
lose control of their bowels. So he was suggesting that we all wear adult diapers. I didn't tell him that I'd killed somebody before, but I told him I think I'm okay. I don't need any.
I didn't tell him I killed somebody before, but I think I'd be okay. I think he's saying like, he's like, hey, the first time you kill somebody, you shit yourself. So we should wear diapers. Yeah.
That they thought was going to be the kickoff of the Boogaloo and the D-Day, the race war. Their idea was they knew you're going to have a bunch of Second Amendment people there, militias, 3%ers. You're going to have cops. You're going to have protesters. What if you pop a couple of rounds into that crowd? Nobody know who's shooting at who, and everybody starts shooting each other. That could be the set-off.
That could be the set off of a whole race war. One little group of people, they're just stupid. They're just stupid. You think the entire world's going to like randomly start, like people get killed in racist ways all the time. Nobody starts a race war over it. People are being racist and killing each other. And nobody starts a race war over it. God, they're so stupid. They think this one thing was going to... Also, that's always my concern with open carry, a good guy with a gun versus a bad guy with a gun. Because even when I was a kid, I was like, you're in a mall, someone shoots somebody. Then, good guy with a gun 1 shoots him back or starts shooting at him. Then, good guy with a gun 2 hears shooting, turns the corner and sees a shootout or just one guy shooting and people screaming. And he goes, that must be the bad guy. But oops, actually, it's good guy with the gun 1. It's the Wild West. Everyone starts pulling out guns and shooting each other. And everyone's afraid of everybody because everybody has a gun and they can all die. And then they all just start firing. And it's just like, that's, you know, it's not good to have one gunman with a gun killing people, but it's definitely not good to have everybody having guns killing everybody out of fear, because then everybody's justified to kill each other despite nobody actually being the fucking person who's at fault in all of this.
Scott and his team know they have to stop him, and there's no time to lose. The Pro Firearms Rally is on January 20th, 2020, just a few months away. They jump into action. The next weeks are a flurry of activity, meeting, coordinating, and planning. Finally, the day of the bust arrives.
It's a Wednesday, and I'm in Rome, Georgia. I pick up Luke, who's TMB, to go to lunch. And we pull out, and as I'm driving down the road, I knew what my ruse was going to be. I was going to say something was wrong with the truck, but sure as you know what, the truck made some loud sound I've never heard. I didn't hit anything. Something just went, and I was like, did you hear that? He's like, yeah, and I go, man, if my brake calipers are frozen again, I'm gonna be, because that did happen. So I took a left out of his neighborhood, pre-planned by the SWAT team, and I pull up tight to a fence. And as I go, hey, I'm gonna get out and check the truck. So I'm walking around the back of the truck, another vehicle pulls up. He doesn't know who they are. I know who they are. They're part of the case team. And the guy says, hey man, you need any help with that? And I look up and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's you. What are you doing in Rome, Georgia? He goes, what are you doing here? I'm like, man, I haven't seen you. And as I'm doing that, there's the distraction. Here comes a Bearcat with a SWAT team over the hill, barreling down the hill. But Luke's looking at me, not at the car coming. And when that thing's coming.
That's like, you're in the line, so of course he'd be looking at both, wouldn't he?
I jump in the back of the agent's truck and I'm like, go, go, go. And you could hear the SWAT team giving commands. And luckily, the arrest went down without an incident.
The next morning, SWAT teams arrested Ison, Can't Go Back, and Punish Snake.
Essentially, we kind of tore down the base.
Luke Lane, aka TMB, was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Jacob Cotterly, Pestilence, got 13. William Bilbro, Ison, 5. Patrick.
So crazy that they all have such different sentences. I guess there's different levels of involvement, or
Matthews, Punish Snake, and Brian Lemley, Can't Go Back, 9 years. According to a recent Guardian article, the base is enjoying a resurgence. Its founder, Ronaldo Nazaro, continues to live in St. Petersburg. Scott retired in June 2021. At his retirement ceremony, attended by friends, family, colleagues, and top FBI brass, June 30th was named Scott Payne Day.
crazy to just like straight up be that open and have your enemies and just kind of say fuck it. You know, it's just kind of crazy to me, but weird. Intense. I mean, that's closer to the police work that people expected out of, you know, our government agencies, not now becoming, you know, investigators and random fucking bullshit for ICE. That shit sucks. Well, fuck me. It's 7 a.m. I'm supposed to go live at like 7 p.m. nowadays, but obviously I got a late start on my own. They didn't bring it all the way down. They definitely interrupted some American cells, but yeah. Also funny that they, out of all of these, they let the KKK go. Like, oh, you're fine. I guess you're not doing enough of a crime for us. What a weird, what a bizarre and unimaginable world to just like be this type of bizarre criminal and then also having an everyday life, you know, a day job, and then on the weekends you're planning out these things, and then you have like a big day planned, and then you get busted, and then like his best friend from the first biker gang got 7 years in like 2005 or whatever it was. Like, that dude's been out for a long time. That's crazy. Hopefully he's reformed. I don't know. I mean, good luck. Yeah. I should get some sleep. It was a good day though. A lot of crazy news. I mean, like I said, going to be trying to go live closer to the, you know, 12 hours from now, not the time I've been going, but we'll see. Hopefully people had a good time. I apologize for yawning like that. I do. My face gets better from scratching myself. Weird. Just darkness on my face. Let's raid Little Bear. If you're gonna stick around, you'll stick around. If not, I understand. If you could, I would. It would help me out a bit, obviously, just so I get a bit more validity in the community. One viewer. Why does it say one viewer? Well, maybe the thing is just being. Maybe the auto joining doesn't happen the same way. Yeah, more tomorrow. Trying to think of something else to say about it, but I have some edits and stuff I can do from that one protest I went to. And
okay. Sure.
Oh, just seeing, making sure that they're up to something. Anyway, if you're here tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Biff and Jay, thank you for the raid.